but our one true passion is all we need. We're rising up, we're here to stay. We're having fun, we found happiness in the game. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. Focus on what we need. Teamwork will set us free. Nothing is out of reach. This moment is all we see. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal.
Disfrutar el juego.
This is our game, so let's go.
リジェクトの令状しようと申します。今回 PMGC に出させていただいて3年連続になるのですが、すごく嬉しく思ってます。好きな選手はノバのパラボーイです。理由は全てのプレーが完璧にこなせるからです。次のステージでは古くからの戦友である 4M さんとお会いします。そして手紙を書きます。4M さんへ。2020年の PMGC では 4M さんの強みは全てだったと思うのですが、今は2020年、私も昔みたいに新人選手ではなくなったため、今年の RC では復習を求めています。気をつけてください。
对于来自日本赛区的 RC 战队，其实我对他也没有太多的印象。毕竟在2020年的 PMGC 里，我们的竞争对手并不是他。但是来到了今年的比赛，我相信在我带领的队伍下，我和我3个最强新人一定会用我们的方法还有我们的战术去打败他们。但是 RC 依然不是我们的对手，所以你不需要找我们复仇。今年来到2022年的 PMGC 阶段，我还是觉得挺开心的，因为2年没有回到这个舞台了。今年的话，我们也是改变了很多战术，还有人员，还有很多打法，然后重新回到这个舞台，还是很开心。然后要好好享受一下在这个世界赛的比赛过程。这次比赛我最希望遇到的选手还是以前在打世界赛的时候有交手的对手，然后也有一些老朋友了，就来自 BTR 来自各个赛区的老朋友都有。然后这次在我们分组里遇到一个老朋友，来自 Geek 的 U-Hi， 然后我也想给他写一封信。嗨 U-Hi， 好久不见了。在2年前的 PMGC 中，我对你的印象还蛮深刻的。当时你还是马来的天才少年，这次来到 PMGC， 我要看看你这2年有没有进步。
谢谢你 ，Hi Swan，long time we haven't met each other. The last time I met you, I remember that I almost clashed you guys. This time, I will bring the championship for Malaysia team. And the first step for our championship is to get revenge on you guys, so you guys will not qualify for the finals. This time, I will also want to write a letter for Never Alone from Falcon. Dear Never Alone, you guys did a great job in PMWI this year, and you got a good second place. But that is because we didn't go to PMWI, otherwise you wouldn't be there in this PMGC. We will let our skills do the talking, so all I can really say to you is good luck brother.
في بي ام دبليو اي للامانه كانت عندنا فرصه كبيره نحقق التوب 1 لكن ضيعناها، والحين احنا جايين في البي ام جي سي نبي التوب 1، فقدموا اللي عليكم يا جيك.
PUBG Mobile ก็เป็นเกมที่สามารถเล่นได้ทั้งวันแล้วก็
Battle Royale тоглоом. Тэгээд PUBG багаараа тоглоно, толгоогоороо тоглоно, аюуханаараа тоглодог тоглоомда.
PUBG Mobile bir savaş oyunu ve taktiklerin de öne çıktığı bir oyun. Genellikle kendiniz değil, yani pozisyonları da değerlendirmeniz lazım. Sadece kendinizi düşünmeyin, etrafınızı zamanlamanın çok önemli olduğu bir oyun. Takım oyunu bir de.
Haritadaki çeşitli kaynakları toplayıp sürekli daralan alanla birlikte rakiplerle savaşmalısınız ve hayatta kalan olmalısınız.
PUBG Mobile adalah game yang banyak sekali kejutan dan suspense tersendiri. Apa yang nggak mungkin bisa dimungkinkan di game tersebut.
PUBG Mobile Esport adalah tempat pertarungan antara pro player dan untuk mencabar diri sendiri demi pasukan dan negara.
กีฬาเป็นมืออาชีพครับโดยที่มีวินัยในการซ้อมมีวินัยในการแข่งขันแล้วเนี่ยครับแล้วก็จะมีผู้เล่นโปรเพลเยอร์ของแต่ละทีมมาร่วมแข่งขันในรายการของทัวร์นาเมนต์นั้นๆโดยที่แบบเป็นมืออาชีพแล้วก็มีในการจัดเวทีมีเสียงเชียร์จากคนดูเข้ามาร่วมให้กำลังเชียร์เราในการแข่งขันครับ
Buat pembuktian buat gua kalau misalkan gua bisa ngegapai impian gua.
Киберспорт PUBG Mobile позволяет мне соревноваться и знакомиться с удивительными людьми со всего мира.
Se não fosse por causa do competitivo, eu ainda não estaria aqui. E é o que me motiva. Eu gosto muito da competitividade e isso me ajuda muito todos os dias a continuar nessa competição.
PUBG Mobile Sport ก็น่าจะเป็นที่เราสามารถโชว์ความสามารถแล้วก็ทำให้ผู้คนรู้จักในตัวเรามากขึ้นครับผม
PUBG Mobile Sport hayallerine kavuşma yeri.
Dan salah satunya juga kita menjadi the best of the best player di dunia.
Энд ороод өөрсдийгөө баталж харуулахын тулд шин тэмцээн зохиодог юм байна.
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: Groups, Survival, and Last Chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Hello everyone and welcome back. Today is day 3 of the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage Group Yellow. And today is very exciting because things are getting absolutely heated. With me, I have a team that is so close to overthrowing the top 3 teams right now, Team IHC. And with me, I have the player and coach, which is Alex and Temka. How are you guys doing?
Би IHC Sport Team PUBG Mobile багийн тамирчин Alex байна.
Намайг Темка гэдэг IHC Sports багийн дасгалж багч.
This is really exciting because now they are on number 4 on the standings and they are so close to taking the top 3. So for now, I have a few questions for you guys. And the first one is, what do you think of your team's performance in the last 2 days?
Өнгөрсөн 2 өдрийн тогсон амжилтуудаас юу гэж бодож байна?
Амжилтуудаас бид нэр яг л дунд тоглолтыг байж тоглосон. Тэгээд дараагийн өдрүүдэд алдаагаас бас илүү сайн тоглох болно.
So the last 2 days we have performed in the average, and from upcoming the days we will try to do our best.
You know, I'm going to have to disagree there because you guys were not average. Maintaining that consistency is key. Now, my next question for you guys is, what do you think your team can improve on right now?
За ингээ манай багийн хувьд юун дээрээ сайжрах болох вэ?
Манай багийн хувьд сайжрах болох зүйл нь сүүлийн зон rotation бол айгүй сайн явж байгаа. Сүүлийн зоны гол нь нөгөө шийдвэр гаргалт хаашаа байлдаж аль хэсгээ эзэлж авах вэ? Сүүлийн зоны шийдвэр гаргалтын дээр л ажиллах хэрэгтэй.
So about our team, our rotation is doing fine, and what we think is we can improve on our last zone decisions to where to fight and which position to take.
Yeah, I think that's one of the hardest things that you can do, honestly, when you think about this game as a battle royale. Now, third question for you guys is, what do you think is your team's strength?
За ингээ манай багийн давуу тал юу вэ гэж бодож
байна? Манай багийн давуу тал нь гэвэл тусан дүгээлүүд айгуу сайн авдаг. 4-9-4 яг ямар ч багтай тулцсан бид нар тэр дүгээлээ бүгд авч чадах бол.
So about our team strength, what we think is our gunfight. And if we do 4v4, we're confident to take that fight.
I'm going to have to agree with you. I see that you guys always seem to win your 4v4s. Now, my final question for you guys is, what outcome would you like to see from your team today?
За өнөөдрийн дараа яг ямар үзүүлэлт гарсан байгаасаа гэж хүсэж байна.
Өнөөдрийн дараа гэхээр бид ингээд өчтөр ярилцсан. Бүх алдаагаа хараад юун дээр алдснаа тулгуурлаад тэгээд алдаануудаа зассан байгаа. Тэгээ өнөөдөр ер нь бол өнөөдөр маргааш гэлтгүү илүү үзүүлэлтэд үзүүлэх болно. Нэгдүгээр байраа заавал авах болно.
So about today's outcome, we have talked yesterday about our mistakes and what we were lacking, and from today and tomorrow we are coming back stronger to get that top 1.
I'm really excited to see how bombastic you guys can be today. But before we end the interview, can I have maybe some words to give to your fans who are supporting you guys at home?
Ингээд ярилцлага дуусгасан өмнө одоо ингээд гэртээ байгаа улстай байгаа фэнүүд гэр бүлийнхаа хүмүүстээ хэлэх үг байна уу?
Биднийг унж болсон ч дэмждэг фэнүүдтэй баярлалаа. Бүгдээрэнд найртай шүү. Гэр бүлдээс бүгдээрэнд найртай шүү.
So we would like to thank to every fan that even we do perform bad or good, they always support us, and to our family members, we love you for your support.
Aw, that's so sweet. And I'm sure that the fans as well as your family at home are very, very proud of you right now, regardless of what's going on. But for now, we are going to be starting day number 3. So don't go anywhere. Grab your popcorn. I'm going to pass you guys back to the desk.
everybody, welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Yellow. We finally reached the second half here of this tournament, and I'm so excited for it. I know who else is excited. My amazing analysts here right on my left. I got the 7WG and Glitter Explosion. How are y'all feeling today?
I'm feeling great, man. We had maybe one of the best performances of one team throughout the whole PMGC. I'm excited to see if that team's going to keep it up. By the way, it's 4 Angry Men. How are you doing, Glitter?
Ooh, okay, all right. I am very excited. You mentioned 4 Angry Men, but we had lots of teams turn it around yesterday. We talked about how it's the halfway point, so they kind of had to start that momentum working in their favor because day 3, and this is where things are going to start to get real close. It's not set in stone yet, Jukes.
It isn't. It isn't. Anybody could take this, I think, today. Today's going to be one of the most important days. And speaking of important, guys, go inside the game right now, grab your PMGC token, and vote for who you think is going to take this whole thing here. And hopefully you can get some nice in-game rewards while you do it. And, of course, this wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors, Sony. Sony's Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also, got to give a big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Prime. Oh, actually, we're going to do our hotel partner, Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Now, of course, for our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. Guys, we have some amazing in-game items you guys can get from Prime Gaming. You can get some PUBG Mobile items as well as other Prime benefits. So go check out Prime Gaming today. Also, when you're in the game, try to pick one of those Maserati skins. Drive in style. It's going to be ending here December 31st. So you only have up until the end of the year to try to get it. And if you do, why don't you go ahead, take a screenshot, send it to us. And when you send it to us, make sure you hit that follow button as well. Make sure you use that hashtag PMGC 2022. Get that conversation going with everybody.
100%. I want to see some of those Maseratis on social media. Okay, I really like the blue one. Which one do you like, Glitter?
Oh, see, I was gonna say white, but that's fine because then we won't match. I'm okay with that.
How about you, Jukes?
Oh man, dude, I want all 3 of them. You know what I'm saying? I want them all. I want to be looking good in those Maseratis. I mean, I love all the different vehicle collaborations PUBG Mobile has done so far. I try to pick up every single one that I can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. Now, let's take a look here at the teams that are participating so far in this tournament. For everybody that's just possibly tuning in here for the first time, a lot of squads here. Pretty much any single one of these could really make something happen, especially here to day 7.
100%, and I think there's just so many teams that we can pick and choose, right? You heard me talk about 4 Angry Man. 98 points yesterday alone, an insane performance out of that team. But I'm going to also be looking at Geek Fam. I feel like this team has performed so well in regards to being able to frag out. I can't wait to see if they're going to continue to frag out. And the reason why they've been able to frag out a lot is because of this man right here, my God. He has been one of the most consistent players throughout this week. Day 1, he ended up with 16 elims. Day 2 with 14 elims, putting up a great performance for his team. And I also have to give a shout out to Tony K because those were the only 2 players that were actually able to get more than 10 elims per day. And then Jing Chen, that man had a pop-off performance yesterday, Glitter. He was able to put up 19 eliminations.
That's insane. That's insane. And now we're looking at the top 4 knocks here for our teams. And one thing I do need to point out is that all 4 of these teams up here are in our top 5. If you take out T2K, everybody else is going to be in the top 4. So right now, the top squads are really dominating these stats. I mean, 75 knockouts for IHC, which is actually crazy because IHC was not one of the squads that was really in the conversation before yesterday. They were kind of hanging out somewhere in the middle and really picked it up towards the end of yesterday and put themselves in such a decent spot. But so did so many other teams. I mean, we got to talk about the performances that we saw out of 4 Angry Men, out of Besiktas. I mean, they came out of nowhere and just absolutely popped off 7.
100% popped off. I mean, 4 Angry Men almost ended up getting that turkey chicken dinner, which is, in case you haven't been here, we've been talking about it. It's actually 3 wins in a row. They were able to, and what's crazier to me too, is the way that we're able to get the 2 chicken dinners back to back. I think up to 8 games that they had played. They had somewhere along the lines of 28 eliminations in 8 games. And in 2 games, Glitter, they were able to get 31 elims, and that's what I was mentioning Jin-chan, because he ended up with 19 elims in just one day, the best performance so far out of just one player in this group yellow. Now, you were talking about Besiktas too. We'll be able to get a chance to talk about them a little bit more, but that team was the second best team of day number 2, and I can't wait to see if they're going to continue with that today.
I really hope that the momentum works in their favor, Juice. I want to know what was your kind of standout team after the end of yesterday.
Oh, I mean, 4 Angry Men is one of those squads that just dominated so well. So as we take a look here at the overall rankings, they're in first place, so it's really hard to just deny them, you know. But IHC was another squad that I was keeping my eye on. I'm so glad we started today off with a nice interview with them, because I was looking forward to see what they are saying here. And I have a big feeling that this is going to be one of those sneaker squads, you know, one of those ones that we're not going to be talking about like crazy, but just have that pop-off ability and could just take this thing at the end here. Good.
And then one of the things to point out too is when we're looking at that top 3, the elims are very different when it comes to 4 AM and Geek Fam versus Besiktas. You can kind of see a massive play style difference in how aggressive the top 2 are versus the placement consistency out of Besiktas. And as we look at the bubble down here for 11th place, we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes on here, because talk about picking up the performance. Another squad that did that 7 was D Xavier, who started the day outside of that top 11 and then finished in 10th.
Yeah, that team was giving us a lot of questions, and I mean, you know what? I actually want you to break this down for me, Claire, before I talk about D Xavier even more.
Okay, we got to talk about this. Now, this is the points breakdown, and this is just from yesterday. Now, obviously, we've been talking about them a lot. Besiktas has an insane performance and pretty much only went up, with the exception of that small dip there in match number 10. Now, everybody else, we have to clarify this a little bit here, okay? 4 Angry Men only look like they fell off so hard because they did so freaking good all day that the last match, they got a 14th place finish, makes the rest of their performances kind of too high, and then they fall off a little bit. But overall, incredible bounce back for 4 Angry Men. Same thing with IHC, and then Geek Fam, even though they didn't do as well as they did the previous day, they were still very consistent.
Yeah, and then we have these 2 teams, I mean, that have been able to perform so well, especially in day 2. You can see the average eliminations actually going to IHC. There was a team that came in higher on the leaderboard. What's impressive, though, for me, is Besiktas actually started day 2 in 10th place, and they were able to make that big move up to 3rd place by being able to gather 82 points in just one day. If this team can continue with that kind of performances, that's going to be great. And going back to what we heard from the interview with IHC, I love that they are aware of what they need to improve on, right? It's going to be the last zone decision making, where they're willing to take fights, if they're going to be willing to rotate as well. I think a team that did that so well yesterday was 4 Angry Men. We heard it on their interview, how they were willing to take some risky rotations, whether it was in Sandhawk, where there was some splits in Erangel. Everything was working their way, and I'm going to be paying close attention to some of the rotations from all of these teams at the top.
Oof, this is going to be a close one. I have a feeling this is going to be one of the tightest groups that we've seen so far in PMGC, and it's just because, I mean, it looks just so even across the board. I don't think we've seen a real squad that just has that full-fledged consistency. Maybe 4 Angry Men, because I still think they can get a little shaky here and there. But you know what? I really want to talk about y'all's teams to watch here as we start off the day. You know, 7, let's see what your picks are. Of course, both of y'all got 4 Angry Men there on the list. So 7, why don't you break down all your squads?
You cannot not have 4 Angry Men on your list. This was a team that was actually underperforming on day 1. They came in day 2 and they decided to just shut a bunch of mouths with those back-to-back chicken dinners. And you mentioned it perfectly too during that point breakdown, Glitter. The reason why it looked like such a fell-off is because they didn't end up getting 15 or 16 eliminations like they did on the previous matches, which was just ridiculous. Now, I'm going to be looking at D Xavier. This was a team that was, I think, at one point in last place yesterday, and they were able to bounce back. They did finish off the day not in such a great note with a 9th place finish and 2 eliminations. But before that, they did get a chicken dinner, which was big. And it wasn't just like a chicken dinner with maybe 4 or 5 elims. It was a chicken dinner with 17 eliminations. And with IHC, I mean, we just heard what they said. They're confident in their playing style. They just need to narrow down their decision making towards the end of the circle, towards the end of the game, and I actually believe they're going to be able to do that, Glitter.
I agree. I think those are all great teams. Obviously, I'm on the same page with you when it comes to 4 Angry Men. I want to see that continued dominance because even on that points breakdown, we did see a little bit of yo-yoing out of some of those teams, and I want that to kind of plateau just a little bit, find a happy ground, and don't do these extreme up and downs. Besiktas, I kind of mentioned it when we were talking about the overall. They are placement point heavy in comparison to their other 2 teams in the top 3 with them. They're a little bit more passive. And while they have been wildly consistent, we do talk about the fact that as we kind of continue moving through this entire tournament, you need to nail down that aggression as well. Yes. I want to see a little bit more of that out of them. And then T2K got too quiet yesterday when we saw a really strong day 1 performance out of them. I want to see them bring it back here on the 3rd day.
Well, let's see it. Now is the time. It's ready for game number 1. Let's get it going. Everybody get some hype in the chat. And let's send it on over to our casters, Zute and Esproxy.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. You know, honestly, I feel like day 3 is my favorite day of the competition. Like in a 4-day span, right? Day 1, teams are warming up. Day 2, teams that really need to make a comeback, they start getting their stuff together. Day 2, we see the consistency out of teams. And then going into day 3, I think day 3 is like the grind. This is where teams are kind of pretty much, you know, playing at full force. And they're like just battling it out. And they're trying to set themselves up for day number 4. And I think day 3 is one of the most crucial days.
I mean, Glitter mentioned it yesterday. You don't want to be that team that is fighting for your position, that's fighting either to get yourself into the top 3, either to get yourself into the next survival stage. On the last day of play, we've seen absolute chaos happen on the last day of play. You want to set yourself in with the best possible safety net. Either that comes down in your foundation with points, that comes down to your momentum into that last day, but you have to set that standard now. You were talking about those buffer zones that these teams try and build up. That needs to happen here. That needs to happen today, because come back tomorrow and, well, the gloves are off. Now everyone is going to be pushing for that final bout of energy, that final bout of performance.
Yeah, tomorrow's obviously the most tense day for everyone, and it really changes things. A couple points in buffer zone could give the team, you know, just enough comfortability to not be nervous and have them like potentially mess up or like throw the matches completely, right? So like it all comes down first though to day 3, how they set themselves up for day number 4.
At the lovely, lovely flight path heading through from the north. For once, we're not looking at the west and the east here on Erangel. We're at least jumping to in a little bit of some Vernie and Stolber action. Some opportunities here for the likes of, I mean, a few of the teams that we were thinking about, you know, using that northern side, Besiktas, I mean, Tem Entertainment over to Jasnaya Poliana. Maybe we might be seeing Train to Kill heading towards Vernie. I am seeing the drop side going that way.
Yeah, 4 AM also dropping out in the north. No longer going to military base due to the flight path here. Seems like teams are getting somewhat of an even spread, but on the northeast, Stolber, we got 2 teams. We have Besiktas and Nongsham Red Sports. Both teams dropping in Stolber. That's new.
Feels a bit weird. Ooh, as if it's not new enough, we're already getting some of that early engagement. Nongsham actually at least picking up that elimination. So, I mean, Nongsham Red Force, this is the team we've been talking about. You know, we wanted to see more from them, and now they have that opportunity to, at the very least, start Erangel off on a fantastic footing.
Picking up the first elimination right there. Good start for them. They are, you know, currently in last place, so I don't know if this was a planned contested drop, but starting it off with 1 elimination is pretty good. Also, if you guys didn't know, well, before I finish that thought, we have some other hot drops going out here. Geek Fam, okay, we know this team is very, very aggressive and loves fighting in from the edge. This time, however, they're changing things up. They're fighting in at the start of the match on a hot drop. And it's all down to 1 player left from Game Wars. The other 2 on a buggy, driving off somewhere, probably to find weapons as, okay, well, this is not a standard start whatsoever.
I mean, yesterday it took us, what, 14 minutes on our first Erangel of the day to get some sort of action before we even started talking about our first elimination. Now, I mean, we're 2 minutes in and we've already dropped 3 players. But Zute, to finish off your thought earlier on, we saw early on that Captain Messi is joining PUBG Mobile Battlefield. So packed with Messi football icon sets, you can help you stand out on the battleground. You can go grab them in the PUBG Mobile now and just, fly that Argentina flag high.
All right, seems like things have somewhat calmed down. So, I mean, that plane path, honestly, of course, teams going towards the west will be a little bit more difficult. But honestly, there's so many different options for vehicle spawns. But I guess we just haven't really had a flight path this far to the east, like north to south. So teams were not necessarily prepared to be contested for vehicles off drop. And we almost saw 4 a.m. also get into a potential fight, 2 teams dropping very close to one another. Here we have IHC doing a little bit of a bridge camp. Speaking about bridge camp, we haven't even got to really talk about the zone. The zone is looking like it's going to be a military base very down far in the southwest. There's like maybe 30% of the zone on the main island. So that's why IHC already set up there. And that's also why we see Genesis Dogma doing a botation very early on, crossing right through, skipping past that IHC bridge camp.
Yeah, they learned from yesterday's Miramar Los Egos. They are reminded of that fact. They know what has to happen. And surprisingly, this group, not a stranger to the zone. We had this on day number 1, I believe, in one of our angles. So Geek Fam, they're going to be hot on the trigger, though, as unfortunately Damn Rude will be caught on out. Geek Fam trying to rotate in before D Xavier get the upper hand.
Nice little dodge out by Darude, but the rest of the team charging in, just getting met with a hail of bullets, and that is Geek Fam eliminated extremely early on. Honestly, that beginning little hot drop scuffle they had slowed down their rotation just enough for D Xavier to beat them to the punch, and feeling that pressure, they really wanted to take this position, obviously, to set up, a rotation into military base, also set up a potential bridge camp. So, I mean, they really wanted that spot just a tad too late, and D Xavier picking up 4 eliminations. That's Geek Fam out extremely early. One of the teams that we wanted to keep our eye out for today.
And here I thought we were going to be going back to day number 1 with the zone, with the way that everything has been happening, with these early drops, these early eliminations. But Geek Fam out, that spells a whole different storyline for them, at least for the start of today. Like we said, a lot of pressure on the 3rd day of play, a lot of opportunities to, tip things in your favor, tip the scales a little bit. So, hey, at the very least, we can now talk about D Xavier bringing in that energy. I mean, off of the, the substitute that they brought in yesterday, they immediately had that turnaround. It was beautiful. I mean, again, the super subs for IHC, now the super subs for D Xavier. What more can they bring through in this Erangel now that they also will be able to make a perfect rotation onto the military base island?
Yeah, this is looking really good for D Xavier right now. I mean, it's one thing to get across to the military base landmass, without losing a player, but it's another thing to pick up 4 eliminations, just really quickly, no problems. Yeah, casual.
Lucky.
Didn't even get a player knocked, right? And now they're on military base. If they wanted to, they could bridge camp on the other side, but it seems like they're just taking up a huge split position on the western side of the military base. Probably looking for more loot, honestly. They got to that position so fast that I doubt they had, all the loot that they wanted, scopes, armor, meds, all of that stuff still to be had. Meanwhile, let's take a look at which teams have managed to get onto military base so far. It's Train to Kill swimming across right now, right straight down the middle. IHC, of course, did land in Novo, and they're camping the bridge. Genesis Dogma, we saw, did that botation, and we have D Xavier and one more team. That last team that is on military base, the names are covering them up. Oh, Game Lords, right. Game Lords that lost 2 extremely early on. Yeah, only there as a 2-man team now.
Yeah, but they made the rotation. At the very least, hopefully they should be setting themselves up for that next phase. We'll have to wait and see what, of course, Wrangle has in store for us, as it's already started off on quite a severe note, going all the way from a northern drop site flight path and into a southern zone. So we can see Besiktas also up in a boat, making a lovely little bit of a sail onto hopefully the military base island, see where they come through, but they are still out in the blue, quite a quite a
Quite a
hefty
ways.
rotation for a few teams.
Yeah, that boat was what you just saw was passing by Milta Power. That should give you guys a decent idea how far away they are from military base, and they better have a couple gas cans because those boats chug gas very quickly.
It's going to be a tough rotation, that is for sure. We even see FaZe now running in from a very similar approach, really. They're just past Novo. They're coming through on the back southern portion of Military Base Island. So also a very long rotation for them. Tem Entertainment now taking that potential gamble towards that eastern bridge. We know there's a few teams that are going to be finding themselves here quite early on. Tem Entertainment maybe going to be looking for a little bit of a setup here. If they can hold off here, they might actually catch Falcons out as they're trying to make their rotation.
Yeah, and then even then, you have IHC still set up at the bridge on the eastern side. Oh, geez. That's a very southern shift.
Okay. Yeah, so, you know, we were talking about our superpower. Our superpower is ridiculous zones. That's it. This is proven. 3 days in a row, man. We're here.
The only reprieve these teams really have is that we've had a zone in down this far south the other day. So they at least have played a match against all these teams down here. The zone is a little bit more to the east than to the west. Last time it ended very far to the west on military base. This time it's a little bit shifted to the east. Genesis Dogma Gids finds themselves in a very strong split now. Curious to see if they continue to hold this split. As for so many other teams, still just making their way across the bridge. Rejects just made their way across the bridge for free on the western side. Eastern side definitely looking like a lot more scary for many of these teams. Falcon, Tem Entertainment, IHC still camping the bridge.
Yeah, we saw Tem Entertainment just giving a little bit of that welcoming package already. You know, with an opening knock onto one of the Falcon members, they've managed to obviously recover that. They're still up to their 4 members, and they're going to need all 4 of their members to fight through this. I mean, even if they do get past Tem Entertainment, it does look like IHG is still holding that other side of the bridge. You can see Tem Entertainment now making a little bit of that dash, trying to get some of that information out, see what is waiting for them on the other side of the bridge, and lo and behold, it is a looming threat of IHC. And right behind Tem Entertainment, there's Furious Gaming, there's Falcons. I mean, Longsham Red Force now making a rotation as well, but thankfully they should be heading towards more of a central point between the 2 bridges, maybe taking a swim across, maybe a rotation across Besiktas. Oh, what a rotation they've had to make. And GK Esports, hello. Botation as well.
Yeah, it seems like Botation is honestly the way to go. I have seen in previous PMGCs, teams will camp Botation. Speaking about camping out, DX Xavier right there with the DP in hand. He could very easily nail this boat down. I think he's set up there to camp out botations, but I've seen, like I was saying, previous PMGCs, teams have started to camp out those botations. If we see another military base and the teams do their VOD reviews and seeing how many teams are just taking boats now instead of driving across the bridge, yeah, it could be easy 3 points. Falcon. Oh, yeah, here we go.
There we go.
Was indeed camping for the botation, and what better weapon to do it with than a DP? Forced to abandon the boat. GK, at least they're in the zone, right? They're not going to be swimming in the blue. That's the worst feeling ever.
Absolutely, but still, I mean, the looming threat is that DP is just staring down to your position. So the moment you come up for air, you're just giving opportunities away. So speaking of that, Tem Entertainment right through the gauntlet. That is IHC on the other side of the bridge, holding that line already, grabbing 2. And that does look like Tem Entertainment are down to another 2, I believe. I couldn't see if there was a knock that actually came through as a confirmation, but either way, their days are looking a little numbered if they can't get those reses popped off.
Yeah. I mean, we saw last time military base, IHC will camp that bridge for like the longest time, so I'm surprised there's still this many teams trying to make it across the eastern bridge. Furious Gaming now coming on the backside will manage to pick up some points there. And yeah, Furious Gaming and Falcon now fight, all these teams fighting in the blue zone. IHC does not care. They're here to just cause problems for everybody.
I mean, absolutely. I guess they're taking a page out of Geek Fam's, playbook. I mean, if they are going to take these engagements, if they are going to start these fights, they should win them and they should get those, eliminations. But will that actually spell a potential for them to rotate? I'm already seeing a few of the IHC members actually jumping into their cars, but in the meanwhile, it's Falcons and Furious Gaming now trying to come to a conclusion, and that conclusion will be Furious Gaming down to 1, maybe 2 if they can get a res up, but Youssef closing that line. I don't think Milovan will be in this lobby for much longer, as Trigger will be the last remaining member here for Furious Gaming.
Nongshim, Red Force also coming into the fray now. They're probably thinking, dude, we came all the way from Stalbert. Why are you guys still here? What's the holdup? What's going on here? And of course, it's all to blame on IHC. IHC basically just caused a huge traffic jam for all of these teams. Now they're just forced to kind of fight each other deep in the blue. Besiktas, one of them getting knocked. That's actually FaZe doing some botation camping out way down on the southeastern side. And 4 a.m. about to cross the bridge on the west just now. Here comes the rotation in. Yeah, teams are now just like, okay, let's just stop fighting. Let's just try and make it across the bridge. And the drive-by by Dooms with the Vector getting a knock. Very nice stuff from Nosham Red Force.
Rejects, though, finding at least 1 here from Genesis Dogma Gids, and they're going to be looking for a very quick potential confirmation. Genesis Dogma, immediate change up from them. They're trying to make this rotation, but unfortunately, this rotation to help out their teammates is out in the open. So I like the thought, but that execution just wasn't there as an opportunity. That timing not really working out in their favor, even though they are trying to close that gap. Meanwhile, Furious Gaming closing the gap immediately towards one of the members here from Falcons. And this is basically a 1v1, as Never Alone is one of the only standing members of Falcons. Genesis Dogma still experiencing that pressure here from Rejects.
Ooh, Falcons Never Alone ends up taking that 1v1 up to 4 elimination. Yeah, Genesis Dogma was the first team, or not the first team, but they had central position very early on. I even questioned, are they going to continue holding that split? They are, but they're not playing it correctly whatsoever. They're just getting picked apart, doing more than they know what they can do. 10-minute teammate smashing in, going for that trade to help out his teammate, and the drop shot is good. The Vector coming out on top. Nongshim Red Force, 5 eliminations, and they'll be able to get that revive up to a full force of 4. Nongshim Red Force coming in swinging today on the 3rd day. Might be too late though, because they are in 16th place. However, if they keep this up throughout the entirety of today, hey, they can make it through to that survival stage easy peasy.
IHC, we were talking about the shenanigans that they just brought in on that bridge, and they got away with it. Not only did they cause that traffic jam, but they actually pulled out. They disengaged at the perfect timing, managing to make that rotation into zone. Of course, right in the crosshairs here of 4 angry men holding quite a close to center position. Right behind them, we obviously do see Rejects just off of the bat of that engagement with Genesis Dogma. Now, Nongshim Red Force and FaZe. Nongshim running that 2-2 split. So there's only 2 members here from Nongshim Red Force up against the entire squad of FaZe Clan to contend with. I'd want to get up. I'd want to run.
This area of the map, definitely first time for me seeing this coming into play competitive-wise. This Harbor Pier, one of the newer additions onto Erangel. They have no idea Nongshim Red Force is here, however. See Satan making some movement. They should know now. Yeah, grenades in hand. Tony K also with a grenade in hand. Here comes the rest of Nongshim Red Force. Took them a while, but backup has finally arrived. A little 1v1, a nade grenade. Throws it to the left. Gets one player down really low, but Tony K from the other side will get the knock using their numbers right there, taking advantage, isolating the 1 player. Now Nongshim Red Force down to 2. Dooms also taken down. Nongshim Red Force playing a little bit too split up from each other. Meanwhile, FaZe, on the other hand, coming in together as a 3-man group. Definitely getting the advantage over Nongshim Red Force.
What's crazy here is, all of that work that they've done to get into the situation. It's actually Genesis Dogma Gids that picked up one of those eliminations onto Dooms, I believe. Now, reduced down to only 2, as they still have to contend with a FaZe Clan, the entirety of FaZe Clan. And as to make matters worse, we do have Sun HP on, well, a sliver of HP, but still making an appearance. Ventores would have spotted that one out. And I do not think Stone HP actually has time to even pop off a medkit here. Just has to run on in right through the containers. Ventoria is already providing that space, giving that confirmation and information to this team. And bam, Train to Kill. Don't even allow FaZe Clan to do anything with that.
Ventoras didn't know that that player was 1 HP. That's why he was playing it so careful. He knows he's isolated from the rest of his team. It would suck for him to lose that 1v1 and get taken down when his teammates are so close by. So, well played for Ventoras, but yeah, Train to Kill actually was a team to come in and nab that elimination point. Yeah. 4AM with another really good rotation. This was the team coming in very late from the bridge on the western side. The last team, I'd have to say, coming in from the bridge on the western side, and they find themselves in a nice little pocket position in front of many teams that were on the military base way earlier on. So 4AM's rotation still coming into play. Next zone shifts on out. Rejects right in the middle, holding the compound down. Definitely one of the strongest positions now, giving the new circle.
I was going to say, just absolutely zone blessed, and what an opportunity now for Rejects to bring something home on that first wrangle. I mean, momentum play just on a silver platter if they can actually capitalize off of this opportunity. FaZe Clan, in the meanwhile, have taken a dip in the water, trying to swim across that coastal line. Genesis Dogma Gids here will be spotting out all of those, bobbing heads in the water, looking for air. Opportunities lying in wait. If they can pick up a few of those eliminations, this is one of the best opportunities to do so, and they need to do so. As soon as FaZe Clan hits the ground, as soon as their feet manage to get that foothold, it might be over for Genesis.
Nongshim, Red Force, playing so cautious. They still think FaZe is there. FaZe, meanwhile, taking a hail of bullets. What is FaZe's plan? I think FaZe is actually trying to keep... They're going to keep swimming. They're trying to get all the way to... right beneath the rocks. Maybe there's a spot that they could climb up there that they're planning on. They did lose one, or leave one player in the back to make sure Nongshim Red Force does not backstab them. Lycan missing a few shots, but he's doing a good job of pressuring. Meanwhile, Alan, the fisherman, that's already 2 for him. And here comes Nongshim Red Force swinging right in front of Alan. Alan putting in work right now for his team. Nade in hand, should be good. Sporta forced to push him, seeing as how he's got that nade, throws it right in his face, but he got him down to 1 HP, and his teammate from Nongshim Red Force, Nongshim Red, looks like they were in such a huge, just trouble in that 2v4 against FaZe, but they actually come out on top, and they will get the land positioning over FaZe.
I don't even know what actually, caused FaZe to actually make that rotation in. And if they were in a 2v4, they would have known that they took out those 2 players from Nongshim Red Force. Obviously, one of them being a third party, but I don't know. I didn't actually get to see why they made that decision. But either way, that is going to relegate FaZe down to only 2 players now. As Vivo Key move on into 4 Angry Men. They are done with the Valley of Doom and Death that 4 Angry Men were planning to set up here. It is going to be theirs, moving in from that high top, having such a good line of sight onto all of the members of 4 Angry Men and, well, a few others mixed in between. They should be able to get a few great eliminations here.
Yeah, 4AM just now sandwiched between everybody. Vivo Key, Game Lords right there, and then also the team of IHC knocking at the door. They got to be careful. Vivo Key definitely in the best position here. They have the whole entire northern side to themselves at one sloping ridgeline. Full control. They even took some shots at Game Lord. Train to Kill also in a similar position. Full control of the eastern side. Able to keep a lot of these teams pinned down. How well can 4AM survive up there? FaZe, they had 4. I don't know. I don't understand. I gotta agree with you. Why would they all try and just swim to the rocks? There was only one player out of Genesis Dogma that was suppressing them. If there were more players, they would be able to tell based on the firepower. So they could have just, 4v1 that. Also, they left their cars in the back. Nongshim Red Force had a car that FaZe ran by. So very questionable pace.
Just weirdness all around. We've got a fantastic zone, but it is a weird zone. It's weird to see these teams in this kind of situation. 4 Angry Men, yeah, talk about weird. Here they are now losing numbers 1 after 1, down to only 1. That is now 0. Vivo Keyed moving on in from the high top, looking absolutely stellar. They should be able to get those numbers back up to 4 before they move on in. And again, from that northern position, now that 4 Angry Men are gone, They're one of the only teams making that rotation in zone, but they still have to contest with all of the stragglers making those rotations.
IHC also eliminated in similar fashion to 4 AM. Both teams just caught in the crossfires of too many teams. Now Train to Kill with full dominance on the eastern side. Vivo Key taking control of the north. The circle did shift north, so it came off of those rock ridges down towards the south. Working out for the Rejects team. Rejects up to 4 eliminations. Does not seem like any team is going to be able to full push them. Actually, Xavier could potentially decide to crash here. They have vehicles. They have 3 players. It's going to be a tough crash, especially on the back of a buggy.
Ooh, Train to Kill now. They've been quiet. We've seen them pick up an elimination here or there, maybe just sneaking in a third party, but whichever way you want to look at it, both themselves and Xavier currently riding high with the eliminations. 7 for Train to Kill, 8 for Xavier, and Rejects in center with fantastic positioning and compound and hard cover with 5 eliminations. So these teams, they are really stepping it up and laying down a fantastic high bar here. Now Nongshim Red Force reduced to 1 sporter, moving on in, trying to fight up against the likes of Xavier, who seem to just be on a tear, Zute.
Yeah, Xavier not electing to crash at the compound, which is probably a good idea. There's no cover that they could use to drive towards the compound to crash, so they'll be taking bullets the whole way through. Nongshim Red trying to change positions, but it's a little bit too late. Xavier is going to be pinned down, though. I think that ridge is just elevated slightly enough to stay out of sight lines completely if they stay prone against the Rejects. So they'll be able to survive 1 more circle, potentially.
GK Esports also now. Ooh, Satan out in the open, going to be dropping to the ground. Not sure if they are aware which direction the danger's coming from here, but they are definitely out in the open. An opportunity here for Rejects potentially to take them out. Again, all of this action, all of the teams we are focusing on, we forget 2 very important aspects. Here they are, Train to Kill and Vivo Keat coming in from the northern side. Could be the backstab to Rejects, could be the backstab to each other, but GK Esports now finding some success over towards the side of Xavier, picking up at least the initial knock and that confirmation.
The slight decline in land right there on the edge is really keeping both teams out of Xavier and GK alive from the Rejects. Not able to fully see them, but that zone does not help out. The zone shifts north once again, meaning the 2 teams on the south, GK and Xavier, will have to make a play. GK Satan trying to make a play, swing out to the north side, but the north side is fully dominated and controlled by the team of Vivo Keed there. Vivo Keed now finding themselves in an even better position. Rejects very likely potential to lose the zone, and they'd have to move out of their compound. We'll see how the zone plays out in the next couple of minutes here. Coming down to 5 teams, Train to Kill. They're the next 4-man team that has to make a play. They either take Vivo Keed on the north or they take the crash against the Rejects. And it seems like most of them looking towards the Reject side. So we'll see which way they push very shortly.
Train to Kill, they have been slowly but surely just applying that pressure towards Vivo Keed. Ultimately, Vivo Keed right now feeling very comfortable for me alongside the Rejects, who have been a bit quiet, but here we go. Vivo Keed now finding Train to Kill, reducing from down to 3 almost immediately. Train to Kill now feeling pressure from Rejects. All of a sudden, Train to Kill in the crossfire of 2 full-man teams, and no opportunity for them to do anything. The zone has pushed them out of cover.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Oh, done.
Yeah.
Finished.
That was as free as can be. I think Train to Kill, I think they lost their vehicles earlier when they were fighting, which just didn't leave them with much options. But yeah, Rejects. This is looking like the Miramar game they had, where they swam across first, got to the hard compound, and just took free shots at everybody trying to come into the zone. Rejects definitely playing big right now. 10 eliminations. Justice alone has 7. This guy has been the one pretty much racking up all the points for this match so far. But how well are they going to do if they lose a zone? Because they've been getting, like I said, easy pickings so far. But if they have to be contested, might be a different story. Next zone shifts on out. Both teams get the circle. heading into the 9th zone, I think it just closes on into the center, giving the Rejects the slight advantage, I'd have to say. vivoKid is going to have to push out into the open first before the Rejects teams do, but don't forget about Hope, the last one up for GK. He could spoil either team here.
I mean, you want to talk about solo unlucky feelings here. GK, Hope, the only member that is not having some opportunity into this next phase, will have to snake it on into the grasses, will have to close that gap against the two teams that are currently looking and feeling fantastic. Rejects, absolutely. It's just been like a candy store for them. They've had to pretty much just look 360, whichever way they want to look at, and pick up those eliminations immediately up to 10. And vivoKid, they have been fighting here towards that ridgeline, slowly but surely moving a little bit more towards that western side. As they shift, they should be able to find Hope. We can already see a few crosshairs heading to that direction. Hope in a potential dangerous position here. In a matter of moments, as soon as that zone moves, it could be all it ends for GK Esports.
Zone is slowly starting to close in. Ooh, Adrian has an idea. They did take down one of GK earlier, so they have in their mind. Plus, with 9 remaining, they could assume this compound with the amount of gunfire that's been coming here. This is a 4-man squad. So, yep, there we go. Adrian, ever so aware, takes down the solo of GK. GK finishes this match in 3rd place. Now we come down to the 4v4. This circle, for now, is going to be stalemated. The next one is going to slowly push both teams into the open, but of course Rejects have the advantage here. They could use that wall side for a little bit longer. vivoKid, I don't remember seeing too many smokes being laid down by them. They should have a lot of smoke still to stall out the time to make their advance closer to this compound. Rejects actually getting into vehicles, maybe just to set up for a potential play. Not necessarily going to be leaving their walls just yet. 2 players getting into vehicles. Rejects, 1 player Ragey set up against the wall. Adrian takes some shots, goes down into the play zone. 4v3 situation. 3 players actually looking like they're going to be using the vehicles. So setting up forward positions, probably going to decide to use the tree. So kind of aggressive here. This could potentially go bad for them, but nice little bait. The cover fire is good, and now Rejects is going to fully execute this push and really pincer on vivoKid here. I didn't expect the Rejects to get this aggressive, but it is working out for them. They're not even going to give vivoKid a chance to make it across the road. They're going to just pen them now.
Oh, the nades. The nades are just so bombardic. I mean, Rejects moving in with the superior utility, the superior plan to the perfect execution for them to pick up that winner-winner chicken dinner. And that is a Rejects that we have been missing. This is a Rejects we have been waiting for. We were talking about them, the premier team coming through from Japan, making their region proud with this performance to start out day number 3.
Their performance is so up and down, though. I'm taking a look at the history of the Rejects performances, right? 16th place, 15th place, 9th place, and then there's a couple more of those bad performances, but then you get the 2nd place finish on day 1 with 12 eliminations, and then yesterday you get the 1st place finish with 20 eliminations. It's definitely good for them, though, to start off the day strong with that chicken, but it's like they made one extremely good rotation, and to be fair, they got gifted the zone, and they got gifted many eliminations similar to that Miramar game. I want to see a Rejects game where they really fight their way in and, you know, kind of earn that chicken, because then it shows they could do it regardless of how the zone shifts. I think this chicken is going to be really good for them, though, to for sure, almost, not for sure, but really keep them in that survival stage area. But if they could start winning these games without getting the circles, because let's be honest, you're not going to get the circles like that very often, then I would say they could be a top 3 contending team and then make it straight to the finals.
I mean, even those final moments with vivoKid, they had next to no utility to actually help them out in that situation.
Yeah, vivoKid, okay, they used 22 smokes, so that explains the lack of smokes, which worked out for the Rejects team. They actually took the fight to vivoKid, playing aggressive at the very end and getting the chicken.
It's the Rejects busting out the first chicken dinner here today in the PMGC Group Yellow. Day number 3. Vivo Keed coming up in second place, and D Xavier starting off strong today. How do you feel about D Xavier's confidence starting off 7?
Very, very happy. That was one of my teams to watch. I was excited to see how they were going to be starting out the day, and it makes me happy to see them here at least in top 3 in regards to just points alone. For them to be able to put up 9 eliminations is really good. And another team that I do have to call out is going to be GK Esports. I mean, they were able to secure a 3rd place finish, but you can see in the eliminations right there, one is not like the other. They were only able to get just 1 elimination, and that's just not going to cut it, Glitter.
Absolutely. And I mean, not only that, but we saw some of these teams, obviously, like Jukes said, Vivo Keed, even T2K, with a really good amount of elims kind of bringing themselves back into the conversation here when it comes to talking about our top teams. But now we also have top performers here. It's going to be from Reject. We've got Justice here with the 7 elims, almost 1k damage. And then moving on down the list, we actually have so many teams we have not gotten a chance to talk about yet. We've got Nongshim Red Force up here with Dooms and 2 players 7. 2 from D Xavier. What is going on today?
There's a reason why D Xavier was one of, I would say, maybe everybody's favorite to actually end up top 3 in this group. They didn't really show it in day 1. Yesterday, they started showcasing it. Right now, they're starting to showcase it super early on. I'm hoping this trend continues, okay, D Xavier? I don't want you to die down from this momentum that you guys are truly carrying.
This is going to be excited. Really excited. I've been seeing teams that we saw struggle a little earlier starting to bust out some chicken dinners right off the rip. This is going to make things spicy coming up towards the end. You guys still have some time to go vote inside of the game for which is one of your favorite teams. So far, nothing has changed. It's been the same leaderboard for quite a while here. Hopefully we can have one of these teams from Group Yellow, hey, start making a little bit of disruption here, just like D Xavier did some of these other squads in match number 1. Match number 2 is going to be coming up here shortly, and Miramar is coming up 7. And I know you're excited for some Miramar action.
I definitely am. I mean, we've seen, by the way, Reject yesterday put up maybe the highest eliminations that we have seen in Miramar. I want to see some, I know you want to see some crazy circles in Miramar, Glitter.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually am really excited to see, because they kind of did this yesterday too. I think a couple of the teams that actually did well in this first Aragon match of the day did this yesterday. Reject did well. They got 3rd place in the first Aragon match of the day. Then, like you're saying, we went into Miramar and had a 20 elim chicken dinner, but then quiet for the rest of the day. T2K was one of my teams to watch. They actually won the first Aragon match yesterday, and then this one they still did really well. They got 7 elims and still had a top 5 finish, then got really quiet. We're looking for that consistency, Jukes.
I'm looking for it indeed. Let's see how consistent some of these teams have been as we take a look at the overall rankings. Ooh. T2K, all right, moving all the way up to 3rd place here. Besiktas moving on down. And Rejects jumping all the way up to 7, tying GK7. How do you feel about that?
I mean, Reject being able to just move up 1 spot up to 7th place, being able to tie, that's very important, because it's not just tying with GK, it's also getting very, very close to all those teams all the way up to 3rd place. And then when we go to 2nd page here, I'm actually interested to see what GameLore was able to do. Okay, they were at least able to get 2 extra points, but you can see all the other teams, I mean, from 15 to 11, Glitter, everything is just separated by 11 points. And we know, I mean, D Xavier showed it yesterday, we know these teams can definitely get that in one match.
And what's actually really impressive too, when we're looking at D Xavier and Vivo Keed, is the fact that they were only separated by 1 point heading into this match. Now they're separated by 3, which means both of those squads performed in the match where they needed to. They're matching each other right now, trying to make sure they're staying close in the standings, because, like you're saying, we've seen how easily one squad can just kind of run away with a lead off of one really solid chicken dinner. So right now, D Xavier's doing a great job with their pacing.
Especially some of the chicken dinners we've seen here in this tournament, at least in Group Yellow. I mean, it seems like we see a team really struggle, and then all of a sudden they bust out, you know, a 20 elimination chicken dinner, 35 points, and just massively swing up this leaderboard. And I guarantee you that's going to be some of the strategies for these teams like Vivo Keed, And for them to put up some decent points at the start, you know that's going to be just so solid for their overall just mental health here. You know, just saying, okay, we got that confidence. We can put up some points on the board. Let's just continue to play their own game. Now, out of all the disruption that we've seen so far, Miramar is a whole different map. So I kind of want to ask y'all, who do you think is going to be the biggest disruptor for this Miramar match as we go into y'all's teams to watch?
My biggest disruptor is actually not on my teams to watch. I'll tell you which one after I tell you about my teams to watch. First of all, Reject, I mean, you kind of had to pick them after what they were able to do yesterday with that 20 elimination win. And I do want to point out, they didn't just get blessed by the zone. Yeah, they did get blessed by the zone a little bit, but they were able to clear a compound earlier in the previous match in Erangel from a different team. I mean, they were able to do that perfectly too. They were able to just go in. They were decisive on what they wanted to do as well. Same with 4 Angry Men, but that's another case. Furious Gaming, a team that I've been following, Glitter. You know how I feel about them. I'm hoping that they can at least start waking up here. They're allowing some of the other teams that are below the 11th place get a little bit too close for comfort. And Geek Fam, they were able to start off hot with those 2 eliminations from Game Lore, but ultimately it ended up backfiring as they were not expecting the Savior to push down on them.
Yeah, clearly Geek Fam is up here for me as well. I mean, right now, first place on day 1, second place on day 2. I don't want to see a third place on day 3. Okay, they need to kind of bring that trend back upward. Like you said, they started with some strong elims. I want to see more of that throughout the day. Xavier, right now, kind of unstoppable. I'm loving that we're watching one of those teams fight their way up from, like you said, at the very bottom at one point in this competition, now moving their way up into the top 11. And then, of course, I talked about them a little bit already. T2K, they did a good job in taking the opportunity of Besiktas's poor performance to jump above them in the overall standings, but now they need to continue picking up that aggression.
You were talking about disruptors, Besiktas.
Yes.
That's who I think is going to be a disruptor here in this
I'm going to ask that same question to our casters. Let's see who they think is going to disrupt this Miramar match as we send it on over to them.
As far as disruptors go, I gotta go with Xavier, because yesterday on that Miramar match, they got their sub in and they got a chicken dinner with a lot of eliminations. And if I had to pick one more outside of Xavier, for me, it would be IHC, because that last yesterday on Miramar, they had 4 up the entire time, and instead of going very explosive at the very end, they kind of just try to edge into zone and got slowly pieced apart. What are your thoughts on this Miramar match? Who's going to be the team that you feel like might disrupt things?
You took the name right out of my mouth. IHC for me have been the jesters of Miramar so far. They've been the jesters of Erangel, you know, with those bridge cams, bringing in all of those traffic jams. They have just been causing chaos. Will they be able to do the same on Miramar?
We'll see very shortly. We're heading into the Miramar match right now. IHC, I feel like as good as they are, if they could maybe tweak their rotation priority just a little bit, right? Just a little bit. I understand they're a team that likes to fight their way in, right? They like staying on the edge. They like, you know, playing, you know, more aggressive. But I feel like they miss out on some opportunities, you know, here and there by, you know, deciding not to rotate and just, you know, camping or fighting teams. Like, sometimes you have to just take the advantage of making that rotation, and then towards the late game, you could always do the fighting later on.
I agree with you. Just a tad sooner, just moving in, disengaging a little bit sooner. I mean, that execution on Erangel, it worked out for them pretty well. But if they had gone sooner, then I feel like they would have been able to set themselves up better within that next phase. They would have been able to have more cover, more, you know, potential options in the next zone, and we could have seen a different result from them. But either way, I mean, they caused havoc, which I love. I love when a team just makes it so much harder for everybody else and just gives them some opportunities. So we'll see here over towards Miramar, which in terms of flight path, wow, we've got like a very northeasternly flight path all the way to a bit more of that southwestern portion. Fairly, I would say, nice. That is until we think about that zone heading all the way north. I mean, we've got water treatment, El Pozo, La Cabrera, all involved in that next zone.
Yeah, that's very, very north of a circle right there. This should be a slower start though, as compared to that Herringo game we just had. Herringo, we start off with some like a hot drop with Geek, and then all a Geek fan, by the way, we didn't talk much about last game because they were the first team taken out. They tried to get that bridge compound early on, and it was actually D Xavier that just came in a little bit earlier and just instantly wiped the squad. So we'll see how teams decide to rotate here. Of course, no hard rotations needing to be made this early on. There's no military base in play. There's no Los Higos, more importantly, right? The military base of Miramar, which would be... Actually, the military base of Miramar would be Minas del Sur. It's almost kind of like a military base. Have you ever been down there? The compounds?
I have.
Yeah,
I have.
The compounds
Over towards
down there?
prison as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's definitely interesting, but I wouldn't think a zone goes there ever.
No. It's very militaristic-esque, though, the compounds, the way it's like laid out down there. But we're not going to see that. Not today. I mean, we saw something even better yesterday. Los Higos... Yeah, but imagine a zone ending in prison on Miramar.
Ooh.
Like inside the prison building, like...
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's chaos, man. It's like that potential shelter finish on Erangel. Like, it just would have been weird. I mean, I feel like shelter on Erangel is even more normal than prison on Miramar.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
We don't even talk about prison on Miramar in terms of like, potential drop sites. Like, we never mention the word. We never mention the drop site. It's like... Talking about ruins and trailer park on Miramar as well, they're just so out of the way that they generally just don't get a mention. But here we have an opportunity to see the teams up into the north, see what they can bring for. And I mean, we had, like the likes of Rejects and of course, I believe that was Tem Entertainment moving into Los Leones, but they're keeping their distance. They're keeping their buffer zone. They're trying to hold it tight. This is what we were expecting on Erangel based off yesterday's Erangel. Something more calm, collected, looking at the rotations, looking at how they can set themselves up best for that next phase.
Rightly so. Taking a look at the minimap, no teams have rotated just yet. Of course, we're not even 5 minutes into the match. Game Lord, very center of this zone. Of course, that is where they decided to start looting from, right there at Minas del Sur. We do see a Falcon team doing a split loot right around them to the northeast, also very centralized. There's a lot of different high ground positions to be taken up here in this first circle, but each high ground position I feel like controls their own little pocket, which can easily not be relevant whatsoever depending on the next circle shift. This first circle keeping a lot of dynamic playing options for many of these teams, and it's like it's a question mark circle. Where is this zone going to go? How is this match going to shape out here for everyone? And one shift, even from zone 1 into zone 2, could create a lot of chaos, because if the circle shifts past the high ground where teams have to start navigating, north, or even from north down to south, it all of a sudden makes rotations extremely difficult very early on for everyone.
I mean, just looking at the potential, right, of heading all the way north on a Miramar, heading into a little bit of that waterous, beautiful terrain there, a little paradise opportunity for some of these teams, but what a chaos zone it would be. I mean, you can see most of the teams, they're not really going past, I would say, creative fields right now. We do have Geek Fam who have taken a little bit more of an eastern approach into the zone. They might be heading towards Torre Ahumada and have an opportunity to do a little bit of looting there. But other than that, we're not even seeing a team like really heading to La Cobreria. So they're still keeping it south. They're still waiting. I think that yesterday, Miramar, the PTSD we were talking about, when it was looking north and it was looking good, and then it hit all the way to the southern part of Los Higos. Even then more south than Los Higos, we went to the southern part of Los Higos. So
yeah,
teams have a bit of PTSD, and they're just going to be playing it safe for now.
Falcons here rotating in from the eastern side, right past water treatment. We have a solo Falcon player here taking some shots. This was the split that the Falcons were holding down. They're going to play more on the northern half of, well, just a little bit north of the center, in a really strong position, of course. This is one of those high ground positions that control a lot of traffic and sight lines. Of course, if it goes to the west, all those sight lines are for naught because there's another giant mountain just to the west of their position that completely blocks, all sight lines of anything that way. See Fury's gaming here, rotating him deep in from the southeast. A lot of teams will be coming in late here because the circle was pretty far up north. FaZe with a pretty decent rotation out of Picado. Picado, one of the main advantages here is that no matter where the first circle is, you do have a way into the first circle without having to worry being too late.
I mean, some great opportunities here. There's only a handful of teams that aren't really pretty safe within this first zone. I mean, I'm looking at Furious Gaming. We're still looking at Tame Entertainment, who've made quite a late rotation from Los Leones. Rejects, who also moved from Los Leones, already there towards Picado. So they've done a pretty early rotation to make sure that they, won't be caught out, which I like. I think it's a good time now to get that movement going. Rest of the teams like Nongshim Red Force, going to be very interested to see where they end up, because we do have Genesis Dogma Gids right up ahead of them, who head up from that Bel Del Mar area. Well, it's very interesting opportunities here for some of the teams. We even see Geek Fam still heading a bit more north. And for Geek Fams particularly, I mean, Glissa mentioned that we don't want to see them drop down to third. So this engagement now, with that potential engagement now with Train to Kill, it needs to go well for them. They need to execute this perfectly.
I don't think it'll be a full-out fight, though. Might be a little probing here and there to see if they could get a nade or a util knock. But for now, the next circle, well, I definitely don't think they're going to go for an engagement now, because they get a very nice circle. This is what I was talking about. The first circle, with the way everything is laid out, there's a lot of question marks on a lot of teams, because the second circle can instantly change the dynamic of the entire game. And with that second circle shift, now teams will finally get a decent idea of what positions to play from in order for them to, hopscotch their way into subsequent circle shifts. We are far into the northeast. There is now only probably 2 high mountaintops that is very strong, and teams will already start taking engagements, making their rotations in. Falcon, one of the Falcon players gets knocked. Supporting sightline from the top should be there. Yeah, I was waiting for it. Venturas, not sure why he decided to heal right there wide in the open. Sure, he wasn't 100% knowledgeable of where the Falcon players are, but if you catch a single player out here early on, right, at this compound, chances are the rest of the team is split across the high hills. So Venturas going down for no real reason there. FaZe making a lot of blunders. I think they made a huge blunder game 1 when they had 4 players and all of them decided to swim rather than taking the vehicle or fighting their way in. And right there, Venturas, a nice strong opening, but then not running into the building for the heal, just staying in the opening, he gets picked off.
It literally just feels like I'm looking at a bunch of question marks all over my screen right now, because like you mentioned, at Wrangle, I was like, what? Did we miss something? Did another team move on in? Why are we seeing this side of FaZe? Now, also, it's a little bit precarious, but there is still that opportunity for FaZe to just tighten things up. They still have 3 players alive. They can still head on forward. They're in a very good position for the time being, but the looming threat here is that we're going to see most of those rotations moving in from the southwestern portion. Naturally so, because of just the way that the teams were making rotations. We had a few teams going west to try and get to the northern side, and now Game Lords finding Falcons here, because why not? They're coming through from the south. It is expected at this point that they're going to be running into team after team after team. And right behind Falcons, it is, of course, FaZe, who now need to get some information, now need to decide how they want to handle this. Falcons, for the time being, will be pinned down, and right now, not looking great.
Yeah, really good nade out of Robs there, almost getting the knock onto the next Falcon player, and gets the confirmation. And with that confirmation, FaZe 100% knows Falcon right next door to them is getting siege. Falcon lost 1 player earlier on. FaZe could decide to third party this potentially. Wouldn't be a bad idea. But then again, FaZe did lose 1 player. If they still had 4 up, they'd probably feel a lot more comfortable sending 1 or 2 players up to that hillside. So just take a look. Game Lords smelling the weakness right there. They'll push a little bit aggressive, get that finish right there, get your points whenever you can. Next circle comes out, goes once again to the east. Now Besiktas find themselves on top of the highest of high grounds with 4 players. That position's really strong as far as staying alive goes, because teams have a really hard time pushing up there. But as far as sightlines goes, it's not the easiest position to hold to get eliminations.
I mean, Tem Entertainment just going down in the valley right alongside them, potentially heading up into the northern side. They might not really have that opportunity to head through into Tem Entertainment's direction just because of the way that the line of sight will be working, but we'll have to keep an eye out on the elimination feed to see if anything will come from that. In the meanwhile, FaZe Clan making their rotation, they've made their decision, and their decisions have led them into this position here with GK Esports. Now 1 down, already 1 has been confirmed earlier on, so FaZe up in a 2v3, at least for the time being, as 4th comes in. Oh, it's not looking good. How is this happening, FaZe? We say goodbye to them as the first team.
GK with a really strong defense, though. The support was instantly there. First player just had to stall a little bit. Of course, getting the opening knock did really help him out. But within seconds, the rest of the team came down from that high ground to help out, so that's great to see. IHC, meanwhile, well, this is what they like, right? Fighting in from the edge, fighting in from the blue zone on the northwestern side. They do have quite a few teams in front of them. It might get tricky because right on the edge, right on the cusp of the zone on the northwest is all high ground. So they're going to be doing an uphill battle pretty much if they want to break into the zone.
Yusuf, what a mission right up ahead of them. Game Lords just feeling good, looking good. I mean, they are just heading into every single engagement, and now they have Vivo Keyed up ahead of them on the next potential chopping block here. A few shots have already been exchanged. Game Lords, they have this information. Vivo Keyed readjusting, seeing if they can get another line of sight. We'll be interested to see if they do take a full disengagement. We have at least 1 from Vivo Keyed making that dash on through. Cielo will be left on the hilltop, keeping an eye out on Game Lords. It does look like Vivo Keyed might circle back here for the 2-2 split.
I think they're just wrapping around there, trying to get some supporting sightlines. Game Lord actually got a very nice knock. Are they going to play aggressive off it? It doesn't look like it. They are getting kind of closer. They're going to stop at the ridgeline, which is in zone, which is a good place to stop. Of course, Cielo with a nice position to support, but it's quickly covering the blue. They still have to deal with this Falcons player. Hopefully, they don't get knocked here. Oh, 1 player does get knocked, and it is Vivo Keyed that did the knock. Yeah, Vivo Keyed now going to pressure this in. Game Lord, all of a sudden, looking like they had the priority of the zone to looking like they are going to be the priority of Vivo Keyed for elimination points. Victor, last one up, and he will go down. Vivo Keyed, off of the 2 players sitting up in the blue to tank that damage, getting the opening. That was actually so crucial. Nice little gamble play by Vivo Keyed, and it worked out perfectly for them.
That's what I was saying, that 2-2 split. I thought they were prioritizing some information, some sort of a scouting path into the zone, but then they circled back, almost looking like, no, they are investing into this engagement. They are investing into taking Game Lords back into the lobby. And, well, it's paid out in dividends. Now, rotations for them up into the zone. We can see it has just pretty much centered on up. We still have Rejects bound in the center. Besiktas, massive opportunity for them. Tem Entertainment is closing the gap between themselves and Besiktas just little by little. So I'm expecting a little bit of a potential engagement there. Meanwhile, IHC up against D Xavier now, trying to find the opening shots, trying to find those opening angles and see how we might start this engagement, or if they have a pathing around.
Seems like they're going to just continue to wrap in from the north right now, managing to break into the high ground. The team that was in front of them, which was Geek Fam, I believe, did go down to the low ground to a stronger, more central position and in a very good compound. So IHC will have the high ground to work with, uncontested. Ooh. GK, meanwhile, still just playing so strong from this position. Vivo Keyed, yeah, not much they could do right there. They had to go from the high ground into the dip, trying to make it to the compounds, but GK has different to say. Nongshim Red, very close by, gets a knock with the Molotov. Will this Nongshim Red play more aggressive now? They have a chance to go and come down here, and they need the elimination points as well. I'd like to see them try and go for some sort of push, even though it would be risky.
I like that we're bringing Nongshim Red more into the conversation. They have put themselves in the topic of conversation here, and a potential now to pick up a few more eliminations. GK Esports feeling the brunt of the action. Vivo Keyed in a similar... What did we say yesterday? In the pressure cooker right now. As they are just getting shot at, they are feeling the heat and trying to kill. Running through now. They have been towards this position for quite some time. They've been holding ground. They've been steadily gaining information. And now they might be having a few incoming neighbors as Longsham Red make a rotation out. Lamborghini, I believe, might actually be isolated here. Is going to be finding the first one. Has to turn around, however. The numbers advantage just looking good for Longsham. But what's even better here is the line of sight that the Xavier can utilize.
Ooh, not just the Xavier, but IHC as well from the high ground. Taking some nasty shots downhill. Will be answered back, though, by the side of Geek Fam. No knocks, though, however, onto the IHC. They're going to be able to stay up here, fire off some more shots. Now looking towards Genesis Dogma. Next zone is about to shift, though. They're going to have to move off the high ground. Most likely, they'll have a decent idea of the lay of the land, where teams are positioned, what position looks a little bit stronger, or in their case, a little bit weaker for them to breach into.
Geek Fam keeping their eyes out, keeping their eyes peeled on the horizon. Opportunities are there, and they do want to shape up on day number 3. Oof, what a shot. Train to kill over into 4 AM as well. IHC keeping an eye out, looking for those opportunities here. Starting to see some of those eliminations. We still have 12 teams moving on into this next zone. Geek Fam in center, though, alongside Genesis Dogma with a 2-2 split again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like Genesis playing split. It just does not seem like they're a team that really knows how to play split. When they do play split, it looks like they are actually split up, as in the synergy between the two is not there. There's no like support for each player. We'll see how this one goes out, though. They control the whole entire northeastern side if they can keep that split up without any of their players going down. I mean, the only team that's going to be pushing them really from the northeast will be Tem Entertainment that we see right here. As they start wrapping more and more into the north. Yep, the 2 other players forced to give up this position, and there is that synergy. Some good supporting fire, instantly knocking the Tem Entertainment player.
Ooh, IHC. Again, you know, we were talking about the teams that might just be causing chaos, that might be bringing in the fire on Murmur. IHC were one of those teams. Look at this. With that high ground position, they just have opportunities onto virtually everyone and anyone, you know, stepping up to the block. Very reminiscent of what we saw with Rejects there into that final zone on Erangel. This time it is IHC with that high ground positioning for Angry Men. I want to talk a little bit more about them moving now in from that southeastern portion right alongside Furious Gaming. And they will be potentially just setting up camp right alongside Rejects. It might be a very interesting story there. Genesis Dogma, I think they've heard you, Zute. They are starting to group up.
Yeah. They are grouped up, but they're going to need to survive the hail of bullets from IHC up here. IHC has just been raining shots into everyone. Up to 4 eliminations, that's pretty good, as well as, oh, some really nice shots out of Godless right there. Man, these mini 14s really coming into play on Miramar. Taking a look at the elimination feed, yeah, I see so many mini 14s in just getting the eliminations. Wow, he even got the confirmation from all the way downrange. IHC, 5 eliminations now. Tem Entertainment. Looks like they're going to go on the aggressive. They had the north side, but they're going to continue chasing down Genesis Dogma. Genesis Dogma down to just 2 players. This team has been struggling so much right now. Hopefully they could get 1 back here onto this 1v1. Sazip with the DPS gets Alan down to 1 HP. Alan's going to go for the first aid kit. You can't go for a first aid kit in that situation. He's going to push you. That is Genesis Dogma out with 0 eliminations, 11th place. Not much many, or not any placement points either.
That nade just going right past 4 Angry Men. Furious Gaming trying to apply that pressure, but look at this. Right behind Furious Gaming, it is Besiktas. And obviously, they are hearing what's happening here. They're starting to close that gap. They're trying to keep on an idea of what they could make happen here. And here it is. Milo is going to be the first member to go down. Furious Gaming have suddenly put themselves in a sandwich between 4 Angry Men and Besiktas. And I do not see a way for them to get themselves out of this.
Oh man, this is going to be tough for Furious Gaming. Oh, even tougher now that Besiktas is the one pushing, being the aggressors right here. 4 AM. They should have a decent idea that it's not just one team they're fighting. Not when there's 4 more heads peeking over, pushing so aggressively. Besiktas, this is a great play for them though, because the next zone, they're going to have to contest 4am either way, and why not do it now when they have the advantage of more of the high ground nades being thrown in. None really connecting. 4am did get that full reset. They're still looking like they're in a rough spot. Svan, honestly, is the player that's going to be providing the most amount of support and holding this pushback onto his teammates.
Besiktas moving on in. They are looking for some opportunities for Angry Men, still holding the high ground, or the low ground rather, as they are trying to defend against the high ground. Besiktas moving in. Furious Gaming still a potential threat, at least one member of Furious Gaming. We'll see if they do choose to let their positions be known for a few potential eliminations, or Rejects move on in. In the meantime, I mean, as we speak about Rejects, they have a focus here onto Train to Kill, finding Jane, and Besiktas moving into 4 Angry Men.
Good resilience out of the Rejects team. They are down to 2 players. I think we probably missed it like a full-on crash onto the team. They actually, maybe not. They only have 3 eliminations, so I don't think a team fully crashed. I'm surprised they lost 2 players from those compounds then, because there is a lot of, you know, hard cover there. Maybe the angles were just too much from all the other high ground positions. 4am still continue to fight with Besiktas. You see right here, Geek Fam giving up that high ground way early on. It's going to pay out for them, as now it is IHC on the high ground having to push in. Garless with a nice knock, but 2 of their players having to move in goes down, and the other 2 on the higher positions, the more safe positions, well, they're not in zone. They're going to have to go down just as well. Hopefully they can make it in. Here's that full out 4v4 engagement. 4am has actually taken control of some of the high ground, putting this more to an even fight. Besiktas allowing this 4am team to get closer to them. Good crossfire, however, gets one down. Here comes the trade, and another one. And Besiktas, they look like they were gonna be the ones to control this high ground position, but somehow they backed up just enough for 4am to take an inch. And we've heard the saying: you give these teams an inch, they will take a mile. They will take your entire team. Oh, Tem Entertainment, I like this, the aggression. This team, that's what this team needs. They're coming in for the third party. And there we go. The more aggressive team that executes correctly will come out on top. And now Tem Entertainment controls the whole entire eastern side of the map. I mean, there is still Savan left way down there in the low ground, but he's not going to be much of a threat now.
Oh, this is beautiful. Tem Entertainment riding on a high with 5 eliminations, potentially 6, as, well, Savan actually will be going the way of Rejects. So there we go, 4 Angry Men back in the lobby. We've got Tem Entertainment now just riding on a high. We've got Rejects as well. Feeling good, but unfortunately, that zone is going to mean that all of the teams except for Geek Fam need to make a rotation. IHC, who have been doing so well on this high ground, now in a bit of an obstacle here. They still have an opportunity to put that pressure onto Xavier, but at some point, they have to run down the mountaintop in view of Geek Fam.
Yeah, I think IHC is definitely going to leave at least 1 player in the blue to try and confirm those eliminations onto Xavier. We saw earlier they didn't have vehicles, and them just running in, yeah, Geek Fam is not going to let that happen. Not a chance. And there's no team that's really going to push. Actually, there's a chance Tem Entertainment with 4 is going to full send it and crash over onto the Geek Fam compound, which would give IHC an opening, but not likely to happen. Tem Entertainment nailing the shots onto Rejects right now. The last player of Rejects Willow on the little bus. Too slow for comfort. That might even been Geek Fam to take that one. We're down to 4 teams. Xavier is about to go out here. IHC also about to more than likely go out here. And it's going to come down to a 4v4 between Tem Entertainment and Geek Fam.
I see Vikoi coming through as the solos for their respective squads, trying to keep the name alive, trying to get those points. You can see Icy at this point in time, with the options that they have limited, just seeing if they can get another elimination before things get really crazy would be the best possible situation here. Unfortunately, gonna have to make that run, and Damn Root will be ready for it. Tem Entertainment, Geek Fam. This is what an interesting conclusion to Miramar. Tem Entertainment, an opportunity for them to climb the ranks. Geek Fam, an opportunity for them to finally change things up.
Vichoi actually makes it out, and he's gonna have his high ground to play with, uncontested. Playing loud too as a solo, taking some shots, really pressuring that team back, and I think for good reason, because Tem Entertainment looked like they thought they could wrap around to the high ground and get an angle onto Geek. So Vichoi having to play very loud, very aggressive, acting like more than just a solo player. Now with this new zone shift, Geek Fam gets the zone. Tem Entertainment might decide they will go a straight shot approach and just push right into Geek Fam. If it was not for Vichoi firing back so loudly, because the better play, I mean, we could see it here, is Tem Entertainment. They wrap around to the high ground, get some angles, and then push in, but they don't know that player of Vichoi is a solo player. They might think it's actually, you know, Geek a little bit more spread out, and there's a solo player elsewhere.
And now, what's brilliant about this, as you mentioned, Vichoi, they've cut off that rotation for Tem Entertainment. They have to either get into the open, get into the grasslands, use the hay bales quite literally for cover, or pretty much what else are you supposed to do? You can't really take that engagement and then potentially expose yourself to that zone rotation later on, and here it is. Geek Fam, they're going to get that information onto both the Xavier and Tem Entertainment. They've got a beautiful split, they're in zone, they have the advantage, can they make it out?
I almost wish the zone did not shift off of Vichoi here. He is also going to have to come off the mountaintop, and as a solo, there's not much that he can do. Tem Entertainment, they have a player in the next zone at that shack.
Ooh.
But it's not much to work with. Vichoi down to 1 HP. Oh, nade coming in, falling just a little bit short. He's going to get that first aid off. What is Vichoi going to do, though? He's got to pick north or south. Which team is he going to look at? Or is he in zone at the very cusp, on the very edge, on the tip top of that mountain? We'll find out in just a few seconds. He might actually be in zone up here.
Yeah. Ooh, Snipes keeping to the namesake, finding Mormon. Yuhai trying to, again, to the namesake, just up high on the rooftop, looking for an opportunity here to Tem Entertainment. They're reduced down to 3. They have found the Xavier, so this will come down to Tem Entertainment and Geek Fam.
Geek Fam with so much control. This player, Mika, the top fragger out of Geek Fam, can also wrap down to the west and just really pincer them in. Yeah, Tem Entertainment. Oh, nice snipe though by Nexus. That's gonna knock down Yuhai. A shot right back. Yeah, Darude very smartly wrapping to the east, getting that high ground. Great position, but great trade from wide in the open. That is 2 down for the side of Geek Fam. This is a 2v2. All of a sudden, Mika's already pushed up too far to run back for the revives, and Mika goes down! Geek Fam looking like they were in such a great position, starting to fall apart. Yuhai did get revived. Snipes, however, it means that Snipes was not there to support Mika for a trade. Mika, the top fragger for Geek, the top eliminator for the entire of week number 3, taken out. Now things slow back down. Tem Entertainment's time to get that revive in. 3v2 situation. Nexus still rocking that sniper, even this late into the game, this close in the game. Geek is starting to get out-angled. Nexus on the right side, the rest of the team spreading out on the left side. Geek Fam all of a sudden on the back foot. They need at least one opening knock to bring things back to a stalemate of a 2v2. Yuhai goes down. It's not looking good. And Tem Entertainment, where has this team been this entire time? That aggressive push out on the eastern side onto 4 a.m. Never have I seen Tem Entertainment play that decisive, that aggressive when, you know, when it's not completely necessary. And just from that alone, we're seeing a new Tem Entertainment coming into day number 3. I was saying day 1 and day 2 pretty much kind of sets the stage, and day 3 is where teams just hit the grind. Well, Tem Entertainment, they're coming in on day 3 now, swinging out of nowhere, getting a 4v4 onto 4 a.m. Not easy. Winning a 4v4 against Geek Fam from a disadvantaged position, in my opinion, even more difficult, and they took it. Really great win for Tem Entertainment.
I mean, we have to remind ourselves, going into this engagement, it was 4 Angry Men in pole position. It was Geek Fam in 2nd place. Tem Entertainment is sitting all the way in 13th and took on both of those teams and won it out.
Yeah, that's the 1st place team and the 2nd place team that they just won 4v4s against. Man, I can't wait to see what else TEM Entertainment can do.
TEM Entertainment bust out a much-needed chicken dinner here. 26 total points to the store. Geek Fam, the squad that we've seen in first place on day 1, day 2, finally putting up some bigger points. And D Xavier putting up some consistent points on the board here, Glitter.
You know, huge shout out to TEM Entertainment for closing that one out. We're going to talk, or at least I'm going to talk about Geek Fam a little bit later. D Xavier, though, continuing this consistent upward trend, and this is actually huge because the team that was right above them, Vivo Keyed, all the way down there in 10th with not too many points. So this will give D Xavier the opportunity to climb up the leaderboard some more. And IHC, a team that we talked about at the top of the show as being much more consistent, having a really solid score here. And even though they didn't do fantastically, the aggression consistency that we're seeing out of 4 Angry Men, out of Geek Fam, I mean, those Elam points are going to be massive when it comes to staying in the top 37.
100%, that will be massive. Now with this head-to-head, I mean, IHC being able to get those 6 eliminations, we heard about them trying to just narrow down on their last zone gameplay. I have yet to see that, but you know what, Godless, 6 eliminations, 1400 damage, that's some of the most damage we have actually seen from a player. And then Onsex, he's being able to get 5 elims with 548. That's great conversion right there. And going back to TEM, I mean, that team had to travel a lot. We saw it in the graphic there when the casters were talking about it. They had, I think, at least 4,000 more meters than anybody else that was in the top 4. That was ridiculous. And I also loved, Glitter, you were talking about D Xavier and how some of the teams that they're trying to catch up weren't really performing that well. Same for TEM. I mean, they're trying to catch up Game Lord. They're trying to catch up Furious Gaming.
True.
Those teams were only able to get, I think it was 2 or 3 points. So I can't wait to see that overall, Hot Chicks.
Yes! As soon as you said it, I got excited because honestly, this is going to get so close. And you guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break. Hey, what's up, everybody from everywhere around the world? I hope you guys are having a great day today, showing up no matter what time zone you are in. You guys are the real heroes. I'm your host, Todd Chooks, here with 7WG and Glitter Explosion. Of course, the show couldn't be done possible without our sponsor, Sony, with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. They were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming. Also, got to give a big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. You guys can get some awesome PUBG Mobile in-game items, other Prime benefits, and some exclusive rewards as well. So go check out Prime Gaming today. All right. Well, we talked about it earlier, those overall leaderboards. I'm going to see them shake up real good here in just a second, and I'm going to see which team really jumped up the most. So far, 4 Angry Men still up there. Reject have pushed themselves up to 4th place, and Xavier, we finally see them on the first page here, 7.
Xavier, with that performance they're being able to put up, jumping up for that first page. This is what I was talking about. They're currently they keep setting themselves up to be able to reach those teams that are in 3rd place. And then Reject being able to jump up from 7th place all the way up to 3. That's great. GK Esports, I mean, they continue to go down because teams are just being able to outperform them. And a big one and a big shocker for me, Glitter, Besiktas, they also keep going down. They're currently not having one of their best days.
Yeah, and those points on that first page are so close that I think we're actually going to start seeing lots of back and forth today. But maybe you're looking at the same things I'm looking at. First of all, one FaZe Clan dropping off of that first page, going below Xavier after that performance we talked about. Vivo Keyed also being above them, and now they've been leapfrogged. But Tem Entertainment, we talked about how one massive performance makes a huge difference in the overall leaderboard. Tem Entertainment all the way up into top 11 now, which is where they want to be, at least for the survival stage, because that's very, very important. You don't want to get eliminated in this group stage. It's not where you want to be. And now heading into Sandhawk, this is one of those opportunities where it could be anybody's Game 7. So it could change things up yet again.
Oh my goodness. The most toxic map in PUBG Mobile. Look at these top Sandhawk performers. 7, what do you see?
I see GK Esports. I see them being one of the second best team in Sandhawk, and I'm hoping they're going to be able to take advantage of that, because if not, they're just going to keep sliding down that leaderboard, and they might get into a position where maybe some of the other teams are going to end up passing it. Who knows? We'll have to wait to see. For Angry Men, I am looking for them to capitalize as well on that Sandhawk. I mean, that's where yesterday they were able to get that kind of win streak going with the first place and those 15 eliminations. But I'm also going to be going at this Xavier, Glitter. And I know you were talking about them when we were watching that game. That's not their strongest map.
Yes.
Yeah, it isn't. And I'll tell you what, when it comes to Xavier, for everybody watching, top 3 is the goal. They're only 20 points away from 3rd place. But enough talking about teams that are doing good, 7. I think it's about time we talk about the teams that are throwing, right? Sandhawk, the most toxic map. I want to see some of that 7 toxicity come out. Keep it real. Tell the people right now which teams are on your X list.
Okay, out of the teams that are throwing from my list, it's definitely not 4 Angry Men. I mean, they might be throwing a tiny bit in a way that they could definitely have a bigger gap, especially after that first game. But FaZe Clan, I'm going to be looking at them. We saw it perfectly on the overall. They're currently in the 2nd page. Now, Furious Gaming, I've been calling this team out since yesterday. I've been saying, hey, a lot of teams are starting to catch up to you because you guys aren't really being able to get any points. For them, they were able to maintain that 11th place because everybody below them was actually throwing. That's not the case. Now they are the team that are throwing. And for you, Glitter, which one is throwing? Geek Fam, maybe?
Yeah, it's definitely Geek Fam. I mean, for Angry Men, obviously this is their opportunity to kick off. Again, Xavier has been just doing nothing but rising through the ranks, but Geek Fam, they started being aggressive in that last match, and they did not close out, which should have been an easy win for them. I mean, it was a straight-up 2v2, and they essentially let the zone beat them. That's not what we're looking for. I said it before. They 1st place on day 1, 2nd place day 2. They don't want to go down into 3rd place or worse on day 3 and then be stuck in day 4 fighting, scraping for whatever place they can get. They are better than this, and I would like to see that.
True.
Preach, preach, Glitter. All right, well, you know what? Here we go. Let's take it on over to our casters for some Sandhawk action.
We're heading into Sandhawk now. It's only starting to heat up. We're seeing what Tem Entertainment can do. This is a team that's not necessarily have been playing terrible by any means, but they've just been kind of just in the mix of things, not making any huge plays, not making anything explosive happen. But man, they took down the 1st place team and the 2nd place team in a in back-to-back 4v4s on that last Miramar match.
Oh, it was good. I mean, we were talking about it in the break. Just the fact is that they were so quick with those trades. They looked so poised and like calm. But that's the biggest thing for me. They were so calm in a situation where they had no advantage. Geek Fam was basically center zone in that last phase. They had the high ground, they had compounds, they had hard cover. I had to say it. Tem Entertainment were hiding behind hair bales. That's what they had to work with. And they made it work. Come on. I mean, just beautiful, beautiful work from them. But now we're heading into Sandhawk, a map that we know historically it can be a little bit chaotic.
Yep.
And Falcons, they brought in that substitute.
Yeah, this is going to be a completely different game from the Miramar match. Tem Entertainment. Let's see if they can keep that up. And yeah, Falcons making that sub in now. Maybe we'll see that super sub effect where they will pick up maybe a chicken dinner, maybe pick up, you know, a decent performance. But we'll see very soon as Sandhawk are getting into it.
You can see the Falcons picking up last in the place of Powerful. Actually have their POV on the left-hand side. So they will be picking up potentially some of that, as you said, super sub action, that super sub energy onto a map like Sandhawk. Jumping on into the flight path from that northeastern side all the way to the southwest. Very even. I mean, it's Sandhawk. It's not like it's huge. They have massive opportunities to make those rotations. But will we be getting those hot drops? We saw some crazy hot drop action yesterday. Will the teams actually adjust for today?
Seems like there's not going to be any straight up hot drops. Maybe some little split drop contests. That's typical. Or not typical on Sandhawk, but we've been seeing that more and more of that throughout the just duration of PMGC in general. It used to be, you know, hot drops, you know, on either boot camp or Paradise, and then it slowly evolved to teams just getting more familiar with, you know, different split drops, and that's led to some split drop contests. This time around, though, it looks like we will be okay. And once again, if you guys did not know, Captain Messi is joining the PUBG Mobile Battlefield. Packed with the Messi football icon set, it's going to help you stand out on the battleground. Grab them in PUBG Mobile now.
Oh yes, indeed. It looks sick. I mean, I've been watching that that advertisement back and forwards, and it's looking fantastic. So, if you do want to wrap it up, go check out PUBG Mobile right now for that Captain Messi pack. But here we go. You were talking about those split drops. Genesis Dogma, I mean, if you want to talk about split, they are more split than any other team I can see. We've got one over towards Cave, we've got one member over towards Dogs, we've got one member over towards Lakawe, we've got one member in the middle of Lakawe and Cave. So yeah, Genesis Dogma right now, very, very split up. It is still very early on Sandhawk. That zone has hit all the way to the northern side, and actually we didn't even get to talk about that. That northern side, look how much water is involved already on a tiny map like Sandhawk.
Yeah, this is a very northern circle. And if we want to talk about splits, I mean, everybody is split up. This looks like a bingo board almost, where you just can't seem to win. But every little dot is basically taken up. Like 4 a.m. right here, you can see one player in Lakawe driving away, the other player all the way up in Mong Nai. That is the middle point of the Sandhawk map, all the way to the north of Sandhawk. But Besiktas, they have one player all the way just a little bit east of boot camp, right? The very first compound you see east of boot camp, you have one player there, and then you have here Besiktas on screen taking a fight. This is like in Bond. So like, yeah, like I was just saying, and this was before we saw how split everyone was, where I was talking about, you know, over the evolution of time, Sandhawk has transitioned from boot camp hot drops to look for loot, you know, teams have to contest because the map's so small, to teams just eventually spreading out all across the map and looting every little possible nook and cranny they can, rather than taking a straight up 4v4 hot drop fight.
But now this has resulted already in Furious Gaming losing out Milos and now Milovan in a similar situation up against Nongshim Red Force. And for Nongshim, I feel like we've had some very good introductions to them over the course of the last two maps. You know, they started off really strong on a wrangle up against FaZe, picked up a few eliminations. But before that, I think it was Game Lord that they picked up. Then here, now looking potentially towards Furious Gaming. We'll see if they can actually turn that around into a few extra eliminations. Ultimately, do you want to see a bit more from them, because we know they've had a few tough days. They've had a little bit of a tough start, but
yeah,
maybe
extremely tough start for Nongshim Red. down in last place with a 20-point gap, no less, onto the 15th place. But if they are trying to make it into the survival stage, it is not impossible. The thing is, with teams hovering near the bottom survival stage, their point average isn't all too good. So it's not like each game that point gap is going to increase by a huge amount. Whereas if you're trying to make it into the top 3, well, those teams, their point average per game, if you have one bad game and they have a decent game, all of a sudden you're looking at another 20 points you have to cover. So still doable for Nongshim. They still got reasons to fight. Besiktas right here, grouping up together after that huge initial split, and they are playing a blitzkrieg style here. Driving around and just taking a fight with whoever they hear first. Honestly, not a bad idea because of teams being so split up. That just means if they do get into engagement, it's not going to be, or chances are, it's not going to be a full-out 4v4 with the rest of the enemy team close by. It might be, you know, one other player 100 meters off that you have to worry about. But with that blitzkrieg style, second you hear shots, you stop, you hop out, you fight as 4. Chances are you're going to get that point, and you're going to be able to get the revives in as well.
And you're probably going to get out of that situation relatively unscathed if you do win that one out. So Besiktas just looking for those early eliminations, early points. I mean, at the very least, you're setting yourself a fantastic foundation. Few eliminations, coupled with a few placements, that brings you into that consistent performance, metric. Then you can take that further. Then you can bring, forward those crazy games that mean you can make massive leaps on the overall leaderboard. But it all starts with that fantastic foundational points. So now Besiktas coming through from that southern side, going to be one of the last teams to join us there, as a few of the others, well, they still have to make quite a far rotation. We saw Genesis Dogma earlier, all the way from Docks and Kampong having to make a rotation. Tem Entertainment just leaving off of Cave, a little bit closer towards Quarry now, right up ahead of them. It could be IHC. And of course, Rejects just below Bootcamp, D Xavier all the way by Tambang. And GK Esports have just crossed Painan. So, yeah, rotations going to be the name of the game.
Especially with the zone being so far north. We haven't seen a circle this far north for these teams yet. So they're not going to be too familiar with how teams play their splits up in the north, especially for teams that, initially drop in the north. That's the biggest worry for many of these teams. Teams that already have priority positions. There's a lot of interesting splits that can be had. Rejects looking like they're setting up a trap. GK, though, pulling up together as a team. 2 players in the back with that cover fire. Now, this area of the circle, not even in zone, but GK is still playing to their fundamentals, which is having players cover for any ridgelines they go up. And that's going to let GK, not lose any players, and they're going to circle back around and go for a wider rotation, but that's going to cause them to run right into the likes of IHC here. And this is probably a scarier team to run into than the likes of Rejects. IHC, a much more dangerous team when it comes to raw firepower. They will pick up 1. They will pick up 2. GK, which a team that started off so strong in day number 1. Ever since then, they have been falling down and down and down. You see that in the overall leaderboard. 7th place. Now 7th place with only 2 members left.
Reduced down to 2, making that rotation and still getting shot at. It is not looking good for GK Esports here. They don't really have some time to let up, so at least these compounds will provide an opportunity, hopefully, to get some extra loot, extra ammo, extra meds, extra utilities. Definitely would be great to add on, because from this point on, their journey is going to be treacherous. We can see a few other teams making rotations. D Xavier, hello rotation. We don't often see this one on Sandhawk, but here they are, making that way through, and still out in the blue. Quite a far rotation they're going to have to make.
This is all the way in like the southwest. That's a lot of blue damage that they're going to have to eat. This player almost got bandages. Frankie, with only bandages now. He does have a max boost in hand, which is going to come in handy. But this zone is going to start chunking. Luckily, they get out of it. But man, the increased blue zone damage on Sandhawk, you do not want to find yourself caught in that. Geek Fam also doing a rotation there on that northern side right there. About to come into the edge of zone. Might swing into Cal as their first initial rotation. But the team of 4AM setting up in Cal too. So that could be a potential problem for the side of Geek Fam.
if they do just take more of an eastern approach on that north side, they hopefully should be able to find those few compounds there that are split up. Among the rest, there's no real teams towards that northeastern portion, so if they can get there quicker, they should be able to get a bit of an opportunity here. It looks like, I guess, the fuel ran out in the boat, making a bit of a swim.
Or potentially 4AM took some shots. The boat's...
Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah, the boat's so easy to be damaged that the second you hear shots, you need to get out of that boat immediately. Yeah, 4AM definitely did see that boat and took some shots. That's why GeekFam had to eject. And now Xavier about to meet the same fate. We're going to see 8 teams swimming. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Swan out here, keeping an ever watchful eye. He's actually not going to shoot. Xavier sees that boat and is like, wait, this looks...
They know.
This looks a little weird. And here we go. Here comes that boat ejection. And yeah, that boat instantly blown up. Now we got 8 players in the water swimming. 4 a.m. He could go on a little fishing trip. Maybe if the circle shifts north, 4 a.m. could just chill here and just farm the water. It's a little bit difficult, though. It's a bit of a distance for them to farm, but not difficult
but it's
enough.
Savon.
Yeah, it's fun. This
Come
guy,
on.
long range for 4 a.m. We've seen Savon with the Mini, with the QBU, always a player in the back providing that cover fire, and he's been nailing his shots.
What a storyline potential end here for Xavier. And then, I mean, that consideration has to be GeekFam as well. Right now, yes, you can see the entire T4AM laying siege to Xavier. Their time is ticking, but does that mean they're just going to leave GeekFam to swim to shore?
Yeah, I think they're...
I'm not seeing anything with GeekFam.
They're very focused right now on Xavier. I mean, with good reason. They're finding all these eliminations. So GeekFam is going to be able to swim to shore on the eastern side. Unless if Swan looks a little bit further east and manages to spot some heads bopping in the water, which GeekFam should better hope does not happen. Because 4 a.m., they get the circle. So 4 a.m., they're going to be staying here regardless. So if one head is spotted onto GeekFam, that's going to swing over some more attention from the rest of the 4 a.m. players to pick up more free eliminations.
We've got 2 members here from 4 Angry Men that have actually head through into this eastern side. We can see the rotation coming through now. Quick Cheng, we've got a little bit of good shower. GeekFam's been spotted out, but in the meantime, it's Besiktas that will be losing player after player. Ooh! Genesis Dogma just feeling the heat a little bit, not in the way that they were expecting, but should be able to get those reses popped on off. I don't see any teams rotating into that center position for the time being, so please don't shoot at your own teammates. It's making me nervous. Got some rotations to happen here.
Oh, yeah, here, yep. GeekFam is spotted.
It's done.
Let's see. Oh, is that a... Okay, no. I thought another player for him swung even wider to prevent this. That player might be able to get revived. He's very close to shore. If he could just scooch out of the sight lines and get onto shore, can get... Oh, uh-oh. We see one player in a vehicle from 4 a.m. I don't think... Okay, taking a look at the minimap. No, this player is not swinging out wider to gatekeep GeekFam from swinging onto shore. So GeekFam will make it onto shoreline side. That one player, Yuhai, he's bleeding out a lot. He might not be able to get revived. Meanwhile, on the southern side of things are finally starting to heat up as teams crunch in onto the perimeters on the edges of this new circle. Rejects not in zone. They have a difficult ways to go. They'll manage to pick up 2 eliminations for their troubles. Let's see if they can work together as a team and maybe pick up a third, as this Vivo Keyed player, very split up from the rest of his team, but Adrian with the crossfire support is going to make it difficult.
Looking at this now, GeekFam, I mean, what a gift. The gift of life. The gift of being able to reach the mainland. But will they be able to continue that? Very open grounds for them to cover now. We do know that 4 Angry Men are keeping their heads on a literal swivel, looking for those rotations, looking for those other potential eliminations. Most of the teams moving in from that southern side. Not sure if they will necessarily be waiting for that push from from basically the eastern side, but they have the information. Frankie from Xavier still keeping the name on high, and I mean, in their current position, if King Sheng can't find them, they can maybe ride it out. They can maybe get some placements, at least before the zone said no.
Oh, look at these shots. Very slow, methodical taps. Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Sorry, Falcons. I'm so sorry. What are you supposed to do against that?
Yeah. And I think Svan had to nail like maybe 3 to 4 shots too. From that distance, there's damage drop off. The further away enemies are, the less damage your weapons will do. So Svan had to nail more than just 2 shots there. Very accurate. And Falcons, that was a 1-3 split. That player that just got knocked very far in the north, away from the rest of his team and away from the new circle. Falcons might, decide to go back up there to get the revive. And they're going to leave Ching Chen here. Or Good Xiao. Oh, this is a 2-man gatekeep. Good Xiao on the perimeter edge and a compound, and Ching Chen on the high ground behind a rock. This is how you effectively gatekeep without committing your whole team and applying pressure with lesser numbers. Just pick up 2 far different angles and make it seem like your team is literally everywhere. Geek fam just not being able to catch any break. Really good defensive changes, like positioning out of the 4 AM team.
I'm loving it. They're just picking it up around. They know that they have to make that rotation. Meanwhile, Tem Entertainment up here against Train to Kill. Train to Kill, they've been so consistent, but Tem Entertainment, they've been keeping us entertained. They brought through those performances, and we're waiting to see more from them. 1 down on either side. It's been a trade for trade so far, 3-3. Tem Entertainment, they are fighting a literal uphill battle here as Train to Kill are just applying the pressure of that zone. Now moving on in, Tem Entertainment trying to make a dash into the line of fire, into the line of zone. And then they could potentially gatekeep Train to Kill. We can see Rig just barely trying to avoid the damage here from Mormon.
Yeah, this is a lateral battle here. Both teams having to run into the zone. A couple steps here, a couple shots there, constant back and forth as teams as players cross over into the open for a slight second and then to the next cover fire. But it looks like Tem Entertainment is the one that's a little bit more aggressive here. The team that's stopping to take more shots often than not against the Train to Kill team. They'll be coming out ahead. However, one of the Tem members does finally get knocked, but it's a little bit too late for Train to Kill. Too many of their numbers have gone down, and Tem Entertainment has made very, very good ground into the next zone.
Rig making that final dash. Doesn't look like they will be able to make it. The Tem Entertainment, they will win that lateral battle. IHC now going head-to-head with Nongshim Red Force, who are managing to hold on off. Godless goes down. A little bit of an opportunity here to get that res on in. Alex moving in to try and find those confirmation spots. Are just narrowly missing the damage coming through from Alex as they head on into the top floor. An opportunity here to drop down with that DBS could be an absolute whirlwind of damage if IHC can close that gap.
Oh, Alex spotting out the knocked player in the back. They were not able to revive that one. Gaulis actually manages to crawl away from a potential finish. And IHC just coming in here so fast. You saw Alex pre-fire that door opening so hard to make sure his teammate doesn't get confirmed. Ooh. And oh, they run out, they confirm it, but that is at the cost of that player getting knocked. Now it's a 2v2. DBS in hand, Alex. Oh, that's gonna be a beautiful stun grenade. Will blind them for a few seconds, but the smoke coming out is going to prevent Alex from following right up. Alex will go in. Zyle takes a few shots of damage. Alex not connecting the DBS shots, however. The much-needed shots, and Zyle getting picked apart from FaZe Clan from inside zone. That's IHC eliminated. Nongshim Red coming out on top, but it's pretty much over for them as well, as FaZe Clan will gatekeep them just as well.
We saw FaZe stepping it up against Geek Fam yesterday on Sandhawk. Now, once again, with Geek Fam actually out in 10th position, it means that FaZe will be able to pick up a few more eliminations. FaZe up to 6-4, Angry Men up to 7, picking up team name after team name. Geek is finally down, so that gift for them did not go in the way that they were expecting. I'm loving this. We've got 4 Angry Men stepping up. We've got FaZe stepping up. Tem Entertainment stepping up. But who's going to be the team right at the end to pick up that winner chicken dinner? Right now, it does not look like it's going to be Besiktas, that's for sure.
Southern Circle shift. This is great for FaZe. We were being very critical of FaZe the last 2 games, making some, just mistakes that we should not be seeing out of such a strong team. But here, 7 eliminations and controlling the Southern Edge very well, playing aggressive when they should. I like to see these two players team up together and wrap around and finish this player off. You have the zone to your backside. You are completely safe. Take care of any potential snakes that's going to bite you in the back later on. They're looking for it. Are they going to commit? I would really like to see them commit 2 players. Just get that quick finish in. I know they finished some of Besiktas. Maybe they feel like there might be 2 more players there instead of just the 1, which is why they're so hesitant. We'll see what they do shortly as Tem Entertainment. They are coming in from the eastern side. The circle did shift south, so that does leave 4 AM in a bind. They have to cross over in the open, and same for Game Lord. 4 AM, though, they got that vehicle. Here they come, swinging in right onto the backside of Tem Entertainment.
Let's move on in. Genesis Dogma are going to see them moving on in, but Tem Entertainment, they're down to only 2 members, or 3 rather, as they have to fight up against 4 Angry Men. They can find the first one onto King Shen, turn around for the second phase, even giving a helping hand. But 4 Angry Men, they're still holding on the line. However, reduced down to only 1. Venturez has been a thorn in their literal sides as they're trying to focus on this engagement with Tem Entertainment. They are getting hit from all sides. The zone now moving in behind them. Game Lords finding Genesis, Dogma, all of these teams suddenly just erupting in a batch of third parties. It's down to Savon, long range, down to close range. If they're going to be able to get themselves out of this one, and it does not look like it's going to be the way. 4 Angry Men will go out phase. They're looking for more eliminations here.
Game Lord making the huge rotation across. They were 4 at the compound north of the road, making their numbers not too important, but the fact that they managed to swing 3 over now onto this side of the map, suddenly this could be Game Lord's game. The last Besiktas player. Maybe it's better for FaZe not to finish that player out, because now he could kind of cause trouble for the Game Lord team that just came in, but he gets caught, he gets found. That player is taken out. Besiktas eliminated. Game Lord with 4. Team with the most players up and in a decent position. The last player, though, not able to make that cross. Game Lord back down to 3.
Tem Entertainment riding high with these 9 eliminations, but now they're up to FaZe. FaZe finding the 9th knock, waiting for that confirmation. It's down to Mormon, and I mean, as if things weren't looking bad for Mormon already, now we've got Genesis Dogma moving on up. They've got the zone. They're going to be holding that back line. Tem Entertainment with little to no options. But both FaZe, both Game Lords, and FaZe need to make that rotation while Game Lords just sit on pretty, coming through from that western side of the zone.
And the circle goes to the north, going downhill away from the FaZe team. And Game Lord just putting in work right now. Game Lord will get that reset back up to 2 players. They have the positional advantage over FaZe. FaZe has the high ground, but with this sloping slide, this high ground is not good for you. Tem Entertainment should go down. That is Tem out. We're finally down to the last 2 teams. It's going to be FaZe and Game Lord. FaZe not looking in the right direction. You should be more worried about the left than the right side, as another player will be taken down on the side of FaZe. Game Lord. They have the chance here. Venturez smartly does circle down to get a different angle. MR5 using his audio cues, sprays through the smoke, gets a knock, gets traded back right in time for Game Lord to pull the advantage right back in their corner. Venturez last one up, 1v2. Game Lord doesn't look like they're going to go for the reset. They're going to go for some quick aggressive peeks, but the teamwork is not there. Narvello with no follow-up. Venturez is going to get the first aid off. Narvello playing very cautious here. 1v1. He jumped around the corner. Venturez knows exactly where he is. Venturez has the DBS in hand. He's going to do some pumps, some pre-fires. Does not land. That looked good. And instead, it is going to be Game Lord that takes the win. FaZe, I'll say, looking much better, though I feel like there was a world where that chicken dinner could have been theirs. But Game Lord with the massive comeback. This team has been quite non-existent. Oh, I wouldn't want to say non-existent. They've been doing much better than that. But this is a team that, you know, we kind of had some hopes for, and they have not been performing up to par. But with this win, man, that was a huge chicken for them.
Like you said, those ups and downs for the teams in the last couple of days. Game Lord came into Sandhawk sitting in 12th position.
Yeah.
So an opportunity now for them to just jump on into that survival stage capacity, into that opportunity for them to take it further. FaZe, like you said, we've been so critical from them. They dropped down into what I believe was 10th position, into 10th place.
Yeah.
Now we see a little bit of that resurgence, and Vivo Keed, I didn't see them in those final points, so with FaZe chasing after Vivo Keed, I think they should be able to close that gap, but I do need to give a big shout out to Tem Entertainment. They were those 10 eliminations.
Yeah.
They brought in such a beautiful performance, and over the back of that Miramar where we were like, hold up,
Yeah.
who is this team?
What team
Welcome
is
to day
this?
number 3.
Yeah, man, things are really starting to change up on day number 3. I mean, I've always said things change from day to day. You never know what to expect, but this was the last thing I was expecting. Tem Entertainment stepping up out of nowhere. The team that was really far down, and now Game Lord coming in from 12th place, stepping up out of nowhere, getting a chicken dinner just in time for the rest of the day.
And Sandhawk did not disappoint in the slightest. Game Lord winning the chicken dinner here at this one. FaZe Clan right behind them by only 1 point. Not to mention Tem Entertainment going on a tear today, really getting some huge points on the board. This is what the championships are all about, Seven.
Game Lord showcasing a little bit of aggressiveness there. I can definitely appreciate that because this team was not showing that the previous couple days. Them being able to put up 8 eliminations. To be fair though, Glitter, they tend to land in Kyle towards the north of Sandhawk. They really didn't have to rotate much, and you can see right there, Baby from Tem putting up 4 eliminations.
I mean, some solid stats coming out of both of these players. We've got Narvalo with over 800 damage, 4 and 2 elims apiece, but this Sandhawk was really kind of, and we said this could be the time when it happened, but this was a moment where all of those teams at the bottom just really stepped up to the plate. Anybody that needed to have a solid performance, even if they didn't get the chicken dinner, we saw how many teams had double-digit elims. I mean, this was everything we wanted a Sandhawk to be and more.
Big facts. Big facts. I love Sandhawk. It just always is that just perfect amount of hecticness that I love inside of this game here. And it's so good to see teams that really needed those points busting it out here in this one. It's that one that you can really get that big boost in, and they did, okay? There's only a few matches left here today, Seven. All right, I got to ask you some questions, okay? Tem Entertainment, how do you feel about their performance so far today, and what you're expecting for them for the rest of the day?
It's been great. I mean, for them to be able to put up 20 points total out of that Sandhawk too, and they're going to keep moving up. And what's impressive too, and you'll see this when we show the teams to watch, they're starting to outperform the teams that are chasing them, which is definitely what you want to see if you want to be able to maintain yourself above that 11th spot, because we saw what happened last week, Glitter. If you don't outperform those teams, then yeah, you might be having a good game. If the other teams are having a good game, you kind of cancel each other out.
Yeah, and I think that when we eventually end up back on the overall, we'll see that those performances are starting to change things up. We knew that day 3 was going to be a big push day for a lot of these teams because nobody wants to leave it to day 4. So today is that moment. We've heard the casters talk about it where you've got days 1 and 2 under your belt. You get the nerves out, find your groove, and settle in for a huge push on day 3. That's exactly what we're seeing now. And now we're at the halfway point of the day. So they know what to expect on their remaining maps for what level of play everybody's at with aggression, Jukes. And I think that these games are only going to continue to get even crazier.
It's going to get insane. And of course, this couldn't be done without our hotel partner here for the PMGC. That's Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Also give a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. Guys, go check out Prime Gaming today. They have all kinds of different Prime benefits you guys can get. You guys can get some PUBG Mobile in-game items and a whole bunch of goodies. So go check them out as soon as you possibly can. Well, there's one team that has really been stepping it up, right? Xavier, finally getting on the first page here today. It's time we go and send it over to an interview with them and Tash Bunny.
It has been an explosive matches 1 until 3, and we're already halfway to the night. With me, I have Xavier. I have our player here, and what's really exciting about them is that today is the day where they made the biggest comeback I have ever seen. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Em vui lòng giới thiệu em, hôm nay chúng ta rất hân hạnh gặp em.
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Vicoy, mình đến từ team Xperia.
Hello everyone, my name is Vicoy. I'm very happy to see you guys here.
Oh, it's really happy to see you too. So I have 2 questions for you. What do you think is the most important thing that your team needs to improve at during the league stage?
Mình cũng rất là vui gặp bạn, mà mình có 2 câu hỏi dành cho bạn. Bạn cho mình biết là điều gì quan trọng nhất mà đội của mình đã thể hiện tốt, cần phải khắc phục tốt trong cái trận đấu này.
Trong mấy ngày hôm nay thì team mình có khắc phục tốt là đi ball quyết đoán hơn và không bị rụt rè như trước nữa.
These days we will have more decision skill and we know no more hesitate like previous.
No more hesitation and better decision-making skills. That is really exciting to hear. Now, this is my final question for you. Which map do you think has a better chance of your team getting points on and why?
Dạ, đây là câu hỏi cuối cùng dành cho đội mình. Thì em nghĩ là cái biểu đồ nào mà mình sẽ, sơ đồ nào mà mình sẽ chiến đấu mà được nhiều điểm tốt nhất.
Em nghĩ là map Erangel vì đây là map sở trường của team.
I think that the map Essential is the most suitable with all the skill of the player of our team.
Right, Erangel is the most OG map, I have to say, and I have to agree with you because that is exactly the place where you want to do best. So congratulations on your performance today. You have another halfway to go. So for now, guys, get your popcorn because we're going back to the desk for the other 3 matches of the day.
I hope you've already been munching on that popcorn here because today is the most intense day, I think, for the position of where a lot of these teams are. Because, you know, the last day, for anybody who's just tuning in here for the first time, the last day is full with too many surprises, okay? Teams at the bottom got nothing to lose. Teams in the middle, maybe hunting down some other squad. You do not want to be in a bad position going into tomorrow. And let's take a look at the overall rankings. Okay, FaZe Clan pushing up here to the first page. Reject in 5th place, and Besiktas going up to 4th as well here, 7.
From 3rd place to 8th place, only 13 points that are separating these teams. And it kind of worked out for 4 Angry Men too. They were able to create a tiny bit of a gap there from Geek Fam. Those 2 teams are kind of going back and forth there towards the top. And this is what I want to see here. You can see Xavier actually goes down. And what's impressive to me, Glitter, is that Game Lore, even after getting that chicken dinner, they're still not able to pass Tem Entertainment.
Yeah, I think it's because there was so much time where a lot of the points were being absorbed by the squads above them that they actually had a bigger lead that they needed to chip away at than everybody else on the first page did. Like you said, that was the 13 points separating 3rd through 8th. Those teams are going to continue going back and forth for the rest of the day. Now we're back on Erangel, so there's the potential for those teams at the top to start taking some of those points back if they can't stop the momentum of the ones at the bottom, Juice.
The ceiling's starting to rise.
Yes.
By the way, I want to point that out. For 11th place, like, we saw them being a bigger gap, but now that the teams at the top have kind of not been performing to the likes of what we saw in day 1 and day 2, the ceiling's starting to rise for that 11th place, and I feel like it's going to be a lot tighter than we think.
Hey, well, speaking of performances, you guys have y'all's teams to watch here going into the next match here as we get the second half of day number 3. I'm going to start off with you, Glitter. I see you got 4 AM on there, of course, right?
Listen, I mean, 7 kind of accidentally said it, okay? Because 7 was saying that the teams at the top have not really been performing crazy well today. And that's literally all of the teams that I'm looking at. Okay, we're at the halfway mark of the day. And while we've seen some individual performances, some decent elims out of 4 Angry Men, T2K, and Besiktas, I mean, it's not what we saw yesterday. That's not the back-to-back chicken dinners. That's not the 17 elim wins. I want to see the teams that are at the top show us why they are at the top right now and really start to turn it on in preparation for the next phase of the tournament.
Even from Geek Fam, you're not really seeing those high elim matches out of them. Now, I ended up choosing the top 3 teams from Sandhawk, and this is the reason why. Because all those teams, at least before that match ended, were fighting to maintain themselves above that 11th spot. And I mentioned it earlier too, the reason why Game Lore wasn't able to pass up 10 Entertainment as well is because 10 Entertainment was within those top 3 teams. So they're pretty much canceling each other out, and that's what I'm saying. That level for 11th place starts rising. It's actually starting to catch up with 9th, 8th place. Those teams need to be careful.
Well, I hope you guys are being careful as well out there and ready for some more Air and Gale action. Get excited, get hyped. It is Zute and Isproxy.
We're heading into Erangel once again, and we heard from that interview we just had with D Xavier. The map that they're looking for is Erangel. They feel like that's the map where they could get the most amount of points, and they are, on the front page. Now, that last game on Sandhawk, Sandhawk, sometimes you just get the donut just because Sandhawk, it's crazy. A lot of things are out of your control, but I want to see what D Xavier's going to bring now onto this Erangel match. Please, we want to see some of that, action moving on in. I mean, D Xavier, again, that rotation, it nipped them, man. It just nipped them in the back. So now we're over to Erangel. We're bringing in a little bit of action, and Furious Gaming bringing in that substitute. So actually, Milo's going out. I wonder what kind of a Furious Gaming we'll be seeing. We mentioned that, our analyst mentioned it on the desk. I mean, Seven has been shouting at them since like day number 1. Like, come on, let's bring in that action. What's happening here? Where's the entertainment? They're rocking, that fade that you mentioned. They're rocking, the sick hits. Now they've got the sub. Yeah. Surely this is the Erangel that we're going to be seeing them really head to the top. Yeah, I could hear Seven laughing in the background. But you're absolutely right. Seven has been, it's almost like every other... He's been begging, man. Yeah, it's like every other game or every 3 games, Seven will just toss out teams I'm looking at. Furious Gaming. Where are you guys at? Where are you guys at? But now, Furious Gaming, this is a team that does have potential to really pack a punch. I mean, we've seen them do it in the Americas, but you're right. Where have they been? So I think it's about time. It's about high time they change it up a little bit. Bring in that sub. It's worked for some teams. Doesn't work for every team, I'll have to say. There's been a lot of sub-ins and sub-outs throughout the course of this. Actually, this week 3, I feel like I've seen more sub-ins and sub-outs than definitely the last week. So this group, man, everybody's really trying to figure out how to get things together, and we're starting it off with the very southern plane path. Once again, this group has had this plane path in particular at least 3 times by now. And it spells out that danger, that potential for a ridiculous zone. We've had the southern zone that's matched this quite literally from the base of the flight path all the way to military base. It was just like, yeah, have the west. Then we've had it head all the way up into the north, into those crazy troll bridges, into the clown bridges as you were talking about them. We've had ridiculous zones paired with this kind of a flight path. So now the question is, will Erangel, for once, be kind, or will it bring in the chaos? I'm surprised to see 4 AM not dropping down a military base. They usually always do that when the plane is so far south, but last time Geek Fam camped them, and then the time right after that, we had the zone so far north that I think 4 AM is just like, you know what, forget it. We're not dealing with military base anymore. That is going to lead to somewhat of a split drop contestation here. 4 AM versus Furious Gaming. We were just talking about Furious Gaming. No. They need to start bringing some action to the table. 4 AM, they had a buggy. They could have left, but they know it's only 1 player, so they're going to take this 2v1. They got to be fast with it, though, because Trigger in the background coming in with the UMP, trying to look for a way to help. Milovan, no armor, no helmet. Just a breeze is going to knock this player down, so he's got to nail his shots quickly. Gonna be hitting those first couple of shots. He's gonna find the first one. King Shane now up.
Oh my god!
No way! Yes, baby. 7, where are you? You better be screaming right now. Furious Gaming starting us off with a 1v2 clutch.
Man, wait. Was this the sub they brought in? Milovan?
No, it wasn't.
No.
It was
Okay.
it wasn't, but it was still pretty insane.
I was gonna say, man, no vest,
Super subs.
a 1v2. Maybe 4AM should have just dropped military base, man. Maybe they should have just stuck to what they've been doing. That was a really well done 1v2. The composure, hitting the shots, the AK, of course, so deadly close range, packs so much damage. But 4AM down to 2 players just like that, and their lead on Geek Fam, not that big. They could be dropping out of first place after this very game.
Hey, that's super sub for Furious Gaming. Here they are. Getting that also crucial information onto the likes and the rest of 4 Angry Men. And now, in terms of the opportunity here, Furious Gaming, they know they've just taken 2 out. They know there's a little bit of, the obstacle moving into the eastern portion of Gatka. Not sure if they're actually going to be full sending it, because again, all of these engagements, they do come with those risks. I mean, that was a 2v1 for 4 Angry Men, but because we are at the stage that we're at, we're in PMGC, you give any of these members, like we've been saying, one little tiny inch, they're going to take you for a mile, they're going to take you for 2 of your players. So an opportunity now, yes, to close out the rest of 4 Angry Men, that might give, Furious Gaming a little bit of leeway onto the top end of the overall leaderboard, but it comes with its own risks.
Yeah. We'll see what 4AM decides to do now. They're clearing that compound out, very aware that there could be another player close by. Alien Kid had already backed off all the way to the tractor hay bale. So after that little contention, things are going to calm down for a little bit. The circle as well is not going to really make teams feel in a rush to rotate. We are like just pretty much smack in the middle of Erangel. Very typical zone. Nothing too crazy here. There could be a potential shift to the north past the river on Rozhok, but we'll have a much better idea of that on the second zone shift. But for now, I don't think any teams are in any rush to take up any positions in particular.
Tem Entertainment and Falcons. I mean, that's a combination we've been talking about time in and time out here towards Yasnaya Polyana. Right now, both of these teams, they know what's hiding for them on the other side of Yasnaya. They know what's, what potential neighbors they might be looking at. Tem Entertainment, just these last 2 games have been so emphatic with the way that they have been taking those engagements, with the way in which they've been bringing in those points. I mean, 10 eliminations on that Sandhawk, and that was not an easy Sandhawk by any means necessary for them.
No, not at all. We had a quiz pop up just now. What's the largest scope in PUBG Mobile? 12% of people answered the 32x. Good to know who the trolls are.
Yeah, what would that even look like? You could like inspect the leaves on a tree.
Yeah.
From like the top of the hilltop, like, yes, those are some lovely leaves right there.
32x. Imagine using that, like, scoping into someone's head when you're standing right next to them. You could literally see their souls if there was a 32x. Furious Gaming, still very close by to 4AM. I think they know this might be 4AM. They're coming in very aggressive. I mean, 4AM, no vehicles, right? Where else could they go for the next source of loot? I think Furious Gaming has correctly predicted where they could be. Now a 4v2. Can 4AM return the favor and take down at least one member of Furious Gaming? Trigger's going to pop that door open as a bait. Very well done. His other teammate coming in from the other side. This is a 3v1 isolation. Savant goes down. Not even a fighting chance for him. Now it's a 4v1. Furious Gaming, and here you go, 7. Here you go. Furious Gaming. 4 eliminations already, and look at that. Some celebratory shots. Pump yourself up, man. Okay, we can't hear the comps, but maybe it is the super sub. Maybe it's the super sub that's just hyping the team up, letting them know we got this, we could do this. We have not seen an aggressive Furious Gaming the entire week. Even when they were forced to fight, I don't think we saw them like put up an aggressive stance.
We haven't.
Right? That was the most aggressive we've ever seen them so far. And what do you know? 4 eliminations to keep 4 alive, and we're only 7 minutes in.
Furious Gaming keeping to their namesake for the first time in what felt like the entirety of these 3 days so far.
Yeah.
Match 16, they bring in that, well, furious action, that furious energy. Maybe they were waiting for that super sub. Like you said, maybe it's the momentum. Maybe it's just the general energy. You know, someone bringing in someone positive into that team can drastically change the mentality of your team. I mean, how many positions have you been in? You know, situations in a team where, you know, things are looking bad. It's been rough. You get that one member in, and they're just hyped, man. They are just bringing in the good vibes. They're bringing in that positive mentality. Complete switch up, a 180 performance as soon as that mentality game is strong. So, loving the fact that we're seeing that come through here for Furious Gaming. These subs, man, they have been so impactful this week. And yes, like you said, some may be good, some maybe not bad, but either way, for Furious Gaming, it's brought in that action. So now, rotation's going to be the next name of the game. Game Lords making in a lovely little bit of a switch up here towards Everest, but Vivo Keed might have beat them to the punch here. We do see Adrian just a little bit further up, might be coming through on the opposite end, but for now has slowed down.
Very curious. Yeah, both teams going for Everest. This is on the very western edge of the first circle. You can see here now on the minimap, no real reason to contest Everest. Circle shifts. Okay, this circle, it just went from like a pretty normal circle all of a sudden to a very tricky circle. Yeah, we're getting a 50-50 almost. I think that's pretty close to 50-50 between north of Rosek and south of Rosek. Now, this is a zone that has been played out quite a bit in competitive. We have not seen it yet for these two groups. Even if these teams have all played a similar situation, it does not make it any easier to navigate this one out.
Trying to kill another team that has been so consistent, holding on to the top slots. Genesis Dogma trying to bring a little bit of shenanigans to the doorstep of IHC, suddenly tasting their own medicine. Alex, the medicine tasted so good that, well, they're going to just go back to the lobby and enjoy it. IHC, they're going to go back all the way to military-based island because they're not having any of it.
Quite fitting for IHC to get camped there, but very surprising. It was Genesis Dogma Gids that did the camping. That's a team that, in my opinion, avoids fights like it's the plague, right? But they're camping out IHC. Okay, Genesis Dogma, I see you. Changing things up. You know, putting in some points, getting in fights early on against IHC of all teams. That might be just to pay them back for what IHC did to them on Miramar, where they like absolutely
100%.
bullied them. Right, so I mean, a point's a point. Good change up for Genesis Dogma. I respect it. Meanwhile, things are really starting to heat up inside the zone as, you know, we get this 50-50 and teams are starting to take up the positions and fight for them as well.
Geek Fam right up alongside Nongshim Red Force, who we know, and we can see it there on the right-hand side, feeling a little bit rough these past couple of days, but they've shown some glimpses of hope. They've shown a couple of those engagements that are looking, you know, a lot tighter. They're looking a lot stronger. I'm still waiting for that answer for them. Trying to kill, currently in 6th position. And Falcons, I mean, this potential against Train to Kill would be so much more for them. They're sitting in 15th position, trying to climb up into that survival stage. What a boundary that they need to breach. That's around 40 points to be safe, at least for now.
It's going to be a tough task. Falcons, one of the teams that, you know, also did the sub like yesterday, pretty early into the day, if I'm not mistaken.
And today.
And today. Yeah.
Yeah,
or
was
was
today.
that
powerful. It was powerful that went out in the last game. I think so.
I could have sworn they also tried one yesterday as well. I mean, I'm going to have to scroll through the info, but either way, right? Falcons, a team that had previous great performances, but now just really just down in the dumps. We saw on that overall leaderboards. Next circle shifts on out. Oh, this is going to get spicy.
A little bit of Rozak action. Falcons moving on in from the northern side alongside Train to Kill. And from the south, well, take a pick. You've pretty much got majority of your team is making this dash on end. Game Lawns right through Train to Kill. Akashi will take a little bit of that action, a little bit of that damage. Genesis Dogma up here against Besiktas. At least one from Besiktas. who is very, very isolated from the rest of the team. They're still making that rotation in. We've got FaZe that will be joining in with the action potentially soon, at least until that turn-off. So for now, Genesis Dogma, they will be looking at what? Is this a 3v1, a 4v1?
Yeah, but he gets one. Where's the rest of Besiktas needs to help this guy out. He has been stalling for quite a while. The rest of his team has already crossed the bridge though. So maybe that's why. Genesis Dogma, 2 of them get knocked, but they finally get the trade in. Geek Fam close by, hearing those gunshots. Getting curious. I think Geek Fam actually picked up the elimination, so Geek Fam, yeah, we'll steal that one away. How are they going to decide to cross this bridge? They do have control of the bridge over here with their setup, so they're just going to swing right back. I love the way Geek Fam does this, right? The second they hear an opportunity, they'll take a look. They'll take a peek. And then once they see it's gone or they picked up their 1 point, they stole their 1 point, all right, back to the game plan. We're rotating across this bridge that we've held control of. We're going to go to that wizard tower, which they've been able to scout out and it's clear. And that is exactly where they're going to set up.
Nothing wrong about picking up a couple of points along the way. It's like a pit stop on a nice long road trip. Gotta get those snacks in. Game Lord, they gotta get those eliminations in up against DXavier now. But DXavier, once again, stepping up high. Finding an immediate confirmation onto Game Lords. There is a return from Akashi onto Frankie. DXavier now with 2 players down. Still a potential for a 4-man squad, but they need to get those reses popped on off. But Game Lord will actually use this as the trigger to push on in.
Ooh, I don't know about this. I'd rather prefer Game Lords push the outside where they got the 2 knocks. Because at most, it's a 3v1 and you deny 2 revives. But pushing into this compound allows Lamborghini to stall as best as he can. And his 2 teammates can also come in and trap in the Game Lords team. This is not the best of decisions in my opinion. Now you can see Game Lords is completely stalled out by that Molotov. He's got to get his gun out. Lamborghini! Ooh. Nice reactions, but why the single man peek? Game Lords falling apart on this push. DXavier, though, getting a little bit distracted, taking some fights with other teams where the main priority should be to eliminate this Game Lords team that's all trapped in the compound. Here we go. Good push from downstairs. He's going to try and stick that revive. Not able to get it off. And that will be the finish. Game Lord, a little bit of a slip up. Yeah, a huge slip up there. I would have loved to see them push outside where they got the 2 knocks, like I said, rather than trapping themselves in. Nongshim Red pushing against Genesis Dogma Gids here. Nongshim Red been a very, very quiet team, but like you mentioned, we see glimmers of brightness out of them when they do get into engagements. They can fight, they just don't often take it.
I mean, the same could be said here from Genesis Dogma. I mean, this is the first time in a long time that we've seen that aggression, that killer instinct we've been waiting for. And now, again, up against one of the other teams that we're waiting for. It just seems like, unfortunately for us, these teams that really need everything going in coordinates for them, everything going as planned, they're finding one another. So, unfortunately, we'll have to say potentially goodbye to one of them in this engagement as Nongshim, Red Force, and Genesis. They look at their options outside of the zone, having to make that rotation right up ahead of them on that bridge line. It is FaZe. You can see in the bottom left corner. I think that is Furious. Is that Furious Gaming up against? No way. IHC?
Yeah, Furious Gaming against IHC on the northwest side. The southeast side really starting to heat up. You can see in that little window bubble down there, IHC versus Furious Gaming. Look like it's a 2-for-2 for now. Both of these teams, Nongshim, Red Force, and Genesis Dogma Gids, have to cross the bridge, but FaZe is waiting for them. FaZe has everything set up for the trap, for the camp, and interestingly enough, Nongshim's going to take the fight instead. I think Nongshim might have spotted out a different team taking the bridge, and they realize if they try to cross the bridge, they're going to be trapped between 2 teams, so they're going to take the fight out here, which I do like, but they got to finish it up quick because Blue Zone is closing in.
Couple of nades now being sent on out. Genesis feeling the brunt of the action, not only from Nongshim, but FaZe moving on in as well. Beautiful nade from Saden to find that initial knock. Genesis, feeling so unsettled here as Daybot will go right into the crosshairs. In the meantime, we did say goodbye to Furious Gaming, who did go not only up against IHC, but Vivo Key chimed in as well with a couple of well-placed nades. We will be saying goodbye to them. We might even be saying goodbye to Nongshim Red, because now baited battered and bruised. They need to make this rotation across the line of FaZe and their line of sight.
And Tony K is the linchpin of it all. He's going to let some players pass by him. And then they are completely sandwiched. Nongshim Red Force, they're going to go into the water instead. They don't want to take the bridge. And with good reason, all the sightlines train on the bridge. And Nongshim Red Force is getting cut down now. Tony K, I don't know if his position was given away. Did he take shots earlier? He did. Well, they definitely know he's down here now. After Tony K gets another knock. FaZe doing such a good job here. This is the FaZe I want to see.
Ooh.
Perfect positioning, perfect execution. No players just getting caught for no reason. This is the FaZe that we should have seen all day long, but they're starting now finally to play in tip-top form. Geek Fam will pick up the last player of Nongshim Red Force.
Nongshim not having a single option in that altercation. Like we said, moving on out from one engagement right into another, literally into a bit of a bridge camp. What options do they have? Vivo Keed moving on in from that western side, right behind, trying to kill IHC from the northwest into center. Looks like they might even find the Rejects, who are just hiding into the center compound. Very good position once again for Rejects, and we've seen this before. When Rejects get that center zone compound, they have been lighting up the feed, man. They have been hitting in some massive, massive games, and this is looking like a potential for them once again. But Falcons, they're still in this one. What can they do in this scenario? One of the teams that has the most pressure on Erangel right now.
See how they decide to play this one out. Rejects, like you mentioned, in the center once again, in the hard cover once again. This could be a big game for the Rejects to shoot up, especially with 4 AM going out early with 0 points. 4 AM might drop down. Geek Fam with 4 players on the southern side, by the way. This could be Geek Fam's game to take first place away from the likes of 4 AM. Tem Entertainment, they only have 3-0 eliminations so far, but we've seen what they are able and capable of doing. They took out 4 AM and Geek Fam, the top 2 teams in this entire lobby, in back-to-back 4v4s. Sure, they don't have 4 right now, but even with 3, if they could replicate what they did similar on Miramar, they could be a dangerous force.
FaZe moving on in. Tem Entertainment right up ahead of them. Maybe potential for a rematch here. Ventores is going to be going down to the likes of Geek Fam. We'll see how that one pans on out. Tem Entertainment chiming in, adding to that pressure. FaZe Clan, that rotation needs to come in. Keed, as we said, moving in for the western side and Train to Kill just picking them apart.
Very well done for Train to Kill, setting up that off angle. Geek Fam now coming into the mix of things. This is the aggressive Geek Fam we've been waiting for. They've been quiet as compared to day number 1, but even being so quiet, they're still second place overall. That's just that consistency. But now we might see the monstrous Geek Fam that we saw out of day 1 that took first place at the end of the day. Or no, they weren't first place, but they had definitely the first in terms of eliminations, taking the fight to FaZe. FaZe having to deal with not just Geek Fam, but also Tem Entertainment. Now, these are 2 powerhouse hitting teams, especially with Tem Entertainment proving themselves. FaZe find themselves in a very, very tough position.
Just to add on to the list of teams they need to worry about is Besiktas, still in the vicinity. Tem Entertainment sending out a few nades, a few feelers, trying to see if they can locate a few bits of information. Face down to only 2. Bevy will be spotted out here, but I believe by Tony K. There it is. That run across, Tony K knows exactly where Bevy is. We'll be spotting them out, taking care of them almost immediately. Instant confirmation. We wouldn't expect anything less. Tem Entertainment now down to a 2v2 phase. They need to take care of this. Geek Fam, they are moving up.
Ooh, I think they got a knock onto Besiktas. So now they're going to take 2 fights. They're going to pressure down the likes of FaZe, which, well, FaZe is out. GK actually gets a knock onto Darude. Darude knocked all the way in the backside on the off angle, and then Yuhai at the tree also going down. Geek Fam's pressure all of a sudden stopping to a halt. But Besiktas, they did lose 2 players. So Geek Fam, I think that's a job well done for them. They'll go for those revives and then come back even stronger and hit a weakened Besiktas team.
Tem Entertainment now, they've been given an opportunity here for that rotation. They've been given an opportunity at longevity, a shot in the final phase. I hope that they'll be able to take it, but Falcons will be denying them that northern rotation should they want to take it, should they want to avoid all of this calamity that's happening here towards the southern side. Geek Fam making that rotation, trying to close up the numbers. They need to get those reses on in. Besiktas still applying the pressure onto the position of Yuhai. They do not want that res to be popped on off. I mean, if you take a look at Besiktas, they are running as a duo. That's a duo applying the pressure to Geek Fam.
Might not be enough though. That revive is gonna come through. Geek Fam should go back up to 4. On the western side of things, Train to Kill slowly edging their way in. GK on the south, controlling that huge giant ridgeline. They're in a comfortable spot for now. Next circle, they're more than likely gonna have to push over either into Train to Kill or the side of Geek Fam. And if there's any gaps in their defense, they could be looking at a third party by either of those two teams.
Geek Fam here in the southern portion. GK Esports now finding their potential rivals for the first couple of days. We'll get a bit of a warning shot. A rotation that needs to be made. A decision here now placed up ahead of them. Do they take this engagement? Do they back on out? As soon as they disengage, they will be disengaging into the path line of Train to Kill. A lot of options. Once again, a little bit of a lateral engagement here that they need to take up the hilltop if they want to get themselves closer to zone. These trees are the only bits of cover they have left.
Ooh, smoke's blooming, but Snipes manages to spot Gate just at the last second. He's going to push up aggressive here. Geek Fam, just really understanding how to apply pressure. Notice that quick spray of bullets and then instantly right back. It's not so much about getting the knock, but just letting them know, hey, we have our eyes trained on you. Don't get comfortable. IHC, they're going to have to make this push onto the rejects. It looks like they're just going to be edging in, and the only good spot to edge into now is that compound that the rejects have. They're going to drop a lot of smokes down to block off sight lines and get just close enough to start raining in the util. Yeah, the nades, the mollies coming in. Ooh. IHC, however, only have 3. This should be a successful defense coming out of the rejects team.
Oh, Tem Entertainment now feeling the brunt of the action. They've run into Geek Fam, keeping their eyes peeled. Already one knock has ensued. Down to 1 member here from Tem Entertainment. Meanwhile, Rejects, we said, from the center, that compound is not quite in center zone. They haven't quite been gifted that next phase, but they're still in contention. They're applying that pressure here to IHC. Zayol, Icy, oh, not looking great. Icy down to only a sliver. One more nade could set it all off. It's the final nail in the coffin here for IHC. Icy has to push up now. There's no other options left, but it is just into the gauntlet.
IHC eliminated. I feel like IHC doesn't push hard and fast enough. It seems like they always edge into the circle and then get paced apart. It happened in Miramar yesterday as well when they had 4 players up. See if they can maybe correct things. They are 3rd place overall. Besiktas might pass up with their 2 members. Train to Kill now. Looking like they will be taking that fight with GK. Geek Fam, see, Geek Fam applied enough pressure without even needing a knock to make GK push the other way. GK, they lose a player. Jane is still knocked right now in a very, very dangerous situation. No one's going to go for the revive because GK could push at any time. They need all eyes alert and looking this way. Satan goes down. That's another good knock for the side of Train to Kill.
Falcons moving on in, applying that pressure. Geek Fam now 2 down, 2 to recover, but then again, that decision, they have to still get themselves into zone. Falcons, this is an opportunity now to take out the likes of Geek Fam. If they ever were looking for an opportunity to pick up eliminations, to secure themselves into this next zone, it will be now. It has to be now. Besiktas right up ahead of them. They need to provide themselves some cover. They need to give themselves spacing moving on in. Geek Fam still trying to get those reses off. They will potentially get that timing lost in the vehicle, trying to scout out that information.
How is Falcons allowing Geek Fam to get the full reset?
What?
Yeah.
No.
Way too passive, and now they push. Now is way too late. I mean, the run over. They didn't even get the run over. Oh no, Falcon. Falcon. They get a knock, but they're down to 2. It's a 3v2 situation. And just as one of them gets knocked, Yuhai was actually thinking about pushing a different team. But now that their player's knocked, they're going to come back around. Good cover fire right there. Swing out high. Snipes jumping out of the vehicle a little bit too quickly. Will get knocked. That's a self-knock. And, well, Rejects, on the other hand, they've had 4 up. They've been playing it safe. Now is their time to strike. There's only 5 teams left.
Rejects moving on in from that northern side. They've had that compound for so long. So much hard cover to work with, but now Geek Fam applying that pressure as they make that rotation down the hilltop. Geek Fam, oh, Yuhai trying to find that vehicle. It is on the edge of exploding. It is on the edge of giving them a way into Rejects, but they just narrowly escape it. They just narrowly avoid that. Besiktas now holding a compound in zone. Geek Fam still moving on in. Train to Kill and GK Esports have been left to their own devices for so long.
This fight is about to erupt into a 5-way fight. Rejects doesn't have to get involved unless they want to. They do have a ridge that they could use to abuse though, right in front of them. Yeah, and you see them moving up now. Right next to that crate, Train to Kill on the flats right above. Reiji's gonna drive over, maybe spot out a head or two in the grass. It's gonna give them good info here. Yo, he definitely spots that player. Oh, he drives a little bit deeper, gets a knock, and here comes Justice with the trade. He goes down, however. I think. Oh, and GK from the edge will chime in. Train to Kill down to just 1 member. I think they eliminated one of the reject players. Yeah, the one reject player drove a little bit too far deep in. When will get confirmed, that puts the reject players down to 3. Justice should be able to get revived right here. Unless Geek Fam, being the ever so aggressive Geek Fam, Yuhai's in a perfect position to stop the revives and actually cut down the entire Rejects team. He's got to hit his shots though. Duello driving way into the blue zone. Rejects, everything is falling apart. Justice gets right behind the rock. His feet was sticking out for a split second and Yuhai catches the toes. All down to 1 member, and Train to Kill is going to take this time to take the fight with Besiktas. Besiktas comes out of the house unscathed. The entire Geek Fam team was watching the house the entire time, but they're going to change their sights onto the reject players. Divine with a valiant last stand. Will get 1, gets traded, and Besiktas trying to take advantage. Will get knocked down by Darude, watching the flanks. That's another trade. Zessi, 1 versus 1 now. Geek Fam going for the revive. Besiktas doing the same. Geek Fam will get the revive first though. Mika healing right on up. Mika, the star player on Geek Fam, the top eliminator. Zessi, you can't go for the revive now. It took too long. A great wrap turnaround, bringing it back down to a 1v1. This is so back and forth and sprays through the smokes. There we go. That is the Geek Fam chicken dinner that they've been looking for. This team with a very explosive day number 1 has been just quietly staying in the top since then, but now they're back and forth. They're back with a loud, tremendous chicken dinner and a well-timed chicken dinner as well, because this is the match that 4 a.m. went out in first place with 0 eliminations. And most valuable player, Yuhai, you saw him doing a little dance right there, definitely celebrating the win.
I mean, we went into this match, we went into this wrangle, and at that moment, Geek Fam were 8 points behind 4 Angry Men. Now picking up that winner chicken dinner, that is going to shoot them up ahead. That is going to give them an opportunity to finally reset themselves, redeem themselves on day number 3, to give us that performance we've been waiting for, to give us the Geek Fam that we've been treated to on day number 1, that dominance that we've been waiting for. Again, I think that's over the back of that decision from Falcons to not push in when Geek Fam were at the most vulnerable, to allow them that full reset.
Hey, you know, usually I criticize teams for not playing well, but hey, Falcons, I'm glad you didn't, because that Geek Fam put on a show afterwards. So yeah, good job not taking out Geek Fam, I guess. But man, Geek Fam, I just love how they're constantly looking for opportunities. They were getting smacked down after the Falcons fight, right? Rejects was shooting back, but they still sweeped around. Yuhai went for that flank, took out RC, and then ultimately that led them to the chicken dinner.
And Geek Fam is back, baby! 32 total points. You saw the excitement from those players. Man, that is what we have been waiting for. That is a heck of a game for the side of Geek Fam. Reject put up some good points. T2K, Besiktas hanging on right towards the end right there, but with only one elimination, 7.
First of all, for Geek Fam, for a team that didn't get a single chicken dinner yesterday and they were able to get one in day 1, I'm glad to see them back. And you said Besiktas being able to at least get one elimination when you get second place, that's just not good enough. And then we got the head-to-head right here. Yuhai, 8 eliminations, 1,000 damage, Glitter.
Okay, some very impressive stats coming out of Yuhai and Geek Fam looking like they're a little bit back on the come up. T2K having a decent performance themselves as well. But the problem with this match was that it was almost the top 5 of this game matching the top 5 on the overall. Not in the exact order, but the teams at the top did well all at the same time. So we're gonna have to see if that does anything, Jukes.
And then, wait, hold on, Jukes. We saw
ahead.
a bit of a spoiler play there, too. I was getting flashbacks to last week, Nova versus Knight. I know it's not the same, but Furious Gaming taking on 4 AM super early on, eliminating those 2 players, and then at the end, continuing to chase 4 AM, being able to eliminate them. And you saw a little bit of BM. You saw them shooting them boxes. You saw them trying to hype themselves up. It didn't ultimately end up working out, but maybe this might be a little bit more aggression that we expect out of Furious Gaming,
like it.
hopefully.
Hey, I saw it and I was just like, it's a bold strategy, Cotton, but it didn't work out for them in the end. Let's go ahead and take it to a quick break, and we'll be right back. And we're back. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. We already started to see teams at the bottom hot dropping the teams at the top. It ain't even the last day. Let's go. Oh, this is going to be insane. There's only 2 more matches left to go. We're going to Miramar and then back to Erangel. I hope you guys are excited. Of course, we got to be excited for our sponsor, Sony. That's right, with their Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream. Guys, they were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can actually play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. So go check out Sony today. Oh, boy. Oh, goodness. Geek Fam have popped off. What does the overall rankings look like? Well, let's find out. Back to first place. Bam! With a big lead.
A healthy lead indeed. 24 points, if I'm doing the math right. I think I am. Besiktas, though, being able to move up, Glitter, they only got 1 elimination point, but those placement points came in clutch. And look at the difference still between those teams that are fighting for third place.
Listen, Reject has managed to close an already small gap to even smaller between themselves and Besiktas. T2K, like I said, also had a decent performance. IHC was the only one that didn't perform, but it ends up just being a tie. So, I mean, this first page is insane. And then we check out the second page, and like you were saying, Seven, the gap is not that big. 2 points between Tem Entertainment and Vivo Keyed, then 7 between Vivo and D Xavier. I mean, this is still such a tight race between all of these squads. And then even farther down, still only 12 points behind Tem Entertainment is Game Lord. So these rankings can just continue to shift around, even just within this day, let alone all day tomorrow. I mean, I don't even know what to expect. And now we've got Miramar, and we have so many Miramar specialists. I don't know what to do, Jukes.
Those teams in 13 through 16, Jukes, I mean,
Yeah.
they need to watch out, though, because Game Lord, I mean, it's almost like a 20-point difference.
Yeah, they have to pop off like right now if they want to get into that survival stage. The crazy part, though, is, you know, even looking for that golden ticket to PMGC, there's 5 teams that can instantly get third place with just 1 game. And then there's like 9 squads that can get into third place and higher with 2 matches here. So let's take a look at the top Miramar performers. Rejects is coming up. You know that they want to get back into that, or they want to get into that top 3 here, 7. Do you think we could see a squad like Rejects break that top 3 here today?
I think it might be possible. I think to be fair, like their win yesterday, it worked out perfect for them. That's why they ended up with such a major point difference to everybody else. A major jump up to 35 points, those 20 elims plus the 15 from winning the game. I don't see that happening again, okay? I'm not fully sold on Rejects. This is something that we were talking about earlier too when they got the Erangel win. I'm just not sold on them. But a team that I am starting to be more sold on is Geek Fam. And you saw them being some of the top performers, Glitter, there for Miramar. We didn't see it for Angry Men. Could they maybe increase that lead and give themselves a bit more of a cushion?
I mean, this is what I'm saying. We have so many Miramar specialists that it's still anybody's game. And I mean, you talked about some teams to keep our eyes on. I have a little bit more faith in Reject than I think you do. I am going to be keeping my eye on Reject for. Thank you, Jukes. Okay, thank you. I want to see what they could do in this next match. But also the tight race now between them, Besiktas, T2K. I mean, that's why I've got this whole bubble as my teams to watch, because they were 4th, 5th, and 6th prior to the last match. They're even closer this time around. This is going to be a big match.
And for me, I'm going to be looking at GK. Ooh, say it.
I'm going to say it right now. Rejects, they'll be in top 3 after this game. They'll be in top 3 after this match.
Guaranteed?
Okay.
All right. Bet.
See, guaranteed. So 7, since you were wrong about that. Okay, tell us what you're wrong about.
I might be wrong about GK. I actually want them to win this next match. This is a team that got a chicken dinner in Miramar on day 1. And right now, I would really love for them to continue on collecting some points. We saw them being able to at least get 9 points in that previous Erangel. A bit of a spark up from this team that has been super, super quiet. By the way, going back when they actually got that win in Miramar, it was just 5 elims, so it wasn't something massive, but at least those placement points were able to help them out. This is a team that needs to wake up. If not, those top teams are going to start creating a bit of a gap too. The Xavier, I mean, yesterday they were able to win this match, the 5th match. Maybe that could happen again today. And with 4 Angry Men, you heard me talking about it as well in regards to Geek Fam. Geek Fam being a big, usually they tend to score a lot of points here. You know what? They need to. 4 Angry Men needs to start scoring points here, Glitter. Because if not, that gap is gonna become bigger. Which, I mean, for Geek Fam, it's exactly what you want to have. But for us that likes to bite our nails, for it to come down all the way until the end, I want to see that happen. So 4 Angry Men, come on, show us what you're capable of.
I agree with that. Do you have any additional teams to talk about before we head into it?
I mean,
honestly,
Furious Gaming. Can I call them out again?
Go ahead.
God.
Double call out. Double call out,
right.
7. Give it to them. Tell them what it is.
Okay, Furious Gaming. I gave you props earlier because I loved that you guys took the fight for 4 Angry Men. Okay, you guys got confidence. You guys should have a little bit more confidence now that you know that you can take on the first place team and actually win that fight. We just want to see better rotations. You guys keep getting caught on your rotations. If you guys get yourself to the place first without even getting into fights, I mean, they might be able to get some placement points. And we know that they can get eliminations too.
Wee! Let them know. Let's take a look at this recap here with the most common playing path in PMGC, that southern playing path. is become a trend. So these players are pretty used to it here. You can see some of the different rotations from those top squads. See them, going on that vehicle. And I love just the speed that these guys rotate into that next circle. And, one team that I am extra keeping an eye out on, because we had an interview with them, at the start, or in the middle of the day, right? Xavier. Xavier. What do you feel so far about this comeback, Glitter? Do you think that they've kind of been off and off the gas with it? They've been full-fledged force? Just what do you think?
I actually really like that call out because we can only pick 3 teams to watch, but Xavier has just done such a good job with their adaptation here today, especially in comparison from the beginning of this weekend, that I would not be surprised if there's someone who ends up on the first page again after this match. I mean, they have just proved that maybe it was nerves or maybe it was just being a little cold when it came to their gameplay, but I have been very pleasantly surprised with the way that they've picked it up. What about you, Seven?
For me, with Xavier, it has to be they're not hesitating as much, and that's something that they were able to mention during that interview as well. They're willing to actually go for the plan that they have. Yeah, even if it backfires, they're sticking to their guns. That's something that 4 Angry Men was able to do really well yesterday with some of the risky rotations that I was hyping up. Today, they're still doing those risky rotations, but it's just not working out for them. So with this Xavier, continue the no hesitation. Continue doing what you're doing because now you are at least within the top 11.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree as well. And I think that Xavier really needs to bust out a chicken dinner here if they want to get that top 3 spot. Because at the end of the day, 3rd place is the minimum goal. You do not want to go to the survival stage because there are teams from these other groups that are going to come in swinging big time. And you want to get that ticket. You want to have it punched over. So I think that's Xavier here in Miramar. They won it yesterday. I think they have to go for something like that here today as we take a look at some of the players. Just look at this, praying. Vivo Keyed. Just trying to talk to each other and just say, hey, I mean, you can just see the different demeanor between each one of these squads here as the day goes on.
I love that you say you don't really want to go to survival stage because if we say some of the teams that are going to be going to survival stage, then you really not want to go there. You're going to have HVP, Alpha 7, Vampire Esports, Bacon Time, right? That's just from last week, and there's still some more that I'm not even mentioning. And then you go to Group Red, and then you have Bigatron for Rivals, Titan, Box Gaming. I'm sorry, what? Yeah, I'm going to try my hardest to be within those top 3. I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to think about that. That's just going to be super stressful, Glitter.
God, man, I didn't even think about that. I was over here looking at our group's rankings, and I was like, 7 has GK as one of his teams to watch, but they are right around where FaZe is too, and FaZe has kind of picked up their aggression. And then you hit me with all of the other teams that are totally going to be in survival stage. And honestly, the action's not going to stop. It doesn't matter once this group is done. Then survival stage is going to be insanity. I don't even want to know what's going to be going through those players' mind. How much pressure is going to be on their shoulders to try and stack up against some of the names that are going to be in that lobby?
I'm willing to say that teams from 9th, right, all the way down to 9th in our group right now, they can possibly push for that 3rd place. And the reason why I'm saying that is because even Xavier, I mean, they had 17 eliminations yesterday. They know that they can put up big points and not just some soft wins with maybe 4 eliminations. They know they can put up those big numbers and push themselves up. But if any of those teams are going to try to hunt down that 3rd place, it needs to start happening right now. You don't want to have that extra pressure on tomorrow of having to catch up and hope that the teams at the top that you're trying to catch up are actually throwing and not performing really well.
These players know it in their minds, and you can see it in their faces here because let's be just extra real, okay? When you start mentioning the team names of people that are going to be in the survival stage, remember, survival stage comes, only top 4 are moving on from the survival stage, right?
Yep.
If I am a betting man, okay, on who is going to go and make that top 4 from the survival stage, just from the people that are already there, okay? I am going to automatically say it ain't going to be any person from this group. no matter which team goes. Even 4 Angry Men, to be honest, are going to have a lot of trouble in that survival stage. That's how stacked it is. So, I mean, if you want to go and get that ticket and that prize pool, that just Twitter bio of I participated inside of PMGC Grand Champions, you know, you have to do it right here, right now. I think top 3 is literally do or die. What do you think, Seven?
When I was mentioning those teams that are on that survival stage, like, I was being nice too. I left out some other teams too that I don't want to tell people because it's just gonna scare them even more of how crazy that survival stage is gonna be. That's what I'm saying. Like, the teams right now within our group that can possibly make that push for 3rd place, try to make that push. It's not guaranteed. Yeah, you are going to have a second chance at maybe making it to the grand finals, but you have to go through survival stage. You have to go to final chance. And with all the powerhouses that are going to be there, your chances are honestly going to be so slim. You're not going to be able to afford to have a game off. You're not going to be able to afford to have even a rotation off. There's just going to be so much pressure that I know for a fact a lot of these teams will crumble under that, and the top bigger teams will take advantage of it.
You guys are stressing me out.
Dude, imagine how these players feel. I mean, I love how like D Xavier said it. You know, how like their biggest trouble was hesitation, right?
Yep.
And people really underestimate the factor that this is a game where literally tenths of a second matter. Like, if you hesitate for 1 second, I'm not even lying, 1 second, your team is squad wiped, right? And I'll tell you what, there's so many teams that are already in the survival stage coming up that they already don't hesitate. You know, they already got bad beat by other teams that played at that higher level. So, I mean, man, this leaderboard is so close right now. And, like, the shenanigans that we are going to see in the final day, I know they're going to be coming in
I actually
hard,
have a question for
and
you
that's
guys.
Just, go ahead, bring it.
Later. Do you guys think 4 Angry Men are probably going to end up top 5 in this match or not? Because, I mean, in the first match of Miramar today, they ended at 10th place with 0 eliminations. And if I'm not mistaken, that was their second match so far this week with 0 eliminations as well.
Yes to top 5. I think they want to bounce back after getting wiped out first on that last match.
Okay.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. And the reason why I say no is because I think they're more like putting all of their chips on Erangel, because that's where they just really, really are strong in. So I think that because of that, there's so many teams that are going to be just so hungry, especially a squad like Rejects. They want to go into that top 3 position. I think that they're going to get edged out. And right now, we're starting to get to that point. It's kind of tough because the leaderboard is so close. Yep. But we're starting to get to that point to where the change of play styles are going to happen. And what I mean by that is, if you notice a team at the top, you eliminate one of those players, instead of going position like you maybe would, you're going to go that extra mile to flush them out just because you know you need to pass them on the leaderboard set.
Okay, yeah. I'll take that. And the reason I actually don't believe they might end up in 5th place, and that's kind of shadowing a little bit of what you were saying. And also, some of the other teams like really need the points. Like, I feel like they need to create somewhat of a gap between themselves. Everything is just so close that these teams are going to start feeling uncomfortable. And I know they've been following what happened in the previous weeks. I'm going to be looking at IHC. I mean, this team was doing so well. They have had a good game today with the 4th place and 7 eliminations, but that's their only good game. Besides that, the next one was 6th place and 5 elims. Like, that's not what you want to have. You want to continue to have at least a top 3 and back it up with 7 or more eliminations. IHC, I'm hoping, I didn't have them on my teams to watch, but I'm hoping they do have a good performance here and at least secure a top 4 with some elims to back it up, Glitter.
Well, and if you think about it, this is going to be, these last 2 matches are going to be the final opportunities that all of these teams have to make safe points. Yeah. Because the likelihood tomorrow that we see at least a few more, even just 50-50s on their drops is so much higher. And that can easily take out a team like 4 Angry Men. We literally just saw it happen. And that wasn't even like if that wasn't even a 50-50. That just happened to be a lucky 1v2. Like the teams at the bottom will start to get desperate at some point for those points. And you don't want to be a victim of that desperation, because right now the points are just so freaking close that every single placement that you can get or every single elim that you can get is going to make a difference. I mean, the fact that we have ties between, like you were just talking about, IHC and then T2K, who's only behind Reject by 2, who's behind Besiktas by 1 more, and then but even lower than that, less than 10 points separating like the next 3 teams. I mean, it's just too close for people to do anything crazy from literally like 11th up, which means everyone at the bottom has nothing to lose.
Glitter, and something that we saw perfectly, and you might have seen this too, in the first Erangel map, we saw GFAM 5 Game Lord right away, right? And they were able to pretty much destroy 2 of Game Lord's players. Game Lord was forced to pretty much land where GFAM lands because of the playing path. And we've been getting some crazy playing paths. So you're talking about some teams maybe hot dropping on you. This team is going to think about plan B. What if the playing path doesn't go to where you want to go? What if the possibility of landing and getting into a vehicle and hoping that you can make it there and start looting up doesn't happen? Like, you don't know what's going to be happening, so try to secure the points that you are able to get within the next 2 matches. I'm also going to be looking at some of the teams towards the top. Like, try to make yourself even a bigger name. I keep talking about it. That point gap, that's going to be massive. It's going to allow you to, if you do end up getting hot drop, which we saw last week between Nova Esports and Knights.
Oh my gosh.
You don't want to put yourself into a situation where you end up losing first place in the last match.
Dang.
This is the hardest time for players, but especially IGLs, because this is the easiest moment in the tournament to just start overthinking. You know, just to start automatically being like, oh man, should we hot drop this squad and try to take them out because we need X amount of points? We know this team rotates from this area, and maybe if we cut them off, we could steal a couple points from them because we can't have them catch up. And all those different question marks come into their head, Glitter, and you have to just silence out that noise and make the correct decision. But that's even harder when all of a sudden you have other teams and players doing that exact same thing, and now nobody knows what's going on, and it's just an all-out mayhem war. How many times have we seen that happen in the past, Glitter?
It's too many to count. It's pretty much a guarantee at this point, right? And it's going to boil down to kind of like this perfect combination of experience really helping you know when to make those changes or what to do if those changes are made against you and how to handle them, and then just a little bit of good luck and some really solid teamwork, because you won't know until the last moment, right before you do get hot dropped, or you're forced into picking a drop that you weren't planning on and someone's already there. Like, all of these things are going to happen in the moment, and we talk about how there's always land jitters for people that are here on this level of a stage for the first time. All the small, tiny factors will all come together at the worst possible moment, and that will be tomorrow. So everyone needs to get their ducks in a row today, which is why we always hype up day 3, because the margin of error is going to be so small tomorrow that I think, and we've seen it happen in the other 2 groups, there might be some very surprising results by the time tomorrow is done.
Man, I'm going to talk about something that I haven't really talked about here live before, but you know, the brief time that I played competitively back in the day, right? The game has changed completely. But as far as the mental state, and look at this, already attacking other players. It happens, you know? This is leading what I'm about to lead into, right? The mental factor and team camaraderie is the same, right? And one thing that can really happen, especially around this point, right, is you have your IGL making decisions and saying, hey, this is what we want to do. The hardest issue is when you have a player or maybe another player in your team say, hey, you know what? I don't agree with that IGL's decision. And when you have that happen, especially after maybe having a bad game, and each one of those players has really, you know, is upset due to another call or decision, and they really want to make it, and maybe they've watched one or too many Lifetime movies of a hero going against the leader's decision, you know, and I'm gonna go do this instead, and I'm gonna be the hero of this, and that happens. And when that happens, everything breaks loose, and you just see teams go downhill. So that is a hard thing to deal with, because I mean, if you have one player just say, oh yeah, like the IGL say, hey, we need to push this squad right now, and one player is just like knows the points and just hesitates, oh man, that's gonna just be painful. So painful. Yeah, Glitter. So when it comes to these squads here, Glitter, right? Knowing all those different things, I mean, look at this. You can see some of them just stressed out, anticipating what's going to happen here at this Miramar match. You know, what do you feel? Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, I feel like it's almost like trying to. It's this awful combination of trying to remain relaxed and not stressed, but also trying to keep the hype up, keep momentum going. If you have any momentum at all, if you don't, this is almost giving you too much time. Like you were saying, too much time to think about all of it. The overthinking is going to start kicking in. They've got a lot of time to discuss, and finding that balance of keeping yourself in the right mental zone where you're chill but not, because you're going to bring the energy and have a really strong performance, but also not freak out about it, is so hard, because the longer that they have to wait, the more into their own heads they can get. And you could see some of them are just trying to not even look at their teammates. They're just trying to vibe, just settle in and make sure they keep their head right. I love that we've got some hearts here. Okay, coming in from Vivo Kid. It's just, this is
you can see it on their faces.
Yeah,
like,
it's
literally
the aspect
every single one
that
just
we don't.
It's so hard
that we don't get to see too much. Is just how much the mental side really does. I mean, we mention it, but unless we can see the players' faces, it's not the same.
And you can see now, it looks like
this is
the
a team that was performing at least somewhat decent earlier as well. You can see them getting themselves hyped up. You're talking about the mentality there, Hodges. I mean, that's exactly what you want to see out of a team. And this is a team that's not even all the way at the top. They're currently in the 11th place. If it was to end right now, they'll be barely qualifying to that survival stage. But you can see them trying to get themselves in that mindset of, okay, hey, game's about to start. You know what? Let's switch it up. Positive vibes.
Yeah, and you can see the different just faces on all these different players here. That little extra wait time is going to definitely breed some different actions here as the game is about to get started. Everybody get hyped, get ready. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. We are finally back with the 5th match of the day. Pretty long extended break, giving a chance for all these teams to strategize or to, just take a breather, calm down a little bit. I don't think it's going to work in the favor of Geek Fam, though, because, man, Geek Fam was hype after getting the chicken dinner that previous match. But now with such an elongated downtime, that hype might be wearing off a little bit. So we'll see how it affects this much, like Hot Jukes was saying.
It's that momentum reset, right? I mean, we talked about it when we saw Team Entertainment bringing the hype. And they're a team that are sitting at the lower end of skins. So yeah, it's a team that just came off of a win. Their hype might be dying down a little bit. They might be bringing in that calm. The team that might have not been feeling too great after that previous wrangle, they just had a chance to reset. They just had a chance to, like you said, take a breath. And now everyone should be coming in at an equal footing. It's like the beginning of the day after a short break like that. it could do wonders and it could do some damage to a team's momentum, a team's mentality. And we literally saw that mentality shift for Furious Gaming off of the back of that substitution. So we know the mentality game, it has a massive impact on these teams.
This PUBG Mobile is probably one of the most stressful games when it comes to mental, because usually, like in other competitive titles, right, mistakes are a little bit more clear-cut, like, okay, you messed up here, it's like, okay, I see that, that's fine, we'll fix it, we'll move on. But with PUBG Mobile, it's like, there's so many different variables and ways to approach things, and so many different nuances of mistakes where it could really start to wear on players' like brains, like what are we doing wrong? And the circle RNG, of course, right? Maybe you're having a bad day. The circle actually just keeps shifting off away from you, opposite of everywhere, every which direction you go, right? And that could be wearing on the mentality. So with us being 3 days into this week, the mental fortitude of many of these teams are being heavily challenged by now. So we might start seeing some teams, you know, start to really drop off, and some teams with the mental fortitude, you know, they could really still come back and pop off, as we have seen with like teams like Tem Entertainment.
And I love what the desk was mentioning, right? You know, survival stage, it is basically the consolation prize out of this week. You know, first prize, you want to get into that top 3, but that consolation prize, it's not feeling much like a prize at all. When you take a look at the competition, you're basically putting yourselves in the head crossfires of. So the zone now applying some extra pressure, although I would argue that it's actually just allowing a lot of the teams to get that early drop site. However, the terrain within that zone, oof, a little bit of Chumacera action.
Yeah. Always love the Chumacera action, even if it goes a little bit south up on those high hilltops of Chumacera. Those are fun as well. We'll see how the circles start shifting. No hot drops, of course, and with the plane path, it is spread out just enough that we won't see those kind of like scrap rotation fights. I think looking at the map, every team is able to get to where they want to, completely uncontested.
Furious Gaming. I mean, Seven's already called them out again. So I feel like we don't need to do the extra call out, but definitely want to see, just keeping an eye out on their performances here to see what they will be bringing into the table. They're all the way towards Impala, coming through from that eastern side. Again, opportunities around the corner, and Geek Fam, man, for them to now be able to have another opportunity to just kick up the heat, kick up the dust, and suddenly just add on to that buffer zone. 9 points away from hitting the 200. They could be looking at a fantastic gap between first and second after this Miramar.
Definitely. So total eliminations coming out: 102 for Geek Fam, 86 for 4AM. Rejects actually with a lot of eliminations. Fourth in elimination, 74. I don't think anyone would really say Rejects is a aggressive team, but man, when they get the zones and they have the sight lines, they don't miss their shots. That's where a huge majority of their eliminations have been coming from. They're not a team that usually fights into zone around the edges like you would see Geek Fam or 4AM. Or even like the other team that was on leaderboard, IHC, for example, right? But we'll see how the circles favor the Rejects this time, as they are starting off in a decent spot in La Ciona. It's nowhere close to center circle, of course, but they do have that straight shot access way with that road path that can bring them into the center of zone.
Absolutely. Rejects, question mark on for them. Will they be bringing it home on Miramar once again? Will they be giving us a bit of a surprise? They were one of the first teams to pick up a ridiculous elimination game. 20 eliminations, I believe it was, and then we had a 12 elimination game today with that winner-winner chicken dinner. So it's no surprise to me personally why they are sitting there with those eliminations, because when they get into those good positions, when they get into those farming locations that they just seem to find game after game, well, they go to town. They farm, man. They bring it in. So Los Leones, yep.
Yeah. I was going to say, while we're on the topic of Rejects, right? Hotchicks was saying they'll be in the top 3 after this game. Seven, on the other hand, right, was doubting it just a little bit. What are your thoughts on the Rejects team as far as this match goes? Where are they going to end up? How are they going to do?
I mean, we talked about it, that the win condition for Rejects is that zone placement, is that zone rotation. So if they can find themselves once again into, I would say, like 5 zones in a very good position with some hard cover to work with and an opportunity for them to do what they do best and get those third parties in, then yeah, I can easily see them jumping to ahead of a team like Besiktas, who's currently the team in third place with 1 point. Difference between them and Rejects, then yes, I can see that. But we've seen Besiktas bring in such a beautiful performance on Murmur. Like they are still in my head when it comes down to a clutch moment, when it comes down to the last potentials. I think of Besiktas. If they can bring that performance, then fine. It's not looking good for Rejects. But so far, I mean, just the way that this is going to be going and the way that Rejects, like you said, have a straight shot into a great position, the potential's definitely there.
Besiktas, you mentioned, they're starting off this match in El Azahar. That's all the way to the northeast. And for them to cut into this first zone, I mean, it's not difficult, so to say. But if the zone shifts anywhere south or southwest, it's going to have them going through potential high ground territory. And they'll have to take the roadside that has multiple compounds all scattered through, which any team could be set up in. So Besiktas, this is going to be not the easiest of matches for as far as Miramar goes for them, starting off in that northeast. They're not a team that I would say we usually see play the edge in, unlike Geek Fam, who are very close by them, just coming in from a little bit west of Al Azahar.
Oh, it is going to be an interesting one. I mean, the story, the journey between Besiktas and Rejects, that 1 point difference between these two teams. Besiktas already starting off with a lovely rotation that they need to now make, and a challenging path for them to cut through into that northeastern side. It all puts it down into a storyline that we can't really beat, other than, of course, it is the PMGC stage. So we expect these kind of crazy scenarios for Angry Men. Just feeling a couple of shots, just, brushing by, not really giving them a shave. It's just, a welcoming opportunity for them. They're still nicely, tucked in. IHC, though, very close to 4 Angry Men. I feel like they could turn around. They could jump into a little bit of aggression here, but they're off of a rotation from Monte Nuevo. They just need to be careful that they want to not really start any engagements right now.
4 a.m. right now taking the high ground, kind of pretty much in the middle. The middle of the zone, very interesting. You have the ridge-lined high ground that the 4 a.m. team is at, with compounds kind of scattered laterally up and down it. And then you have the roadside with very strong compounds as well. You go further east, you reach that gully dip. Straight shots right into Chumacera itself. So a lot of dynamic variations and territory just in the smack dab center of the zone. So we'll see how it plays out. Many teams starting to rotate in now. We are now 8 minutes in. Game Lord, we have on screen IHC coming in from the west, getting a little bit shot up by Vivo Keat here. Vivo Keat playing a interesting split, a very isolated split for Adrian. This compound, I'm not going to say very popular and contested, because it's not the best of compounds, especially for this circle, but it is heavily isolated and could easily be taken advantage of. So you gotta be a little bit careful. Zone shifts towards the eastern side, changes things up quite a lot. All the high ground, or a lot of the mountainous intraversable high ground near the western side, no longer in play.
Rejects finding themselves just off of the valley, off of some of that high ground now, making that rotation. They just came from Los Leones. So now they're rethinking their strategy here. Vivo Keat, Adrian, get on out of there. Let's hopefully just wait and see that they'll be able to get that regroup happening. Don't want to see any of these splits happening just yet. Want to see these teams going head-to-head on equal footing. We want to see the best performances coming through now. Only 2 more maps left for the 3rd day, and then it's down to the gauntlet. Then it's down to those last 6 opportunities that these teams have to try and close it on out for Angry Men. Well, their goal right now should be Geek Fam, but at the very least, they're still sitting very comfortably in the top 3. I just don't want to see them dropping on out of this position.
It could very well happen. We've seen teams like last week, HVVP sitting in first place for 3 days in a row, drop down to 6. So with even that big of a lead, things can get dicey, and you can end up dropping out. Divine taking some headshots, staring back at Furious Gaming. I'll be a little bit careful there. Furious Gaming, this is the southeastern area of the map. The Rejects not in a central position. They're more on the southern tip of the map, so they won't be, unless if the circle hard shifts down south to them, we're going to see a Rejects team that might have to fight into zone. So we'll see how successful they are at doing that.
Seven just keeping their eye out on Rejects. Our Dukes waiting for Besiktas to prove Seven wrong, so they could have a lovely thing to talk about on the next edition of the PMGC podcast that they just gave us a treat to. But looking at this rotation, looking at these opportunities, IHC, again, the jesters, the potential troublemakers here for the teams, that they've been bringing in some interesting strategies, now finding themselves right up against Genesis Dogma. Again, a team they're very familiar with. When you talk about Genesis Dogma, it was that altercation between them and IHC. It was that decision. It was that, I guess, lack of decisiveness coming through from Genesis Dogma. Now IHC looks like they have a little bit of their number. They have at very least the information, just not the best positioning to take that engagement. And of course, focus has to be on zone.
Yeah, it'd be a difficult compound to breach there, especially if Genesis is not peeking back. If they're not giving them the opening, it'll be hard for IHC to make something happen there. And Genesis, I think they're playing a little bit more on the safer side because, like you mentioned, they're prioritizing the rotation more, and from their position, they have good sight lines, so it's not like they need to push teams away as we do head into the next circle. I do think we still have all 64 alive. Yeah, all 64 players alive. Circle shifts up to the northwest just a little bit. Not too big of a shift for anybody. Teams on the east just have to scooch in just a little bit. Rejects on the south, definitely needing to find a better position now. They're looking like they might actually rotate right into the likes of GK.
Ooh, a little bit of peeking and prodding. Phase coming on through. They have been on the rise, I would say, today. They've really been showcasing some beautiful action, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. GK up against D Xavier, running that 2-2 split, and nade will be exchanged, and Rabiz did caught the end of it, weren't quite happy with it, but Gaith goes down from Game Lords. What a reach in, and that is a massive opportunity now for D Xavier, should they want to take that push.
That building right there is very scary to push, so many different angles, and I don't think D Xavier was ready to make that push. They weren't expecting to get that second knock, because D Xavier, I wouldn't say they're a super aggressive team, but they're definitely a team that's capable of pushing off of 2 knocks. They just weren't quite ready, and plus they're worried about the third-party potential, right? The circle just popped open. There could be another team gunning in from the edge of zone looking to crash onto here. This works out for the Rejects team, though, because the Game Lords, or not the Game Lords, GK was holding a 2-2 split between here and the current position of Rejects, and with that new circle shift, GK came back and grouped up together just in time as a 4-man team of D Xavier popped in. So circumstances working quite well for almost everybody involved in that situation.
We see Train to Kill here and Game Lords. In the corner of my eye, I did see Nongshim Red giving a little bit of an opportunity there towards IHC, and instead took just a slight knock. They did manage to put IHC on the back foot, and now IHC, I mean, they have to deal with Genesis. Now they had to deal with a little bit of Game Lords up ahead of them. Now Genesis Dogma up here, going to be losing one player again, completely out of bounds in terms of that recovery opportunity. They cannot go for that recovery. They'll have to leave one of their members out to dry, and now they're staring down the barrel here of a 3v4 as IHC move on closer in. Sorry, a 3v3. IHC actually did lose Zyol completely, and I think that was to Nongshim Red.
And Nongshim Red holding the church position right there with so many sightlines and angles. IHC did get caught off guard right there. Circle starting to close in, and this was what I was saying like a couple games back. IHC, I get that their styles to fight in from the edge, but I feel like they could rotate around a little bit more and optimize how and where they decide to fight. It's like they're constantly going an uphill battle, which they're really good at going uphill, but it doesn't change the fact that you're still taking an uphill battle. It's more difficult than not. Next circle shifts, it favors 4 a.m. 4 a.m. now getting that circle bless. Rejects still get that zone in the southeast. I'm going to lean a little bit more towards 7 prediction rather than Hot Jukes. But who knows? Maybe the Rejects team
this will be the game for them to pull off not a chicken dinner per se, but a game where they get a lot of eliminations fighting their way in.
The danger here is, right now is, of course, we are looking at that Besiktas reject comparison, but we know there's a few other teams that can steal this away. If we take a look at IHC and Train to Kill, they're only 3 points away from Besiktas in third place, so they could easily take this away from them as well if they can keep everything a hold of it. So 7, this prediction is going to be tough, man, but looking at this now, Nongshim Red Force, we saw them pick up a little bit of action there towards IHC, just making their presence known. Falcons with that rotation in, off of the back of that Erangel where they were a little bit lackluster in that aggression that allowed Geek Fam that opportunity to pick up the winner chicken dinner, now on the heels of none other than Micah from Geek Fam. So maybe they might have spotted them out.
Maybe so. Besiktas still has to rotate into this zone. They're on the eastern side. And, GK actually getting very aggressive, using the smokes to isolate off the angles right there. They know Xavier's in a 2-2 split, so they're going to try and take a 3v2 situation here. Let's see how this one goes. GK gets the opening. Now it comes down to a 1v3 for Ragnar, trying to hold this down. He gets one, goes for the confirmation as well. Ragnar looking good for GK, and I think GK are now suddenly in the lead. 4 versus 2. Xavier, they had the surround, but GK, I love it. They didn't have to take that fight whatsoever. They could have shared these 2 compounds and waited another circle, but they took the initiative. They got aggressive. They laid down the smokes, isolated the angles, and they will come out on top here.
But we don't want to talk about that push for that top 3, right? Xavier in this situation, they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones sitting on 9th position, whereas, I mean, GK Esports, they've been so good in the first couple of days. They're sitting very happy in 7th place, now trying to close that gap, maybe picking up a few of those eliminations even further. Taking out Xavier could award them a beautiful position to close that gap into 3rd. Vivo Key taking a couple of shots here from Tem Entertainment, making their rotation on with the northwestern side of the zone. Game Lords, we know they took a bit of an interesting rotation. They spotted out a couple of players who currently have their location, quite well known. IHC still fighting it out there with Genesis. A lot of opportunities for these teams, but again, so many, split up engagements that need to finish before we can take a look at that next phase.
Furious trying to get Furious once again onto the side of the Rejects, and Rejects shut that down so hard. I don't think Rejects had a single player knocked. Furious Gaming, they did have to somewhat make that play though, because if they were to rotate into the next zone, they'd be taking shots by Nongshim Red Force, and the Rejects team, and everything in front of them is occupied. So they went for the isolated 4v4. It did not work out for them. Next circle about to shift out here. Where is it going to go? It drops right dead pretty much into the center of things. 4AM is hard chilling. GK now with a lot more breathing space after taking care of the 2 Xavier players. Also looking really good. IHC coming in from the edge. They only got 1 player left from GD Gids to take care of it. And that Molly, that Molly is more than good.
Done. It's over. Daybot is cooking out in here. He's going to send out
he stepped back
a
in
little bit of a molly. Send out another molly, trying to get a little bit of payback. But ultimately, Alex will be on fire, but will be recoverable even if they do go down here. IHC should still be running through with 3 members into this next zone. They've picked up some great eliminations. Rejects picking up an entire team wipe, and looking at the rotation, I think they would be a little bit jealous of 4AM and GK Esports just with the compounds that they have within zone. GK now utilizing those compounds as we talk about it to find a few successful eliminations onto Train to Kill, picking up their numbers now to 2. Looking for a bit more, but Vivo Keyed in the back line. They will have a surprise here from Falcons.
Falcons coming in from the backside. Not much more territory they could play from without having to take an engagement. Geek Fam all the way in the northeast, and Picado, they're also going to have to make a push somewhere soon. So these are the 2 teams to keep an eye out for. Falcons will make the first push, using some smokes to block off the first line of sights. They will make the cross, but they're met with a grenade by Grelin from down below. Falcon down to 3. Make that almost down to 2. 2 players down to 3 players, all down to 1 HP. If VK just push right now, push hard, they will deny all the heals. And we have another fight coming out on the bottom left. Fights happening all around the map right now.
I think that's actually Rejects taking on Besiktas. Game Lords getting involved as well. So Besiktas, they are having a tough time, but not as tough here as Falcons, who are now reduced down to only 3. Vivo Key, they've been looking so good, but the turns have tabled. The tables have turned as Falcons now need to turn this one up. All 4 players on up. They're going to be shooting on in. Vivo Key trying to make that push, trying to isolate some opportunities, but Diego, it's a 1v4 here. An opportunity now that they don't really have. No opportunities for the teams now to get involved. Ooh.
Falcons really stepping it up here. This was not an easy fight to take. They had to breach their way in. One of them got knocked. 3 of them went down to red, went down to 1 HP. They get the full reset, and they are taking this fight straight back to Vivo Key. Vivo Key, 2 players up now. Falcons will be able to get that reset potentially, unless a VK go hella aggressive here, and they need to. They need to deny this revive. They jump down, they take the shots through the window, and it's looking good. They knock down 2. 1 gets traded. 1v2 situation for Diego. Blue zone is coming in. This is going to add extra pressure onto everybody here, and somehow the entirety of the Falcons team disappeared.
Yes, but the action doesn't stop. Just their Game Lords picking up another team wipe, and that's going to be Besiktas going down. No opportunity right now to deny Rejects from taking that 3rd place finish. Riding on high with 5 eliminations. Nongshim Red Force coming on in from the south position. You can see Rejects up ahead of them. D Xavier and GK Esports still in this contention. It's like a war of attrition here towards these compounds. And somehow, someway, D Xavier are not letting up. Vivo Key, though, even off of the back of that that amazing engagement that they turned around time in and time out, reduced down to only 1.
What a fight for all of these teams all around. The action is definitely starting to heat up, and this next zone is going to just make it more intense. So many teams with no more hard cover to work with. They're all going to fight for the fringes of the zone because, of course, you have the fortress that is 4 AM that controls almost the entire map besides the outskirts. So that's what a lot of these teams are going to have to look for. The Rejects, they are smart enough to find one of these gully dips to survive in for now, and it is in zone. The Rejects proving they do have the map knowledge. Rejects down to 3 players. They might be able to get that revive. They do have 5 eliminations already, so they are doing a great job fighting their way into circle, so proving that they don't just need the zone to get the points. They know how to navigate this quite well.
FaZe on the rise, but here comes Nongshim Red Force up against a team like D Xavier. Nades are prepped on in. You can see a bit of an exchange as the time goes through. Nongshim Red Force looking for that information. For now, the pathing is cut off. Those nades, those mollies are coming in. GK Esports now helping out Nongshim as Lamborghini goes down, and it's only Vikoi up and Adam here for D Xavier to try hold the line. They were the substitute. Can they be the super sub? Unfortunately, it is a 1v3 after all, so let's not be too tough on them in that situation. FaZe and GeekFam, though, another question mark here on Murmur.
Yeah, Geek is already down to 1. It is just Yuhai. If there's any team that could stop a Geek Fam push, it would be FaZe when they're playing well in their prime. And FaZe have really corrected things since the first couple of games. They have shut down that Geek Fam push hard. 4 AM up to 3 eliminations, just picking up scraps, all 360 around them. Rejects is really getting battered in right now. We saw the team of IHC taking a peek over that little dip, catching 1. One of the FaZe members goes down. Another one down here. Yuhai could confirm that. FaZe from a 4-man team now down to 2. This could give the ever sorry about that. Opportunistic Yuhai.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this player, he's always looking for his chances to get some shots in. And with FaZe down to 2, he puts some more damage in. Oh, Game Lord's taking a beating, though, from the 2-man team of FaZe. Lycan up in the front, Tony K in the back, trying to get the heal off, and Lycan goes down, not able to find that one, and that is FaZe taken out. Game Lord with a very successful defense, and Geek Fam still alive in the north.
A crucial statement to be made now is Geek Fam is down to only 1 member. Yes, they got picked up that 1 elimination, but It's not looking good for them to really bolster that gap between themselves and 4 Angry Men, who are still riding on high with all 4 of their members. We turn our attention here, of course, to GK and Nongshim Red Force, who made that push on in. They found D Xavier, but this has been the looming threat in these compounds. GK Esports have been holding down this real estate for the longest time, and now, well, it's time to give up some of that real estate as Nongshim Red Force move on in with the UMP, but Hope is just too good with it. Sprays on out, immediate turnaround here for the trade. 4 Angry Men, come on, with the third party. Ew, this is not looking good. Nongshim Red Force will bow on out from that engagement as Rejects get caught on out in the open once again by GK Esports.
And Duello was doing the shimmies right there. GK come out on top in that fight with the added help of Game Lords and 4AM third partying from distance. Next zone is out. 4AM still hold this fortress comfortably, but there is the 4-man team of Game Lords that can make something happen against them. Duello's doing whatever he can to stay alive in that dip. The dip is no longer in zone either. 3 eliminations for Duello. Can he somehow manage to pick up one more? The IHC team, the next likely candidates to fall down in this match, as they have to come down from the high ground, completely exposing themselves to everybody on the map.
What's ironic is that these are 2 teams in contention for 3rd place right now. It's IHC and Rejects that are literally fighting for that 3rd place finish. Rejects, of course, reduced down to only 1, but IHC, they've been feeling the pressure. Now moving on in, they're going to find Rejects. They're going to say, hey, that 3rd place, it's ours, baby. We are going to be taking this one up. If they can get the res on through, maybe they can add on to that placement tally. But, oh, Game Lords moving into 4 Angry Men territory.
Yeah, this is going to be a very close fight between these 2 teams. And I think, yeah, IHC will end up taking 3rd. They'll get that revive. Very smart push by IHC. There's no way they were going to be able to drive past them and find somewhere safe in this zone. So go for that solo elimination. Pick up that point. VK's still alive. We saw VK come out clutch in that 1v4 or that 2v4 situation against Falcons. And he somehow managed all the way into a bush. Smoke's going down for IHC. That is a tough road to cross, but it might be a good timing because 4AM completely preoccupied with this Game Lord push.
Oh, WWX trying to close on that line. GK Esports, they are looking for a little bit of revenge. They would love to give 4 Angry Men back a taste of their medicine. Game Lord Smokes deployed. IHC, hello? What are we doing? You're just off of the back of a fantastic potential finish, but the double nade will at least secure a few more eliminations. GK Esports now down to 2 members, but those 2 members are in the compounds. They're also in the zone. And yeah, there we go. The crossfire, perfect opportunity, and they should be able to take Hope out.
That one nade knocked down a 4-man team of GK, potentially down to only 2. That grenade absolutely destroyed GK's opportunity to win this match. And, well, it looks like Game Lord has fallen back just a little bit. Taking a look at the right-hand side, Game Lord still has 4. It was a deadly fight between 4AM and Game Lord, but it looks like 4AM just backed off a little bit. Godless, the most obvious snake in the world right now on the road, and he does get taken down. Game Lord, once again, mounting a push back into 4AM. Maybe 4AM should have kept the pressure onto Game Lord earlier when they had them backed up into a corner next to the warehouse. Game Lord's going to take advantage of that reprieve that 4AM gave to them, and 4AM find themselves down in numbers, down to 2 against the 4 of Game Lord.
Game Lord just looking so relaxed. That little bit of a break, we saw them. They were feeling good. They were feeling positive. They were making a couple of jokes even. And now they get to use that momentum in this match. GK Esports, hello. We have missed you. Riding on high now with 9 eliminations. Looking for a few more here towards Tem Entertainment. They need to be careful though. Here's the push from our 4 Angry Men up against the 3 now of Game Lords who are trying to hold on. King Sheng turning around, literally trying to do 360s as 2-man spray downs, but it won't be enough.
VK is still alive. VK, I wonder if he's going to try and third party this. Yeah, he's coming in. It's a 1v1. It might get reset to a 1v2. Diego, he's got the machine gun in hand. He's going to actually back off. That was such a good chance for him, but he didn't have the info that there was still 3 down. GK last one up. Tim Entertainment. This is the Tim Entertainment that we saw only moments ago in the previous Miramar match. Something about Miramar and Tim Entertainment gets their blood going. Tim Entertainment looking like they're going to be the ones to secure this chicken dinner. It's a game of chicken now between Game Lords and Diego. None of them want to go out into the open against the likes of the, oh my gosh, the machine gun, and I think he took it. He eliminated the entirety of Game Lords, but of course it was Tim Entertainment. So excited with that win. That is 2 back-to-back chicken dinners as far as Miramar is concerned. Tim Entertainment, the Miramar experts.
Vivo Key. I think that was a 1v3 spray down. I think that might have actually happened. We'll have to wait for the overall rankings to confirm, but my goodness, what a Miramar finish to see the likes of GK Esports stepping up once again, picking up beautiful eliminations, to see IHC and Rejects making a bow, making a fight for that third place potential finish, and then just Tim Entertainment. I mean, what can we say about them? They have been on the rise today.
Yeah, I loved their celebration. That was pure joy and excitement. Very well played by that team as well. 10,000 plus meters traveled. I mean, they definitely did not just get circle blast the entire game. And 21 smokes utilized. The just synergy out of that team towards the very end to make those pushes, to find out GK, to control the territory. Very well done. But a lot of teams made some great, excellent plays to maximize as many points as they can.
It was beautiful. Tim Entertainment, love to see what they were bringing in. Game Lords as well, just like we said, that little bit of a break, that little bit of an opportunity to have a bit of fun, reset that momentum, reset that mentality. Definitely made a difference when they came back into this one. They took on 4 angry men, and it was a beautiful engagement to watch.
Yeah, the 4 a.m. fight with Game Lords was a very close one, but regardless of how close it was most obviously Tim Entertainment that took the upper hand and closed that out with a great chicken dinner.
Back chicken dinners for Tim Entertainment. Oh baby, I hope they didn't high-five each other too hard because they got one more match left to go. It is Game Lord though that ended up with the most points here in this final Miramar match of the day with 23 total points, and then Vivo Key. So many teams to talk about here, Seven.
Glitter, we talked about this earlier. Teams that are trying to catch up each other, they're going to end up canceling each other out. And I felt like Game Lord and Tim Entertainment, that's exactly what they did. If you narrow it down, the difference that they're going to be making up in this match is just 2 points. And that is going to be so heartbreaking there for Game Lord. But at least some of the other teams that needed to perform really didn't perform that well. And I'm going to be looking at FaZe Clan with just 3 points.
Yeah, I think when we get to see the overall, there's going to be an even tighter race when it comes to those points that we said before. Like you said, Game Lord, top performers right here. 2 players from Game Lord up on this list, and then we have 1 for Vivo Keyed, and then and then I think finally we get to talk about GK a little bit here too. But this is what we said was going to happen. We had 2 more games on the day that were kind of like the safe opportunities to do something big. Now, in Game Lord's case, it was slightly unfortunate that the team that was right above them in TEM also had a strong performance. Like you're saying, it doesn't really change their points too much, but it still will matter in the overall. And speaking of the overall, GK actually jumps above Reject by 1 point. Now, we assumed IHC was going to jump up, but they're only 1 point above them, 7. And Besiktas, a few more points behind. This literally 3rd through 8th is the scariest zone right now.
And this is what I was saying. I didn't think Reject was going to be able to make it to that 3rd place. It did literally come down, Hot Jukes, right up until the end. But there's just so many teams that perform really well that we're going to be fighting against in Miramar. And then look at TEM Entertainment. They're going to be this is why they were clapping. This is why they were so excited. They're going to be able to jump up to 9th place. They're going to pass Vivo Keith. Game Lord, with that good performance, is now going to pass the Xavier. And look how even this right here, how close this is. 11 points separate 9th place to 12th.
Whew, that was a must-win chicken dinner for TEM Entertainment right there, and especially considering that now with this final Erangel match, if they pop off and have a similar performance here, they could break top 3. That's how close they are. And they put themselves in that position big time. They want that top 3 position, and they have to be. I mean, we saw the excitement from those players here. Now they know. They basically just told each other, so we got a chance, right, Glitter?
There's been a chance all day for all of these teams. And like you're saying, we're on the last Erangel match of the day, and these are the top performers. Now, obviously, it's the squads that have been at the top, but so far that hasn't stopped anybody. So the big things that could happen here, one, that might switch some things up when it comes to who's in that top 6 area. If IHC has a good game, if T2K, Reject, Besiktas, anybody up there, that could change the top half. Vivo Keed, a top performer on this map as well, and they're now actually far down at the bottom, so they're going to need a good performance, 7, because, I mean, we just watched the Xavier get dropped out after they made their way back in, and all it took was 1 game. I'm
so glad you mentioned Vivo Keed there. As soon as I saw it, I was like, one does not look like the others, and that's going to be Vivo Keed, because they are currently in 10th place, and we're talking about, I mean, TEM Entertainment and Game Lord performing so well that they were kind of canceling each other out. But then we're talking also about those teams that didn't perform that well. I thought TEM Entertainment might have actually been able to pass FaZe Clan. That wasn't the case, but it's good to see them being able to pass their Vivo Key.
They put themselves in a great position, though, so they know that you got to be excited about that. There's one more match here today. Can they bust out 3 chicken dinners? That would be absolute insanity, because there's too many teams that need a massive performance here. You know, except for the exclusion of maybe Geek Fam. I think they've already put themselves with a nice little buffer so far, but more points wouldn't hurt, because we've seen crazier things happen before, Glitter, as we take a look at your teams to watch.
Yeah, and clearly 7 and I were on the same thought train here with this one. I mean, obviously, TEM and Game Lord, I mean, after the performance that we just saw in Miramar, heading into the last match of the day, I honestly thought that it was going to be a little bit closer at the bottom. I didn't think that they were both going to get into the top 11 off of that performance. Now, the Xavier has to be the one that's trying to get in, but the two of them, they can't keep having these one-off solid performances. I feel like they've picked it up, but now they need to close the day out on a win, because if they don't, heading into tomorrow, we've seen the Xavier do the same thing, and if they don't start to create a little bit of cushion, they're not going to do so hot. And then, of course, Reject, that's the same exact situation, but on the first page. I need to see them try and get in top 3.
I agree with exactly what you said there from TEM Entertainment and Game Lord. By the way, Game Lord, I do want to give him a shout out, because they have finally showed us that they can get eliminations and they can also get those placement points. Remember, at one point, this team was in a way shy to get into fights for some reason. Right now, we're seeing a completely different game lore, and I love it what I'm seeing out of the French guys. Now, for 4 Angry Men, it's pretty straight to the point. We've been seeing them go back and forth. Geek Fan right now has a 26-point lead, and if I'm 4 Angry Men, I'm gonna get angry, Hot Jukes. I don't want to go into the last day tomorrow with the more than 20-point lead. That's just not something I want to go in with.
Dang.
Absolutely not. Hey, like the great Steven once said, you know, France, you guys got to be able to pop off right here, right now. Let's take a look at the recap for this last Miramar match as we're about to go inside of Ehrenkale. You know, a team like Vivo Keed, you could see the players' demeanor as we looked at, you know, just kind of in the battlegrounds. These guys need to pull something major off here, and you can just see the stress inside of it. So I want to ask here, Seven.
Yep.
Percentage chance that Vivo Keed could make it into top 3. Okay.
When? After this game?
Yeah.
0. Absolutely
okay, 0 for you. Glitter?
Oh, 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's no way. By the way, something I do want you to keep in mind here with this game recap, and I'm so glad we get a chance to see this, is look at the splits that Tam Entertainment was actually able to do. They were doing a 2-2 split right there, being able to control the high ground, and also having people on the other side of the road. So this push right there became just so much easier for them. And at that point, they decided to hold back and let some of the other teams fight. And I felt like that right there is what ended up winning them the game, Glitter.
I'm glad you brought that up because as we were watching these rotations, I wanted to talk about that. I mean, it was such solid decision making, and you saw how far out of their way they had to go to even get into position for that 2-2 split. That was an insane call on behalf of Tem Entertainment to make that big decision because they were the only one on the eastern side of that zone at one point. And they decided to grab all the way around, and it paid off in the end.
Yep.
Okay. So we said that about Vivo Keed.
No, hold on.
This is where I want to lead it to.
What's your
Hold on.
percentage? What's your percentage?
I'm going to say, I can't say 0 because there is a chance, right? So I'm going to say 0.9, okay? 0.9% chance, all right? But what about Tem Entertainment, okay? What is their percentage chance of making it into the top 3-7?
0.
0 as well?
Yeah, man, not after this match. You're going to tell me that this team, they might have gotten 2 chicken dinners in Miramar. We're not going to be going to Miramar. We're going to be going to Aragon, a completely different beast, completely different strategies, and you're going to be trying to jump up, what? Let me count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 teams that have been able to
but look how many
really
points
well, and they can pop off.
But
I don't care about the
Glitter,
points.
do you agree?
They're going to cancel each other out.
I think the most generous I can be with that percentage is 7%.
Hey,
7%.
let's go.
All right, that's on brand right there. You can see, okay, look, let's just look at the players' demeanors here so we can get an idea of the pressure that's going to go into this last match. Because, I mean, if Tem pop off, and there's still 6 more matches tomorrow, guys, you know? If they pop off and get a good game here, they're absolutely, I think, poised to get at least 3rd position. I think 1st place is pretty locked in by now. 2nd place is looking a little bit, you know, on that same trend, but I think 3rd is pretty much anyone's grabs here at this point.
Oh, it definitely is. I just don't think it's going to be right after this match.
Oh, look at this.
I don't think that's what's going to be happening for that team. And yeah, you're going to start seeing some of these faces. By the way, we just saw the last place team, which is Nongshim Red Force. We saw them super down. I mean, at some point, this team, we got to see some live out of them, right? You're currently last place. Yeah, things are not looking like they're going to be going your way. It's not looking like you're even going to be able to try to push for that 11th spot. Start doing crazy stuff. Start doing some of this stuff.
Have fun.
That our last place team, Knights, was able to do. Make it a conversation.
Goodness.
Do something
Toxic. You're toxic,
spicy,
Seven.
please.
Oh my goodness. The disruptors. I mean, heck, I mean, they could do that. They literally could. They can come in here, hot drop somebody, and even if they take out one player, just one, that is going to really hurt that squad in the long run there. Let's take a look here. Look at FaZe. Even FaZe feeling the pressure up right here. FaZe up, they're kind of feeling a little FaZe down, I think. Glitter.
Listen, the thing that always I don't think surprises me is the right word, but it's something that we see time and time again, and maybe it more frustrates me because we've talked about it a bit, Seven. But when there are those teams that feel like they have nothing left to lose, it's almost like it gives them the opportunity to just play their game. They stop worrying about a bunch of other things, and they do what we perceive to be wild actions or choices because they haven't played that way up until this point, but then they do so much better with like this added level of aggression because they just say, you know, we're just gonna go for it. But why couldn't we do that from the beginning? Why couldn't we take the entire first day and use that as the risky opportunity and kind of test the waters a little bit, see who can and cannot deal with a certain level of aggression? Because waiting until the last day, when we see those teams do it and when they are successful, it's always too little too late. It doesn't matter how good of a performance they have. We watch them miss out on it by 3 points, 2 points, 1 point because they waited too long to make that push.
Glitter, we saw that happen literally 2 games ago when Furious Gaming out of nowhere decided to hot drop for Angry Man and actually chase him and end up eliminating them. And being able to collect 4 points, it didn't really do anything for them, but maybe just a little bit of a confidence boost. Going into what you were saying, I'm going to call out some teams. I'm going to call out Furious Gaming. I'm going to call out Genesis Dogma Kids, Team Falcons, and last place team as well that I just talked about. Because if you want to even have a slight chance at being able to catch up to 11th place, you're going to have to start hot dropping Game Lore. You're going to have to start hot dropping Vivo Kid. And you need to do this not tomorrow. You need to do this in the next game. You need to stop them from being able to cancel out your good performances, which is what we've been seeing, which is what I've been talking about with Tem Entertainment and Game Lore. They just keep performing so well that now they're starting to catch up to the other teams. But those teams at the bottom, I mean, they can't catch up to those teams. They haven't really showed us anything that can prove that they can catch up to those teams.
Absolute truth right there. IHC Esports thought they could have possibly stole 3rd position in that last match, just outside of it here. You can see the stress on their minds right here because they are in that red zone for that 3rd place position. Only 1 match here left to go. I'm gonna try and just see what these players are thinking here. What do you think that player in the middle's thinking in his head right now, Seven?
He's like, should we hot drop somebody? Should we YOLO it?
Ooh.
Definitely. I saw it in his
Definitely
eyes.
not.
Definitely not. Oh my gosh. I think I saw the rejects earlier looking pretty rejected, which they should because they made my prediction wrong. You know? But hopefully.
Guaranteed. What do we get, by the way?
Oh, look at this.
It was guaranteed.
This is good practice.
Hold on. It was guaranteed. I would like to. I feel like
guaranteed.
Glitter and I should get something because you did say guaranteed. And you know what? Throw in the casters as well. I feel like Boxy and Sute should be able to get something too, Hot Jukes.
I like that.
Let me think. What should we give Seven? Why don't you guys tell me in the chat what Seven deserves?
That's only 1-4. Got it. Awesome. Thank you, chat.
Yes, that sounds pretty good right
That
there.
sounds like something
I'm pretty
chat
sure
would
that's
say.
exactly what chat is going to say. Nothing
throw in
but
a
and I'll tell you
Maserati
what
too?
something chat is not saying. They're telling us not to start the game because they want to hear our voices and exactly what we're saying here going into this final match. Because there's only one more left to go today. And I'll tell you what, the pressure is on. I love seeing the different just faces from these squads because you don't even have to have an overall leaderboards and you can tell which team is okay and which team's in trouble. Okay, trouble. Right here. Yeah, Fierce Gaming not looking too hot. GK looking really good though. These guys are excited. They're pumped up. Here, 1 match left to go. I'm surprised we're not seeing, Geek Fam much more excited compared to what we've seen in the past here, Seven.
Yeah, hold on. I was thinking about something.
Maybe a little
He's
sleepy?
the one that He's the one that did. Can your chair do this?
I'm a little tired.
I was
Your chair
actually
did it, that's
thinking
right.
this extra time allows some of these teams that are towards the bottom that might want to do something drastic here in this last game. It kind of allows them the extra time to strategize on what they do want to end up doing. And possibly, if they do have a coach at hand, that coach is probably going to be feeding them information. I don't know if it is possible or not. I'm just going to speaking out of my head here. But if they are able to provide that extra info, if they are able to provide some extra plans going into the last match, this extra time is going to be so beneficial for those teams that do need those points, Glitter.
Oh, 1,000,000%.
I think it's harder. I think it's harder, to be honest.
For the additional planning, Jukes?
Yeah, you can do some additional planning, but sometimes additional planning is worse. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you got to just play the game that you've been playing, the strategies that got you here in the first place. Sometimes when you just start overthinking it and you try, like, you know what? Let's try this new strat that we've never tried before in the history of our competitive fields, and then it just fails. But then again, heck, it's a coin toss, right? Sometimes something like that could pay off. But I think more oftentimes than not, doing something that you guys have not really practiced for, unless your team is super competent and just super able to adapt. And you know which teams that I'm talking about that have that ability to do that. It's just way more risk than reward. I don't know. What do you think about that, Glitter?
I mean, you are the former pro, Jukes, so I need to, trust your experience here.
I don't agree.
But I think it's a little.
don't agree?
Well,
Why not?
I had a butt coming.
Okay.
I was going to say that it's a little bit of both. The but is that I'd like to think that everyone who has made it here is at the top of their game. This is the best of the best that the entire world has to offer in PUBG Mobile. And if they can't adapt a little bit as far as a strategy or a plan goes, if they don't have backup drops or rotations already learned just as well as their first choice, then I would question how prepared they were coming into the biggest tournament of the entire year. That's where I'm at. But on the other side of it, I do understand that sometimes nerves can throw a lot of that out the window, and for the less experienced players, sometimes it's better to be a little bit safe. I understand both sides of it. Seven, where do you stand?
I stand on if you're 13, 14, 15, and 16, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but whatever strategy you've been doing is...
It ain't working.
Yeah, it's not working.
That's a
so
good point.
Might as well
I
do
mean, yeah,
something
for
else.
those squads, for sure.
Jukes, I think you were thinking of top teams, and I kind of got that from when you said there's teams that we know that can do that. I'm not talking about those teams. I'm talking about the bottom teams.
That makes sense.
That are pretty much, if it was to end right now, they're set to go home. Do something else. Nothing has been working your way. Give us extra stuff. Don't wait until the last match. Don't be Knights that decides to be flashy and be like, oh, you know what? Let's hot drop on Nova Esports on the last match for giggles and maybe a highlight for my Twitter. That's not gonna matter. If you can do something right now to change your destiny, go for it.
Well, for those of you guys that happen to follow some of these players on there, we know what happened to that squad after the tournament. So that is definitely a tough feeling. I would love to see the same thing though, Seven, because at a certain point you gotta just go nuts. Start doing something that you've never done before. Go get some eliminations. Try to have some fun, especially when you know that you don't have a shot. Like we know some of the teams at the bottom, they really don't. So make something happen. Make something happen. You can see the headphones getting locked and loaded. Have a good feeling something's about to happen here really soon. So guys, wake up, get hyped, get excited. As you can tell, the players are feeling that same exact thing. Vivo Keyed, man, this squad has a lot to lose. They're dealing with the 7 prediction of 0% chance to get into top 3. That's a tough wall to break.
After next game, make sure you clarify.
Okay. Oh, so you're putting an asterisk on your prediction now, Seven.
Okay.
You said, wait, hold up a second. If I remember right, and we'll be able to rewind at some point. You said, can they make it to 3rd place after this game?
He did. I'll vouch.
You never said, can they ever finish in 3rd place? That's a whole different story.
So depending on this match, right? After this game, 3rd place. Okay? You said You said 0%, but maybe it might just get a little bit higher. Let's find out, guys. Last match is ready to go, locked and loaded. Let's get hyped, let's get excited, and let's take it on over to Zute and Proxy for one more time.
Oh man, gotta love the desk. The proxy coming in. We are now heading into the final match of the day. We're ready to get this going, and so are the players. Man, this is the last match of the third day. This sets everything going forwards into the final day, and no matter how well these teams do, no matter how bad they do, in the final day, there's gonna be some sort of shakeup that maybe none of us will see coming.
I mean, I'm just going to go back to what Glitter said. You know, no one wants to be that team that is hatching all of their bets on the last day of group stages. On day number 4, all bets are off. All bets are off. All the teams are making that final push. And for you to now step on up and say, this is my moment, this is our team's opportunity to shine, well, I've got a surprise for you. It's going to be tough.
It's gonna be extremely tough. Not as tough as his playing path once again.
Oh, come on.
South to east. Just constantly. Okay, so we saw this does impact things. 4 a.m. They went up north to Gaka. They usually drop military base the last time this happened, and that got them to go out and the very first team to be taken out. Now they're changing it right back up. They're like, okay, let's stick to the plan of military base when the plane is this far down south. So Furious Gaming smacking them down there on the previous Erangel match is gonna make them go back to their military base, and that might impact things because Geek Fam, right? First place, 4 a.m. second place. If the zone is shifted out in a way where Geek Fam wants to bridge camp them, because they have done that when 4 a.m. left military base, it will shut down 4 a.m. in points entirely. And it was successful last time for Geek Fam, but the stakes are even higher now that Geek Fam is in first and 4 a.m. is in second. So 4 a.m., I'm just like setting the narrative down right now. 4 a.m. might take the eastern bridge, which is what they did to adjust, and with this zone, they might take that eastern bridge, but they might run into IHC. Last time they almost did, but timing-wise, they barely scraped on by.
Either way, options not looking too good. Whether they go to the west or to the east, there is a potential obstacle waiting for him. We can see already a few interesting drop sites. I mean, Train to Kill, Tem Entertainment, we even had GK Eastwood just slowly but surely flying on by. Ooh, the Rolly's out. The Rolly is out, holding Military Base Island with the Rolly we mentioned last time. This time we were towards the main island, but just hitting a couple of those shots. And again, you know, we looked at that interview there with DX Xavier. They said that they were waiting for that Erangel game. They were waiting. How many teams have been waiting for this Erangel to suddenly bring in a performance that they haven't brought up until this point? How are they going to set the tone moving into tomorrow?
Yeah, this one's going to be huge. We see a lot of potential little scrap fights on this northeastern side, of course, because the playing path was so far south. UMP's popping off. Not the best weapon to have as far as trying to trace down a vehicle. The bullet speed a little bit slower than the rifles. And Tem Entertainment will make it on by. Not a lick of damage. Works out for them. They'll manage to keep rotating on north to continue their looting. Falcons here. Just gonna loot up the compounds. And with this zone being so far northeast, we might see some very early rotations. Similar to other Erangel circles, right, where first zone doesn't really show the dynamic of how the end game is going to go. But this one in particular, I think teams will just kind of disregard potentially the northern half, because so very rarely does a circle go up towards Yasnaya or Stolber. Every time the circle's like this, it usually kind of centers up and it goes a little bit more south. So teams could, in a sense, discount the north side of the circle.
That would be the hope, but we've seen Erangel do some crazy things. We've seen Erangel games where the teams have literally just had to stick to their rotations. They've had to go all the way from the south to the north because of this extremely standard flight path that we keep having over towards the southern side. So there is an opportunity. We will expect, you know, the likes of, let's say, Train to Kill, as an example, heading over to Severny, because that's their usual drop site. That's where they're comfortable, right? They know that should be open. That should be open for the taking. So they'll be one of the few teams towards that northern half that should things move that way, should the zone actually, against all odds, go north, they have a massive, massive opportunity to take that and actually capitalize off of that phase.
Which player had the most rescues in Group Green? It was actually Lutz. That's an interesting stat. Definitely not a stat that a lot of, people are aware of, but hey, sometimes it's the team play. If you're able to pick up your teammates over and over and keep your squad up to a 4-man, that deserves some recognition, of course. 4am, very fast rotation. It's not even 5 minutes yet, and they're wanting to rotate out. This could be horrible because IHC can't tell if they're setting up a bridge camp or if IHC is just still busy looting, but 3 of the players, according to my minimap, are at the eastern side of the bridge.
This is setting up a whole different opportunity now for IHC. Like you said, they could very well still be looting. You can see Godless, here's a little bit of that opportunity. Quingshan now having an opportunity to get that information. We'll be relaying that to the rest of the team, saying, listen, something I'm not feeling too good about this. I see some movement. I see some doors open. Definitely some danger up ahead. And of course, I mean, with 3 days into group stages, they know IHC loves this place. They know IHC will be here in some shape or form. But what are they set up? What is that information that they can garner? Is it worth it for them? Are IHC actually ready with that bridge camp? Or is it only the 2 players that are currently sitting here that will pose a threat?
Yeah, that is definitely a bridge camp setup. 4am. Now they're having to think, okay, I guess we go to the west-east. But Geek Fam has definitely bridge camped them before. So this is the issue. This is the issue for 4am now. They find themselves in quite the pickle. If they really wanted to, they could grab a boat and just circle all the way around. Do the reverse military botation, right?
Yes.
The reverse. But that's going to cut down on a lot of time. Plus, when they land on that, the northern side after the bridge, they don't have vehicles. So Qingchen continuing to get very, very valuable info here. They see IHC mobilizing, driving around back and forth. One player leaves that bridge camp, another player drives into the bridge camp position. So not what 4am wants to see. They want to see all the cars leaving, not some merry-go-round back and forth. Quite frustrating. And Furious Gaming launching in onto the mushroom top. This area, these 2 compounds right here, so much control, so much high ground, and Rejects getting an early player knocked out. Is he oh, no, he is definitely not revivable.
He's done.
Yeah, he's done for it. That is Rejects with the first player down. Furious Gaming also had a player knocked, but Besiktas right here holding a strong defense as a 2-man. The other 2 players rotating in all the way from Lipovka. They're going to have to stall for quite a bit before they can get some support.
He's dropping off of that rooftop, trying to make sure that Furious Gaming do not have an easy line of sight onto their position. Milovan so close. Do they know they're just around the corner? It is dangerous. They're going to turn around. They're going to focus on the looting. What is happening? We know Peace dropped down from that rooftop, but clearly the sound was not there. I don't know if the trigger just didn't hear.
Was it not communicated? His teammate literally saw him on the roof and went down to the balcony.
No words, but Besiktas now, they've turned this around. It is Furious Gaming on the back foot now with 2 up, 1 knocked, currently right in a potential line of sight. Peace going to go back onto that rooftop. Let's just scout things out. Let's see what is waiting for us on the other end. There is our flanking position of Furious Gaming getting caught on out. We've got 1 member going down, Triggers down to the super sub that had to come on in with that mentality boost, and they are suddenly getting crossfired. So we are down to 1 HP for Furious Gaming as a team.
I wondered what 7's saying. Can we bring 7 on real quick? Just like drop him
right.
Like 7. What is your commentary? I can already imagine it. 7 is so disappointed.
He's done.
Yeah, 7.
He's so done.
If we don't see 7 back on the desk, we will know why, and that is because of the Furious Gaming. That push was, I don't know, so many mistakes. But next circle, I'll eat my words. The next circle actually does go up north, past Yasnaya, stretching into deep Stalbor territory. This is going to be one interesting game to end off the day.
Again, you cannot tell these teams that they are getting a southern flight path with a northern zone and then tell them, nah, don't worry about the North, it's fine. That never happens. They've literally had it happen like 3 times this week alone. They've got PTSD, man. They have been prepped for this. This is like all-out war for them. They know there is some shenanigans happening today, especially on a map like Erangel. We didn't get the troll in the bridges, so why not head over to the North? Now, here's Naya Polianda in the mix of things. You got Besiktas off of the back of a very bizarre turnaround, looking for a few more eliminations.
Yeah, this is another circle that none of these teams have experience with as far as, you know, versing each other in this lobby. This zone, not too uncommon. Definitely, I've had my fair share of competitive games be played out here. We'll see how these teams shape up, though. 4 a.m. being so careful, sitting in the blue for so long to make sure Geek has left, but that does leave 4 a.m. rotating in from the blue extremely late. IHC, by the way, still looting in the blue. They're not even set up to bridge camp. They're just now looting in the blue to come in later.
And
I'll say it again.
4 a.m.
I'll say it again. IHC, I get it. You like to fight in late, but something's got to, I don't know. I mean, they're 3rd place. They are 3rd place, so don't
something's working.
Yeah, don't fix what's not broken. But man, I feel like they could be 1st place. You know, if they just balance their rotational skills a little bit with how often they like to sit in the blue and rotate in late. Just a slight balance might see them be a more consistent 1st place potential team. But hey, IHC. That's their play style. Who am I to say what they should do? They're top 3 right now.
Don't fix it if it ain't broke, man. But again, it's always that opportunity for doing better. And we had that interview with IHC. They definitely are looking at what they can do better. So that's one of the things, changing up that priority just a tad.
Just a little bit.
It's not like it's incorrect. It's not at all incorrect. I mean, obviously it's working, but it's just that timing. We want a little bit more of a quick pace from IHC, and then we could, as you said, we could be seeing them in 1st place. Maybe that's what they're waiting to bring out. If they make it into the top 3, moving into the next phase, maybe then we'll see that change coming through. But for now, over here towards Stolber, somewhere we haven't seen in a very long time. Not at all, actually, this week. So nice to see the northern side of Erangel for a little bit of a change-up. Game Lords making that rotation on N. Geekfam holding this high-rise, that zone. Ooh. Hello.
Yep.
What an interesting zone.
We're heading into the open fields. A couple rocks, a couple trees here with some very strong compounds mixed in. The map's kind of divided in half, though. Straight down the middle, it really dips off on the eastern side, so it's just all kind of like a dipped low ground area, where the western side, no one on the western side can really have sight lines into the eastern side unless if you're sitting at one of the crucial strong compounds running right down the middle. So quite a dynamic divide of a map. Almost you could say a 50-50 as far as how this game's going to work out. The eastern side, all this low ground you see here, rejects driving through it, or western side, more high ground positions.
Our Jukes is going to be a little bit upset now. Rejects reduced down to only 2. So that potential 3rd place finish, it is going to be a tough one for them to fight. But with IHC still out in the blue, maybe there's an opportunity. It's all going to depend on what GK Esports have to say as well. And they're actually going to be moving in from a very western approach, close to center now, just above Jasnai Poliana. They will be finding themselves. So lovely opportunities for the side of GK Esports. And of course, Geek Fam, I mean, the conversation piece, 4 a.m., IHC, because of the way that they took that rotation, because of the delay in which they took that rotation, 4 Angry Men had a complete opportunity to take that western bridge. Geek Fam, all the way in the north, they gave up that bridge camp as well.
Yeah. Some rotations coming out. Oh, here's more pulling up. Game Lord pulling up right onto DXavier. The rest of the team for DXavier coming in to help immediately. It's going to be a 4v3. Make that a 3v3 as Robs with the DBS finds 1. Jumping right through the window. The jumps are good. Rebiz gets the knock right back. Some third-party action from distance. They're okay, though. They got to get into the house. Narvello trying to hold this down solo. He's actually going to turn around and help out his teammate, getting a nice knock, while Geek Fam from distance gets another knock onto DXavier. Oh my gosh, Yuhai almost picking up another. I struggled with the word last time. I'm not gonna say it, but Yuhai always looking for his chances to get some knocks in. This player ever so active, and ooh, from the corner, Game Lord with that DP spray down will get the finish. And Yuhai telling his teammates, hey, I kept track of the elimination feed. Game Lord have at most only 2 up, and here comes the third party. And yeah, they are circling in so quickly. Narvello not fast enough to make it out. Does the Geek Fam team know there's still at least one more? It seems like they definitely will know after this nade gets thrown out. That might be a knock. No, massive damage. Narvello, you're on your own. Your teammate has left you for dead, and honestly can't blame him.
No, keep the Game Lord's flag running high. Narvello will be doing their best
Hold
to pick
on.
up eliminations. Picking up a second? Hello, wait a minute. 5 eliminations now for Game Lord. The turnaround comes through. They've been isolating those 1v1s, but surely here's the double push from Geek Fam, and they do secure it. I was starting to sweat a little bit, but Geek Fam will get out of that with only 1 elimination, well, 1 drop teammate at the very least. Although, Zute, the action does not end. 4 AM, Nongshim Red Force, FaZe Clan now up to Genesis Dogma Gids. All of these rotations is getting so crazy.
Yeah, 4 AM going for one of their very risky YOLO rotations. They're trying to find something open here. 4 AM, if any team knows this territory the best, it would be 4 AM, but they drive right into Train to Kill. That is good news, very good news for the Geek Fam team. 4 AM getting cut down. Yeah, that delayed rotation all the way from the southwest really forced 4 AM to try and get something coming in this late, but everything is taken. 4 AM down to now just a solo player. Train to Kill picking up 2 of those, and now taking a fight with Tem Entertainment coming in from the edge on their backside.
Loving this action here from Train to Kill. This has been a team that's been so consistent, and they've been one of the teams that are very happy to start those engagements. Now look at this. They started it with 4 angry men. They're starting it with Tem Entertainment, just sending off a few nades, sending off a few shots, finding some great connections. 4 angry men, reduced down to, as Zute likes to say, only 1 angry man, as he now needs to look forward to, well, either Geek Fam or maybe even Akashi from Game Lords, who is off towards the east in the vicinity. WWX, just hiding on the line.
Looked a little bit close. It's almost fate that 4 AM do end up meeting Geek Fam at the very end of the match. Oh, WWX, he'll find 1. He picks up 1. That's a confirmed point. 1v2 now. This could be huge. Yuhai takes some licks of damage. Yuhai continues to get that nade. Tries to find another angle. Tries to put down the nade, and it is good. Yuhai with such a well-disciplined adjustment and position, and continuing to stick it through with that nade. That is 4 AM going down to Geek Fam. May not have been the bridge camp, but eventually 4 AM finds himself facing off with Geek Fam.
Back into the storyline here with Train to Kill. It's Tem Entertainment. The crossfire is good, finding Mormon. Tem down, reduced to only 2 members. The Rez is trying to get popped on off so they can at least get those numbers back up to 3, while Train to Kill, they're closing up that distance. Trying to clear out those compounds, trying to send in a few nades. Bad Heavy actually out in the open is going to try and get a bit of a drop on Sandish. Timing is not going to work out for them.
They make it back in, but they are completely surrounded. Train to Kill, if they want it, they could get a little bit more aggressive here and just clear out that team entirely. They should be looking to do so before the next zone shift. They clear out their backsides and have the northwestern side to kind of work with more free and open. IHC, meanwhile, on the other hand, this is in the far down southeast against Nongshim Red. IHC, feeling some pressure as... that's actually Yuhai. Of course it's Yuhai getting himself involved in another third party, even as a solo right now, because Darude is way further back.
Oh, Yuhai, just talking about the Geek Fam of old bringing... Oh, I say old, but it was like 2 days ago. They're bringing in the action here. Now, having a bit of a rotation here has already caused some mayhem, trying to regroup with the rest of their squad. We'll just see if they can hold onto the line. IHC still in this one, sitting currently in 3rd place. We've got 1 point separating them and GK Esports. We know GK now finding Falcons. What an opportunity for them. There's an instant confirmation as well, so they're starting to pick up those eliminations. But can they close it out? We already see some retaliation from the likes of Falcons.
This is going to be a grind of a fight for them on the western side. GK have to keep going, not in that new circle. Train to Kill still fighting with Tem Entertainment. They didn't go for the finishing blow onto Tem Entertainment, and now Tem Entertainment is getting some ground, some territory right back. Train to Kill down to 2 players. One of them is already confirmed, the other knocked. Yeah, Train to Kill should have had Tem Entertainment just completely box in and go for the killing blow, but it is all looking like it's falling apart. Tem Entertainment striking back. Train to Kill. More like Train to wait and pass up an opportunity.
It's bizarre. They, as you said, they had everything going for them. They had Tem Entertainment on their literal last legs. They were down to 2. Got that res up, and now Geek Fam, just as they started a few shenanigans, just as they started to poke at the wrong bear, bam, the bear is going to be hitting back. It's going to be IHC to find Darude. Yuhai rotating on in to try and get that res on up, and then they need to get out of there. Their position is obviously well known. IHC making that rotation in. Nongshim Red Force, oh no! Down to only 1 player here for Nongshim Red Force. Is going to cook a nade waiting for that opportunity, but this is going to be an actual 1v4 situation. Nade's going to drop, not going to find anyone. A little bit of damage to Alex. Still not going to give Dooms that opportunity to get out.
Oh, he peeks through, gets that 1 knock, but yeah, he will indeed go down. I like the decisiveness out of IHC that time. Like, hey, we could wrap around, take care of that Geek player we knocked, but let's just take care of what's close by. There's 1 player left. Let's just send it in. 3 players, 1 covering. There's no way that could go wrong. VK on the southwestern side trying to fight for a shack that's on the edge of zone. VK looking good. Vivo Keyed with 3 players, 2 eliminations. They're going to need a lot more, though, to bolster their kind of range down there in the bottom of the leaderboards. GK making good ground here. Earlier we saw them out of zone. Now they've worked their way further into zone and slowly but ever so surely whittling down the Falcons players.
Falcons once in time and time again. We just keep finding them in these really tough situations. Tem Entertainment dominating. Those 5 eliminations are elimination leaders currently, but GK Esports now finding their number. Few nades now being exchanged. Satan holding on. We can see, a rotation here from Tem Entertainment to try and get that information, but Falcon's going to use that opportunity to potentially steal out an elimination.
Yeah, also caught between a crossfire with Vivo Keyed there from the south side. So GK looking a little bit rougher now that they're down to 2, down to 1. The last player almost also got naded. He's playing on that northern side and almost got naded, almost gets shot down. Tem Entertainment does spot him running through the smoke, and that is GK eliminated. And now look at this Tem Entertainment team. If you don't take care of them, they are playing like a completely revitalized squad. Up to 6 eliminations and counting.
Have to think about our analyst desk here. We've got Rejects in the center. We've got Tem Entertainment fighting out as a duo with 6 eliminations. And then Genesis Dogma, they're riding high right now as the 2nd team with the highest amount of eliminations. They've been stealing left, right, and center, and it's working out for them beautifully. Viva Keyed down to 2. As that rotation comes on in, all 2 members of Viva Keyed in 1 single buggy. It makes for an easy target. It makes for a very good target practice now for FaZe as they pick up their 6th elimination.
Everybody got a little bit of that one right there. FaZe, 4 up. This is the FaZe we want to see execute a clean game towards the end. They have the potential to close this out. One of the few remaining teams with 4. IHC has 4, and so does Genesis Dogma Kids. Tem Entertainment, though, with only 2. Look at them. They just don't stop. They keep on fighting their way in, and they keep on finding it. It's actually FaZe from the other side that will get that 3rd-party shot in, but that gives Tem the entryway to this next circle.
Are we not entertained? FaZe now up as the next team to try and take down the likes of Tem Entertainment. Moving on in again. Tem is fighting as a duo, we have to remind ourselves. Tem is fighting out of zone, we have to remind ourselves. And now Tem has to make a rotation on in. FaZe obviously have their number, equal footing in terms of the elimination counter, but of course FaZe, better positioning, better opportunity. A little bit of a send out here, trying to get at least one player closer. It will work. But those nades might just be in reach.
Yeah, those nades. FaZe could also just drop down a smoke and get a little bit closer. I think I just saw one fly right by. Yep, I did. And that is one Tem member down. Bevy, the last one up. Tem doing the best they can, but I mean, this is a 4v1. So many of FaZe's sightlines are trained on this northern side. Not much Bevy could do unless if he gets a really nice knock. Darude getting a knock and finish onto IHC. Alex. Darude from Geek Fam, only a 2-man team, dropping the 4-man team of IHC down to 3.
Ooh, we have so many teams here in this final moment, and everyone looking for eliminations. Even Genesis Dogma, a team that has been historically for the last couple of days pretty passive, pretty calm and collected, are actually picking up the eliminations. IHC now trying to get rid of the thorn in their side that is Geek Fam, but they are just so quick. They're staying dynamic. They're not staying in one single position. They're constantly picking a fight, rotating, picking a fight, rotating, and keeping everyone guessing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very good job by them.
They
Darude
guessed.
goes down. Yeah, FaZe right now just with so much sightlines across the entire map. The only team that they're not really able to strike down is Genesis Dogma Gids inside that compound with so much hard cover. But look at this. FaZe are just really making it work with what little they have. A tree, a rock, some vehicles here, some smokes to isolate angles. But they're getting the confirmations in here just as well. 9 eliminations. Rejects still alive. They found the shack way early on. And they've managed to work their way all the way up to a top 5 at the very least.
IHC is still fighting for that opportunity to pick up the points. Rejects so close. If only they could see the minimap. If only they had the information we did. Surely they would be mounting an assault. But right now it is about gaining that information, scouting out your opponents. And for IHC, for Rejects, for Geek Fam, it's about finding a way in zone. We can see Zayol already heading on through with that buggy, just trying to get some information, trying to find a pathing. I think they would have spotted out Rejects there. Yeah, prepping an aid. That's going to be sending on through. If they make that connection, that could be it for Rejects.
I mean, we saw them try and throw nades earlier. They can't seem to get it in through that doorway. The smoke's constantly blocking the vision of exactly where to throw the nade. Rejects will stay alive once again, and here comes some pre-nades out of the shelter window. They're expecting a crash, and here comes a crash. Oh, that nade actually tags down 2 of the players of IHC, down just a little bit, and with all the smokes, what? IHC, they go out. Rejects pick up 2 eliminations. There was some third partying from distance that helped them out, but Rejects find themselves in a top 4 position now, and Geek Fam still alive right now with 2.
What is happening? Geek Fam now down to only 1 as Genesis Dogma are the aggressors. They've picked up 6. We've got Rejects moving on in for the confirmation. Dwello was just on 1 HP, and now Dwello is running around with a buggy trying to find information, trying to find eliminations. Come on, what is happening?
Yeah, and they find it too. Rejects into the top 3 now. Moving past, as far as placement points go, past Geek Fam. Geek Fam is taken out. Next circle, all 4 players are, or all 3 teams are pretty much in. Dwello might have to move just a little bit out of the cover of that buggy. But this could shape up to just be a 4v4 showdown between FaZe and GD Gids.
We saw Genesis, we saw those player cams. They were looking so distraught. They've been in the bottom 3 for the last 2 maps. Now they find themselves in the top 3 in contention for a potential winner chicken dinner. If you want to talk about a momentum shifter, it is this map.
Boom's also got the arm. This could come in crucial. That one-shot headshot knock. We've seen how the tide of a battle can turn the second it goes from a 4v4 to a 4v3. Some nice sprays with the Uzi, landing some shots through the smokes. Ventorez, his armor is getting shredded up right now. Dwello's still alive.
I think every team is aware of him though. 9 remaining, 4v4. There is definitely one left somewhere. FaZe has a decent idea, might have heard the buggy come in. Genesis Dogma Kids definitely saw that player drive in there from the north. Next circle is going to just center into the middle, which kind of gives, I would say, Genesis the advantage. They have more trees and rocks to use as cover as they go in, whereas FaZe, any more movement from them is going to put them out into the wide open for a little bit.
It's also just that line of sight, that high rise, that opportunity. As soon as that zone starts to close on in FaZe, they will have to sacrifice those trees. They will have to sacrifice the little bit of cover and foliage that is currently keeping them safe, keeping them alive. And for Rejects, it is a one-man army that could make the difference between them finding third place and, you know, obviously making Hodrix right and giving a massive opportunity for them tomorrow.
Nice Rejects taken out. The 4 eliminations and a 3rd place finish. That's actually a really good game, all things considered, especially how far they had to rotate. So it works out well for them. We're down to the 4v4 now, however. Genesis Dogma Kids with more terrain control. FaZe at a slope. But all they need is that one knock, and it can really change things. And there's the arm from underneath the car, just like that. 4v3. And a trade right back. FaZe knows they need to make things happen. And it's a back and forth. Genesis Dogma Kids with the advantage with 3 against the 2 of FaZe. Comes in closer. Tony K coming in from the blue zone, goes down as well. FaZe down to 1. Ventores has to clutch this up. He goes down to red health. He's got a rock to work with, but with the 3 swarming in from all sides, he picks up 1 more. 2v1. 1 from the right, 1 from the left. If he could get that other one, but it circles back around from his left side, and that is Genesis Dogma Kids with the win. A team that has been playing so passive, dropping a lot of opportunities throughout the course of the 3 days, and finally they managed to get their win in on the last game of the 3rd day. Now, top 3 potential? I don't think so. Not anywhere close. But survival, for sure, that chicken dinner helps them out a lot for that.
Big change up here for Genesis Dogma Kids to bring in that winner chicken dinner. What a change up, just an opportunity to pick up the eliminations, a change up in terms of the momentum, an opportunity now for the, I wouldn't necessarily say for them to take it further into the top 3, but at the very least that change up of momentum should help them into the survival stage. It could give them an opportunity to close that gap. It is going to be a long climb, however. It is 6 maps that they have left, only 6 maps that they have left to actually make up that gap, get themselves into the survival stage.
Really good finish for Genesis, but more importantly, it was a good finish for Geek, who's in the top, RC, who's trying to get into that top 3, and FaZe, well, that's a good game for them to bounce back after they've been dropping down the leaderboards a bit, and, well, it sets them up for a top 3 coming into the last day as well.
Whew, it is looking good. It is looking spicy. The fact that we're having Genesis Dogma Kids picking up a winner chicken dinner just on the basis of the last couple of days, you even saw their player cams. They weren't expecting something like this, but they changed it up. I mean, that just goes to show the professional mentality that they're bringing into a stage like PMGC to completely switch up their game.
Yeah, I'm hoping for Genesis Dogma Kids with that chicken dinner. It gives them a boost of confidence to play a little bit bigger in the last day. And for the last match, well, they will take the chicken dinner.
Genesis Dogma pulling out the last chicken dinner today. FaZe Clan almost taking it away from him there, but that got shut down real quick. Reject showing up in the final match here. Man, tomorrow is gonna be insane, Seven.
With Reject being able to show up there, you might finally get that prediction right. I know it's not after the game that we talked about, but 14 points for them, that's going to be massive. You can see Geek Fam as well, 11 points, and the best part out of that is that 4 Angry Men was only able to get 1 point. I'm pretty sure once we see that overall, they might have been able to create a bigger, I mean, they definitely created a bigger cushion there, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about how close it could potentially be in the overall as well. I mean, GK didn't do that well, and IHC didn't do that well, but players to watch wise, we got Micah up here still. We have Icy from IHC with the most damage, and then still holding on to the assist category. We've got Ching Chen over there with 16 assists. Now, I am, like I was saying, really excited though, because you noted that Reject had a really solid performance and the points were so stinking close heading into that last match that we're going to see some movement yet again, and Reject back up in third place because IHC didn't perform, GK didn't perform, and then FaZe also making a massive jump up the leaderboard, 7.
That's the one that actually shocked me out of all this stuff going on. FaZe Clan being able to jump up to 5th place, that is massive for that team. And Reject, I mean, we got to give him some props too. 66 points. We talked about the gap being created there at the top. Stuff is going to be nail-biting tomorrow, Glitter. 16 points is what separates the teams in the front page. And look at this too. D Savior being able to push down to 12th place. And Genesis Dogma Kids putting themselves in a position where tomorrow they can actually push for that 11th spot.
This is kind of crazy. They're literally one chicken dinner away from D Xavier, Jukes, and D Xavier's 4 points away from Game Lord, who's 5 points away from Vivo Keed. I mean, this is how is it so close right now?
It's insane. It's insane. Honestly, I'm gonna give a salute to Furious Gaming and the teams below it. I think that may be it for them. And tomorrow, they can pretty much do almost anything that they want. Genesis Dogma busted out a beautiful play there to get themselves in a position like you mentioned, 7. But another squad that we got to talk about, of course, has been Geek Fam. They've been doing so great so far this tournament. So excited. We have a great interview with them. Let's go ahead and take over to the interview with Tash Bunny.
We are at the end of day number 3, but we still have one more interview to go. And with me, I have the team from Malaysia, Malaysia's pride and joy. We have Geek Fam, who managed to overthrow 4AM and snagging back the first place spot. With me, I have Yuhai, and a big congratulations for reclaiming the top spot today. Was this planned? Tanya kerana korang dapat balik tempat pertama pada hari ni, korang plan tak benda ni? Tadi kita cakap kan pasal benda tu?
Plan hari ni semalam kita dah study balik mistake kita orang. As we can see, yesterday we not performing very well. We got karma, I think, and today we try to fix the mistake, and things goes well.
Okay, so apa yang Yuhai cakap adalah diorang dah belajar balik apa kesilapan mereka semalam dan diorang buat balik apa yang mereka dah belajar pada hari ini dan dia menunjukkan, membuahkan hasil kepada player-player yang berada, kepada mereka yang di tengah main tu. Okay, so your performance on day number 1 has been phenomenal. So I have a question for you, which is, what do you have that other teams don't? So bagi yang kat rumah yang tak faham adalah untuk mereka punya prestasi hari pertama betul-betul mantap kepada Geek Fam. Tapi apakah kelebihan korang berbanding dengan tim-tim yang lain?
Saya rasa kelebihan kita orang sama je. Maybe kita dekat Malaysia offline event, right? Thank you VSPN. And kelebihan dia saya rasa tak ada. Semua orang main kat sini pakai device sama, pakai stage sama, so tak ada beza. Yang bagi I yang bezakan cuma mentality dengan korang punya individual skill lah.
Alright, so according to Yuhai, everyone is playing on the same playing field. They have the same devices, the same stage. But what differentiates them from the rest is their mentality as well as their individual skill. Now, nak tanya sikit kepada Yuhai, apakah playstyle yang Yuhai ataupun Geek Fam lebih suka? Passive ke, passive dan aggressive ke, passive dan tactical? So, my question for Yuhai is, does Geek Fam prefer a more aggressive playstyle or a passive and tactical playstyle?
For Geek Fam, at the moment we comfort with aggressive. We like how we play. We don't care. We just kill everyone. We're not scared of the circle also. So yeah, we like to play aggressive lah.
Okey, kepada semua rumah, apakah Yuhai cakap adalah yang beliau ataupun Geek Fam lebih suka bermain agresif? Mereka tak kisah kepada player-player lain, mereka takkan sukuk pada circle dan mereka lebih suka mencari kill. So, saya rasa ini yang memberikan buah atau hasil kepada mereka walaupun mereka tidak chicken. So, for those at home, he prefers to play aggressive and I think this is a great thing because it does give them an edge over the other teams who prefer to play passive because it gives them points regardless of whether or not they get the chicken dinner. Now, for the final question that I have, you guys have a huge possibility of making it to the finals. Which team would you like to meet there? Korang ada chance yang besar untuk masuk ke dalam grand finals nanti. Team mana yang korang nak jumpa?
For me personally, I would like to meet Nova again.
Nova.
Yes.
Kenapa Nova?
Because they are used to become champion 2 times already. So looking forward to beat them at Jakarta lah.
Okay, so Yuhai cakap yang mereka betul-betul nak berjumpa dengan Nova kerana mereka telah memenangi turnamen ini sebelum ni 2 kali dah. So, diorang nak berjumpa mereka sekali lagi. So, tahniah sekali lagi kepada Yuhai dan juga Geek Fam kerana mampu untuk mengambil balik tempat pertama. And those at home, we are not quite done yet. We're going to go back to the desk. So, we'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 4 for Group Yellow.
All right, okay. Yuhai said his preferred playstyle, aggressiveness. And I think I love that word because that is the only thing that I could think of what tomorrow is going to be like. Pure aggression, jam-packed action every single game. If you guys haven't set your alarms for tomorrow, I don't know what the heck you're doing over here, 7.
I would be shocked if Geek Fam does not make it to global finals. By the way,
True.
I love that he called that Nova, and I love that he said, yeah, back-to-back champions. We want them, and you know what? I like their chances with their aggressiveness. I like it.
Glitter, any final thoughts here before we get going here ready for tomorrow?
I just hope that tomorrow in the last day that no one that has had the aggressive playstyle, including Geek Fam, loses it out of conservative gameplay, okay? Keep that momentum going, do what's been working for you, and get the elimination points. Every single one matters because tomorrow's going to be insane. The points are so close.
Yep.
So close. Remember, top 3 is the goal to get that big old golden ticket to the Global Championships. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I'm Hot Jukes here with Glitter Explosion, 7WGS Proxy, Zute. Big thank you to everybody out there, our sponsors, and we will see you guys tomorrow. Mark your calendars. We'll see you there. Get hype, and we will see you there again. All right, see you later.